The magical beasts are mysterious creatures with supernatural powers, and a few of them are granted human form by the gods. That is the divine transformation that grants prophetic words to help humanity, but that power also creates evil incarnations. It's what humanity calls the Demon King. Just hearing it makes you shiver. But for the fierce young man Ananta, that's not the case. When everyone fears the Demon King, Ananta transforms into the Lord of Monsters. That blood and sweat, bones and flesh, I will devour you and turn it into my weapon. As for how I transform, let's listen to Pi. Read the story at BEO.com. Once upon a fierce monster, asked a brave warrior. A pack of wolves surrounds Ananta in his transformed state, their yellow eyes and sharp fangs shining brightly in the dark forest night. The wolves' claws scratch the ground, leaving long streaks, waiting only for the Alpha's command to pounce and devour what they deem prey. They once asked Ananta, "Your teeth are not sharp, and your claws are not strong." Surrounded by a pack of wolves, Ananta is in the form of a black dragon. They asked him, "What is your weapon?" He stood up in that enormous giant form. The wolf pack, hearing the Alpha's howl as a signal, charged at him. Ananta grabbed one wolf with his right hand and then clawed the rest to death with his sharp claws using his left hand. He answers blood and sweat, then uses his beach-side legs to crush the wolf. He replied it was bones and flesh. The Alpha wolf, seeing its pack all dead, became furious. It went crazy and charged at him. Ananta grabbed its jaw with his hand and held on tightly. He said he would swallow each enemy's body one by one. Then he bent down to bite their necks and suck their blood like a vampire, turning them into his weapons. Ananta tears the wolf's jaw apart. He says he will finish you off and then devour you. The magical beasts are mysterious creatures with supernatural powers. A few of them are granted human form by God. They are incarnations that bring prophecy to help humanity. But that power also creates evil embodiments. It is what humans call the Demon King. A panting figure running swiftly through the forest. You hope someone will help you because someone is after you, but nothing miraculous happens, and you get shot with an arrow. The culprits were still joking about their successful shot. They are a band of robbers who kill anyone passing by to steal their belongings. After the raid, they cheerfully head back, gossiping about rumors of a creature watching them. The leader suddenly saw a pile of wolf carcasses scattered on the ground ahead, and one of them thought it was caused by wolves fighting over territory. Yeah, he said it looks more like a massacre. Suddenly, one of them shouted, noticing a mysterious creature's corpse. It's Anta leaning against the Alpha wolf's body. The robbers surrounded him. One raised a hand towards him, but was bitten by Ruby with a sharp dagger. Furious, the man wanted to kill Ruby. But at that moment, Ananta regained consciousness. He punched the threatening guy in the face, and Han just went down for the count. He frowningly told the others, "I forbid you to touch it, or don't blame me." The robbers shouted that he had provoked them. Someone even accused him of killing Han, then they surrounded Ananta and threatened to kill him. But they didn't realize that messing with the monster was their doom. Ananta prepared himself, waiting for them to attack. He darted back and forth, cutting off the limbs of the bandits. The bandits cried out in pain. They are stubborn and still surround him. The leader trembles in fear. One of them, unable to hold back, raised a bow, and the others also aimed their bows at Ananta. He turned his back and then saw the axe. The leader shouted and fired. The long, pointed explosions immediately shot toward Ananta. He was unafraid and even used his hand to protect Ruby. Then he activated his power. The others started to panic when they saw this scene. Ananta's aura suddenly darkened, with red streaks across his back resembling erupting volcanoes. Then the spirits of the monsters he had slain appeared. They merge into one. Watching all of this, the bandits scream in fear. The Demon King. Suddenly, Ananta's blood-red eyes returned to their normal yellow color. He gathers all the power he just unleashed, then leans on the ground, breathing heavily. It seems that using too much power has drained his energy. The bandits tied him up and brought him back to the camp. The leader looked in awe at the giant alpha wolf. He asked his subordinates if it was caused by Ananta. He advised them to burn it and send it off. That would be better. But the angry demon roared loudly, and the leader stopped him from approaching, asking the stranger, "What is your name?" "I answer Ananta." He asked about his purpose, and he simply said he was hungry. Hearing that, the leader looked skeptical. The demon next to him also urges him to confirm witnessing his transformation, mentioning recent rumors that a corpse-eating demon king is nearby. The leader thought he was human, but Mon insisted he was actually the Demon King in disguise. Anan challenged what he said when suddenly a crow flew by, blood pouring onto the leader's head. The alpha wolf seems to have come back to life. Anan says it's a creature that no longer exists but is actually a servant of the Demon King. The camp was attacked by wolves, led by a skull-horned figure charging into the camp. The wolves jumped over the fence into the camp and bit the bandits. A blaze erupted, burning all the wolves. A figure jumps out from the flames. It's Ananta. Hunger and thirst intertwine. He roars, gathering everyone together before igniting. In the form of a dark-bloodied dragon, sweat dripping, eyes blazing red, bones and flesh, my Anan approaches the antlered skull. "I will swallow you whole." Saying that, he charged toward the deer skull man. I will crush you, and then challenges you to make you look more like a struggling prey. The antlered skullman stomps his foot in anger and shouts. From deep within the forest, the souls of the monsters burst out and leaped towards Anta, but he managed to catch them. He struck and sank into the ground. Then Ananta stomped hard, performing a small flip to send the entire pack of monsters flying. He launched an attack at the antlered skull, which then used its shadow ghost technique, howling loudly before activating its power. Both Anta and the horned skull charge at each other. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as they clashed fiercely back and forth. Ananta bared his sharp fangs while the deer skull also charged from behind him. Suddenly he grabbed his hand. The deer was surprised. Ananta swung a powerful punch at him. The deer skull was thrown far away. Ananta grabbed his hand with his claws and delivered a devastating blow. The bloodied deer skull man lies gasping on the ground, and he slowly approaches him. Ananta lifts the guy's neck up. The silhouette of a girl appears beneath that deer skull. He is extremely surprised. Does he realize that this person has already lost consciousness? Suddenly, there was a noise behind him. Ananta turned around as the other guy flew past and cut into his shoulder. A giant vulture appears in the sky and lands near where he is. Ananta realizes that the bird is actually the true demon king who devours corpses. The bird transforms back into a man. He looks skeptical and says, "No way, my beloved shadow puppet has never been defeated by anyone." He said, "I have had my eye on you ever since you set foot here. Why does he blame you?" Before he finished speaking, Ananta pushed the girl with the skull helmet toward the other guy and muttered, "Your words almost made me fall asleep. I'm not interested in your monster's monologue. Go ahead and challenge that guy, I'll take care of you." That guy, when provoked, summons his power. "Oh, my strength, allow me to command the spirits of the dead." He reverts back to his crow form and looks at Anan with interest. "If I can kill and control you, I will have a bigger and stronger puppet than the deer and everything else." So he used the shadow illusion to summon the spirits, bodies of monsters and bandits under his control, to rise and fight. They surrounded Ananta. The crow's name shouted, "Let my blood-soaked army of corpses tear you apart and swallow you up." The wolf lunged to bite his leg, while the bandits charged at his body. The crow is smug, no longer able to fight back. Then he swings his wing fiercely at Ananta, and a brutal scene unfolds. He chuckled happily, saying, "Well, let me hear your cries before you die." Ananta said nothing, then suddenly burst into loud, maniacal laughter. He unleashes a burst of blazing red energy. The crow is stunned. What? A shadow of a monster appears in his eyes. This is Ananta unleashing the beast spirits, bearing fangs and claws. He smiled and said, "Let me hear the roar of the monster." Then he opened his mouth wide as if about to swallow the creature whole. He bit off the head of the crow. Inside his mouth, the crow probably smelled his bad breath and spat blood, making a choking sound. The soul monsters inside him saw their friend and charged out. The crow scared so much it cried blood and dissolved with them. The deer skull girl opened her eyes to see Anta absorbing the power. She sat there in a daze. When Ananta sensed someone watching, he turned his head back. At that moment, his eyes were bloodshot. Seeing that, the girl with the deer skull swallowed hard in fear. Ananta stepped closer to the girl, and she was very surprised. He announced that she was no longer under the control of the Demon King. The girl raised her hand to her head, recalling that I once had shining wings. Ananta was suspicious, wondering if she was also a victim of those wings. "Who are you?" He replies, "Ananta, the descendant of the Black Dragon, the survivor who has eliminated all Demon Kings and will be the one to kill the embodiment of the wings." The sun gradually rises in the sky. Under the flickering sunlight, a tragic scene of piled-up corpses appears before her eyes. Amidst the ruins, Ananta stands in front of the girl and introduces himself. After hearing Ananta's impressive profile, Nadia was so scared she broke out in a sweat. She said, "I really don't understand what he's saying. I don't understand whether it's Black Dragon or some kind of wing incarnation." Her eyes suddenly narrowed, both meanings clear. Before she could finish speaking, Nadia collapsed. Ananta looked at Nadia with a cold expression. Probably she caused quite a bit of trouble too, right? He frowned in his dream as Nadia ran, trying to pull down her pants. She gasped heavily, the deer skull suddenly appearing before her. Nadia turned around and saw the skull chasing her, so she ran at full speed. Suddenly she tripped and fell face down on the ground. When she looked up, her whole body was covered in fresh blood. The silhouette of the deer skull reflected on the blood-stained lake surface. Nadia looked around in surprise and saw corpses scattered beside the lake. She let out a few frightened sounds as her wings suddenly appeared, illuminating the dark sky, and Nadia turned to look at him, smiling brightly. This is where the dream ends. Nadia wakes up. Food asked, "Oh, you're awake?" She stretched and asked, "You frowned a lot while sleeping. Did you have a nightmare? Does that mean you can transform into a person?" Suddenly, a voice calling Ruby echoes. Ananta orders it to start moving. Ruby gathers fire in her throat and then sprays it out like watering plants. The fan-shaped flames are burning those controlled by the Demon King. From the flames, shadows appeared, then soared up into dust. Ananta stood coldly, observing the scene before him. Wood is teaching Nadia the basics. Monsters controlled by the Demon King must be dealt with this way. The girl in doglegs runs over to praise Ananta. He's pretty good at this too, huh? He angrily grabbed her by the collar, making her scream out and told her to be quiet. The girl reports the intelligence. W laughs shyly. He pointed at Nadia and said, "It's because of your stupid information that once again something has happened." Then he threw the WF coin forcefully down. "I'm done here. Here's your payment," Wifood shouted in pain. She rubbed her back and said, "You're still so stubborn, huh?" Then she turned to ask Nadia, "Excuse me, may I ask what your name is?" She was stunned for a moment before introducing herself as Nadia. Wifood teases. Wow, I didn't expect there to be someone who is a victim of wings like Ananta. Nadia asked in surprise, "What?" Ananta angrily interrupts their conversation and shouts out. At this moment, WF suddenly remembers what she needs to do, but she still teases Anta first. So impatient. She then took out something like a clock with a rabbit carved on its face. She pressed a switch and the lid popped open, revealing a ring of stars inside. A huge hole suddenly appeared where they were standing. While Ananta and WF calmly rushed down into the hole, Nadia screamed loudly. Nadia closed her eyes tightly, afraid she would have to land on her butt, but nothing happened. So she opened her eyes in surprise. In front of her appeared a city with a giant tree at its center. She was stunned and asked, "Where is this place?" Wifood chuckled and said, "Folk often say a clever rabbit will dig 3 holes. Sorry for the delayed greeting." Then she introduced herself. "I am a member of Thok Kwok, the largest information network on the continent, and this is the adorable, fair-skinned messenger girl." She reached out to Ananta and said, "This is Ananta. We've known each other for a long time. This place is Cafes, the largest commercial city in the south, and the giant tree in front of us is often called the Sacred White Lotus, with the top of the tree being the place." Nadia frowned and cut her off. "Enough. I appreciate your help in saving me from the Demon King's control, but I don't want to hear your monologue anymore. If you want to keep talking, answer my question first. What is your purpose in bringing me to this mysterious city?" Ananta told her to stay silent and follow, and he would give her the answer. Entering the market area, Nadia asked him about the embodiment of the wings. He said it was the name of a disgusting monster. She still didn't quite understand, so Wifood told her, "The embodiment takes on a human form, and the embodiment of the wings is granted to others. An incomplete power. They have reached the destination, the slave market of cafes. Inside, there are foreigners, wanderers, and mysterious creatures all enslaved." Nadia was a bit confused about how this place was related to the embodiment of the wings. Ananta kicks her down into the pit, where many people are about to be sacrificed to the embodiment of the wings. Ananta intends to use her as a sacrificial bait. After locking Nadia up, Ananta said to Wifood, "It's up to you to handle the rest." Wifood agreed. Suddenly, Nadia asked Theo if the people locked up with her were the ones who captured her. She shouted at Ananta, using innocent and weak people to achieve her goals. "Don't you feel any guilt at all?" Hearing that, Ananta challenged her. "If you want revenge, go ahead. Just don't get your hands dirty." Nadia was furious, and WF nodded in agreement. How much pain will those innocent souls have to endure from the embodiment of the wings? Wifood then taunted Nadia and was scolded by her. WF Food exposes Nadia, which is why she was controlled by the Demon King and caused so much killing. She doesn't care about those innocent lives at all. It's not intentional, and it doesn't mean nothing has happened. She told Nadia that our common enemy is the evil embodiment of the wings. In the corridor of the arena, Ananta sat lost in thought for a moment. Wifood approached him and told him he was saying some unnecessary things. "We didn't do anything to those sacrificial people," Ananta asked with concern. "How is she doing?" Wifood asked. "I asked Nadia if she wanted to cooperate. She explained, just as planned, they were taken to the White Lotus Palace by the Wing Guardians. At this point, Nadia has been brought before the palace." WF Pooh explains that offering a sacrificial item is the first step to meeting the embodiment of the wings. This way, all the efforts to find him will not be in vain. She said there's a barrier around, so even the people from the White Lotus Temple can't get in. To enter, a living sacrifice is needed. This problem is also solved, she continued. If you can touch a branch of the White Lotus trunk, the symbol of the victor, you will soon meet the embodiment of the wings. But WF Food knows the process won't be that easy. She thinks that if Ananta agrees to become a monster, just one act of killing could attract the enemy's attention. She squints, but there is a limit she can never cross because she knows Ananta hasn't yet mastered her power when transforming into a monster. She silently thinks about Ananta. As a monster, are you trying to draw the line between human and beast? She knows there are many ways to do it. The conflict is real. Ananta caught Fu off guard. He swung his sword up, just finished a hearty meal, and moved his limbs a bit for Xiao. He told Wood to sit quietly and watch. Ananta, holding 2 swords, confidently states, "This is how I hunt monsters." Seeing that, WF awkwardly says, "Don't do anything that might attract attention. You know what would happen if you did." Ananta coolly said, "I will consider it. In the arena, BNH is commanding the army to fight the monster." He shouted, "Duong Shield!" The team carrying those 2 items lined up in a row, ready to face the monster. A giant tiger is surrounded in that formation, with dead soldiers scattered all around it. Then it growled softly, calming its army. Don't be afraid. Hold your formation. Suddenly, a hand appeared, resting on a soldier's shoulder. Anand pushed the soldier to the ground forcefully. The other soldiers, seeing this, shouted in anger. Hey, what are you doing? Anand angrily said. Enough already. Idiots. The tiger snarling and slashing in front of him, then using its large paw to strike at him. Anand was unafraid and delivered a blow to its head. Bohet was extremely surprised to see this scene. As for W.F. Fu, he rested his chin and said, this is really troublesome. Meanwhile, Ananta had already cut off the tiger's right leg. B. Bat can't believe what he's seeing. How is this possible? How can an ordinary person stand up to a divine beast? Ananta prepares for battle. Then he jumped in front of the monster and sliced the top of the tiger with the two swords in his hands. The spectators in the stands were very amazed. After killing the tiger, Ananta shouted angrily. He turned toward the white lotus tree and said, wait there, I will tear you apart and swallow you soon. At the same time, in the White Lotus Palace, the tree is glowing. The palace gate opens and then quickly closes. Nadia from the sacrifice group is extremely anxious. A man steps forward and stands in the center of the temple. He speaks, oh, my fearful children. He advised everyone not to be afraid, and then greeted them with a wave. Welcome to the Divine Temple. Nadia wondered, is he the embodiment of the wings? Let me add some information about the White Lotus tree, which is surrounded by a strong barrier and is also known as the Sacred Tree. It is unclear what their purpose is, but the embodiment of the wings has made a nest and started accepting sacrifices there. Those who offer sacrifices will have the privilege to fight in the cafe's arena, and the surviving warriors who demonstrate their true abilities after the battle with the spiritual beast will be granted a branch of the White Lotus tree. Those who prove their usefulness to the embodiment of the wings will receive unparalleled power and become the guardians of the wings. In prison, W. Food discussed with Nadia that to get past their defenses, they would disguise her as a sacrificial offering to infiltrate. Nadia asked W. Food if Ananta's desire to kill the embodiment of the wings was related to his power, but W. Food didn't answer directly and said that if the embodiment of revenge truly existed, no one would be more suitable than him. Afud recalls the scene of Ananta holding a charred body and crying blood. Returning to the present at the temple, the man standing in the main hall says, "Oh, you humans who have overcome countless hardships, lift your eyes and look at me." The members of the sacrifice group looked at him, some even praying to that name. He introduced himself as the saint deity they worshipped, the owner of the White Lotus tree, and also the embodiment of the wings that bring sweet bones to this dark world. He said his name was Banjiak. Banjiak, in a deep voice, said, "I will show mercy to you, the sacrifices. Prepare for the coming liberation and surrender your body to these wings that save all beings. My sister and I are innocent, please forgive us." The girl begged, "Please forgive my sister. I am also deserving of it." Hearing this, Banjiak smiled, raised his hand and said, "Oh, my beautiful children, thinking of others is good. I will reward you." Hearing Banjiak say that, the girl was overjoyed. Suddenly, her head exploded, and before she could finish her thanks, she was dead. The younger sister stands beside her, and the older sister is extremely frightened. The members of the sacrifice group tremble uncontrollably at this scene, while Banjiak, sitting arrogantly on the throne, declares that before the line of death, all beings are equal. Han stepped forward and pointed at the younger sister, saying, "Your sister has just been freed from fear and regret. You will soon be reunited in nirvana." Hearing this, with such conviction, the members of the sacrifice group grew even more terrified. Then the henchman drew his sword to strike, but suddenly the sky turned pitch black. Nadia had activated her power. Banzak still smugly said, "There is no savior here." Nadia coldly told him, "You are just a ruthless killer." Banjiak, with a nonchalant chin rest, wonders which sacrificial victim will be fortunate enough to become the next embodiment. Meanwhile, Nadia continues to emanate her powerful energy. Suddenly she heard everyone around her calling her a monster. Looking at her shadowy form, Nadia hesitated. She recalls what W.F. Food said, whether it was intentional or accidental. What's done is done, and there's no turning back. She remembers the scene where she was possessed by the Demon King and had killed many people. A motivating voice echoes, "Don't give up." Nadia suddenly woke up from the nightmare, looked at the child and smiled, then activated her power, causing the bushes from the ground to surge up and surround the sacrificial victims. A few other bushes tightly wrapped around the henchmen and hung them in the air, while the remaining bushes formed a protective barrier for the sacrificial victims. Nadia reassures everyone, "Don't worry, I'm here." While Nadia is surprised, Banjiak attacks her. He advised Nadia, "Stop promising the deer and the monkey." He insulted her. "How dare a nameless being like you oppose me?" After the dust settles and Nadia's figure appears, she says, "I have a name. My name is Nadia, the embodiment of nature." Her antlers grow along with her words, and Banjiak sneers mockingly. "Ha ha, this shrieking woman." Nadia uses her technique again. The branches keep growing, and she wonders, is this an invisible wave or remote control? She realized that although she had unintentionally blocked all attacks, They didn't seem very frightened, so she decided to use the Suelis technique, a move where intertwined branches form a shape resembling a mushroom. Nadia thought she could crush him with this power, so when she saw her use her ultimate move, Banjiak smiled and then flew up, ordering her to disintegrate into pieces. At the Anta arena, she looked toward the divine temple and sensed something was wrong. The spectators in the stands were abuzz. Back at the temple, Nadia's attack was nullified by Banjiak with a single strike. Banjiak looked down on her with contempt. So he summoned his loyal servant to fight Nadia, a dragon with a skull on its head. The dragon has stabbed a sharp horn into Nadia's chest while she was unaware, as the crowd in the arena cheers excitedly at the bloody scenes below. Ananta stands before the bloodied white tiger, its teeth baring and growling. Seeing this, he narrowed his eyes and ordered the tiger, "Get furious and show me." Then he swung his sword up and said, "Death is coming, don't look back." With a thud, the sword slashed down on the tiger's head, killing it instantly. Bonhat saw this scene but said nothing. Lord Bonhat, this sudden situation has caused everyone to panic. He looked at his teammates, who had collapsed to the ground, clearly confident that he had secured the victory. According to the plan, you should be the one who wins. Ananta, covered in blood, gasped for breath. "Dear citizens of cafes, the winner has been revealed," the subordinate eagerly responded. "Sir, what should we do now?" The MC said, "Oh, glorious champion. The reward is a branch of white lotus personally given by the Guardians." A group of masked people led by a man steps out, carrying a box. Bonhat advises his subordinates to stay calm and not to get agitated. The plan remains as discussed. He is certain that no matter what happens, the White Lotus branch will still belong to us. The group heads towards Ananta. He frowns and then opens the box, revealing a branch of White Lotus. He took it and stared at it as if he wanted to devour it alive. At all costs, he must kill the embodiment of the wings. Meanwhile, at the temple, vines have grown all over. Inside the protective barrier, the two children peek out to observe Nadia's situation. Attacked by the dragon with skulls all over, Nadia is severely weakened. She pulls out her sharp horn and kneels on the ground to invoke the Crimson Roar. That monster stands tall in front of Nadia. Now it's mocking her, saying, "You promised to do your best to protect those sacrifices." It really is a mess. He mocked her, "Look at those pitiful faces. Go save them from their fear. Now that's true compassion." Nadia taunted him, "Don't make me repeat the same thing over and over again. You're not some savior or anything." She shouted in fury, but he was just a terrifying demon, spreading death and fear to all. Hearing Nadia's words, the Black Mask said, "I ask for permission. True remorse only comes from despair." He cast a spell underground, causing many trees to grow through the protective layer, stabbing the sacrificial victims inside. Nadia looked on in shock, witnessing a massacre where everyone inside had been killed. Nadia helplessly shouted, "No, don't," as the branches reached the monster and pierced its flesh. Banjiak radiates a brilliant aura with a sinister smile and says, "Take this blessing of the repentant wings. From now on, my curse is your honor." The branches absorbed the energy of the sacrificial group. Nadia just stood there, staring blankly. She wondered, is there something inside the White Lotus branch? Banjiak laughed and said, "Clearly, this is hell where life and death coexist." He raised his hand and said, "Unlike the immortal Na, as humans you will die. Only I can save your meaningless lives." The source of the monster's power flows through the branch and into the sacrifice victims. He says, "Look, your lives are feeding the White Lotus. They will create immortal warriors, a cycle of rebirth, returning as the light that protects the White Lotus." The monster roared to signal. "Here it is, the blessing of the wings." Nadia questioned Banjiak. "What kind of devil are you? How many people have already lost their lives?" Banjiak gapes as a branch from the ground shoots up and wraps around Nadia. He answered her question so many times that it was pointless to count. He looked down on her, truly a stubborn woman. He asked her, "Do you want to deny anything?" Nadia told him, "Go to hell." Banjiak chuckled softly as something black swiftly flew toward him. He spun around and slashed, causing half of the sacrificial priest's head to be drained of life by the White Lotus and fly away. At the same time, Ananta jumps up, aiming at Banjiak. His pupils reflect the image of Ananta. He directly stabbed Banjiak's eye with the freshly awarded White Lotus branch. After stabbing, Ananta landed on the ground with an incredibly cool attitude. Nadia saw him and cheered happily. Ananta, teasing her, turned and said, "You're still alive, huh?" That was pretty lucky. Banjiak realized that what stabbed into his eye was a branch of the White Lotus tree. He turned to ask Ananta, "Are you the winner of the arena?" He couldn't believe it. "Impossible to win, huh? I never thought anyone would make it all the way here." Ananta turned to ask Nadia, "Where is the embodiment of the wings? Why did you get involved with that idiot?" Nadia was surprised. "What are you talking about?" Without his permission, this much isn't enough to enter Y's territory. Banjiak went crazy when he heard Ananta mention Y. "How dare you? Do you have the nerve to insult Y, the great embodiment of the wings?" He angrily transformed, saying, "Your ungrateful mouth. I will personally tear it apart." Ananta said something to him, and he revealed it. Hey, you also know he's not the incarnation of the wings, right? A swift sound echoed as the protector was pierced through by Bonhat's spear, instantly killing him. Having succeeded in killing the protector, Bonhat looked up slightly, gripping his spear tightly, his face full of authority as he ordered his men to quickly eliminate everyone present. His subordinates immediately obeyed the order and went berserk, attacking the guards wildly. As he looked at the chaotic scene unfolding before him, Bonhat felt extremely suspicious. He is waiting for the announcement of the results to bring the winner into the game, but no one is holding a white lotus branch. He even begins to suspect that this is a trap set to catch him. Bonhat slowly stepped inside the room, and upon seeing the entire scene, he was suddenly terrified, thinking that someone else was also targeting the embodiment of the wings like himself. Returning to Ananta at this moment, he and Nadia are silently facing Banzak. Watching the crazed man constantly transforming his body before them, Nadia nervously speaks up. If he's not the embodiment of the wings, then could he be a fraud pretending to be one? After hearing Nadia's innocent question, Ananta, standing silently beside her, became very annoyed and quickly responded. He openly said that her eyes are only for display because to him, the true embodiment of the wings is a very noble title. That guy's true form is 3 pairs of white wings. After saying that, Ananta casually glanced at Banjiak and contemptuously said that if he were the embodiment of the wings, then he himself didn't even have a proper pair of wings. Furthermore, you even mocked Banjiak, telling him to take better care of his appearance before thinking about impersonating others. With that, Ananta showed the utmost contempt. You criticized Banjiak for only being good at talking nonsense. After hearing Ananta, Banjiak immediately falls silent. Perhaps to preserve some last dignity, he could only show a face of fury. In a deep voice, he dismissed Ananta's foolish words as unworthy of a response, then immediately ordered his minions to kill Ananta. At this moment, Ananta quickly reveals his furious power. Just as he punches the ground forcefully, the vines wrapped around Nadia's body immediately loosen and drop her. After struggling to break free from the tangled vines, Nadia looked to the side and saw 2 others still tightly bound by the vines. Without hesitation, she rushed to help and returned to Ananta, who was now relentlessly striking deadly blows at Banzak's minions. And as he was fighting fiercely, a monster covered in skulls appeared and launched a direct attack. Seeing the situation getting tense, Ananta immediately transformed his entire body into a terrifying fire lizard, clinging tightly to the white pillar. Then he quickly charged at the giant monster at lightning speed, delivering a powerful punch to its body. Without wasting a second, Ananta continued to defend and attack. You run forward like an arrow, unleashing your power and delivering a decisive blow to the monster, causing its body to split apart. But just as Ananta finishes off the creature, Banz suddenly transforms and attacks you from behind. Because he couldn't react in time, Ananta was immediately pressed down onto the ground by the sharp claws. He looked at you with a superior gaze, saying that you had allowed him to fully witness the power of a god. As he prepared to end Ananta's life, Ananta, witnessed by those present, managed to thwart his power in time. They both started fighting each other, continuously attacking with deadly strikes. Ananta also had his arm cut off by Banjiak's claws. Just when it seemed he had been defeated, he suddenly gathered all his strength and finished Banjiak with a single blow. He on this side is also not weaker, immediately activating the vine to switch to defense mode, but his strength is no match for Ananta, and his quick vine attack was swiftly cut off by him. That devastating blow also pierced Banjiak's body. At this moment, another monster suddenly appeared behind Ananta. He directly attacked you, saying he would teach you a lesson and show you the true fury of the gods. At that moment, countless cracks suddenly appeared in the clear blue sky. After part of the sky shattered into pieces, a large hand also emerged from it. Standing inside the purple circle with a dignified appearance, Bion looked down at the scene on the ground. Deep down, he seems to be secretly contemplating something. Returning to Ananta's battle, after delivering a powerful punch to the boy, the cruel monster begins to show off and boast that everyone should admire his magnificent wings. But that joy couldn't last long, because while he was still careless and unalert, Ananta quickly counterattacked. You seize the opportunity, summon all your strength, and punch him with all your might, causing him to be caught off guard and a stagger. The devastating force of the blow makes the monster feel relentless pain. Realizing the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable, Banjiak began to unleash his skill. He waved his hand and ordered the vines to tightly wrap around Ananta's body. The monster who was severely wounded earlier has now healed himself, and filled with unstoppable rage, stares intently at Ananta, who is bound by vines vowing to tear your body into 100 pieces. As soon as he finishes speaking, he immediately shoots straight into the sky. The thorns inside his body at that moment resembled sharp needles, shooting straight at Ananta at lightning speed. But right now, Ananta seemed to begin unleashing all the power within himself. A blazing red light burst out, and with a loud bang, Ananta managed to break free from Banjiak's slimy vines. While the monster was still stunned, Ananta swiftly darted past him. You pour all your strength into rushing straight at the monster's position. Your speed at that moment was so fast it created double helix-like twists, knocking nearly half of that arrogant monster's life away in just one strike, leaving him just enough time to curse loudly until the thick fog gradually dissipated and he finally saw Ananta's true form. The monster seemed unable to believe his eyes, showing an extremely surprised expression as he witnessed Ananta's transformation. Nadia, watching the entire battle from afar, couldn't help but be amazed because she didn't know when Ananta's body had started to change. Seeing that Ananta's movement speed was even faster than the eye could see, Banjiak began to feel worried, secretly wondering if his strength lay in his ability to regenerate and transform his body. If that was the case, he decided to use his overwhelming power to crush him into pieces. Thinking quickly, Banjiak launched a direct attack at Ananta, who also swiftly took a defensive stance. With his agile body and superhuman strength, Ananta skillfully dodged all of Banzak's continuous attacks. Glancing at the crazed Banzak, Ananta silently thought that no matter how many times he attacked, this madman would recover again and again, thanks to the white lotus flower. He realized that the longer this went on, the more disadvantages he would face. At that moment, Ananta accidentally glanced at the nearby ceiling. It seems he has figured something out, so he starts to run up and punches through the ceiling. Banjiak then uses vines to tie Ananta's legs, suspecting he's planning something foolish. But in response to his words, he didn't answer, but instead asked around to buy time. Sensing the moment had come, Ananta said it was time for him to pay for the lives he had taken. As soon as he finished speaking, his body transformed once again. While Banjiak was still stunned, he immediately summoned a ghost. The summoned spirits kept appearing more and more, all rushing like lightning straight at Banjiak, making him so terrified he could only scream out in despair. Seeing this scene unfold before her, Nadia was momentarily stunned. She couldn't help but wonder about everything, but then she realized that they were the T-Song people. At this moment, a powerful beam of light suddenly appeared in the space, and when she opened her eyes, Baron was respectfully bowing in front of her. By the time she turned around to look again, the white-haired man behind her had removed his disguise. Turns out, he is Zhuo, the true embodiment of the wings. At this moment, in a certain forest, W Food reports the specific situation to her superior via radio, mentioning a strange crack appearing in the sky. If her guess is correct, that crack is a sign that the Wings Guard has appeared, so it's highly likely that the true form of the Wings has now revealed itself in this city. Returning to Zhuo, he now shows a grim expression as he slowly walks over to Biheron. Seeing Zhuo's presence, the true form of the Wings, Nadia's chest suddenly aches intensely. She clutches her left chest tightly, her pale face showing constant anxiety from the pain. Who exactly is the person standing right in front of her now? As for Banjiak, he now seemed to have no strength left at all, his body covered in serious wounds, struggling to lift his eyes to look at the one who had defeated him. Banjiak suddenly felt terrified when he saw Yuo's appearance, wondering why he was here at this moment. Facing Banjiak's question, Du only coldly asked if he still remembered who he was. Hearing that, Banjiak immediately showed a look of disgust, saying how could he forget his former cold-blooded and ruthless master. Still maintaining that indifferent attitude, Dio slowly replied that he took Banjiak's wings to punish him for sleeping in the illusion of glory. Then, without haste, Du ordered Biheron to tighten his grip on Banjiak's neck, causing him to struggle for breath and cry out, his eyes fixed intently on Banjiak, now only half of his upper body remaining. Du Yu warns him that those wings are only for those worthy of soaring in the blue sky. After hearing Zhuo's words, Banjiak immediately becomes extremely furious. He thought Yuo was talking nonsense to him. For him, the most treacherous and terrifying person was the one who sacrificed thousands, even millions of lives just to create a body for a monster, and he simply wanted to reclaim the wings that belonged to him. But Banjiak's words only made Rui see him as a fool and useless, and those who have lost their value to be exploited are only worth abandoning Quach. Thinking this, Yo slowly used his power, and just as a dazzling light burst out, Banjiak immediately turned into dust. That entire scene was captured in Ananta's sight, his eyes now filled with endless anger and hatred. Going back to the past, the villain once told you that he had a small dream. He wished to pass through the sky and find the cloud that leads to the land of the gods. And until that dream becomes reality, he will never stop, even if he has to become an enemy to the whole world. Recalling the scene where his entire tribe was devastated and the gentle smile of his sister Asita praying for his safe return. Finally, the moment when my revered sister was burned to ash, Ananta furiously shouted Zhuo's name. At this time, Biheron and the others were discussing the white lotus flower. Bai said that the white lotus was just the name of a type of plant in the heavenly kingdom, having nothing to do with what he wanted. Zhuo slowly picked up the white lotus flower, affirming that compared to the world tree, it was only a fake. What he cares about right now is the connection between Nadia and his own existence. It is also at that moment that Ananta forcefully emerges from within the horde of spirits. You charge forward with fury and hatred towards Zhuo, but you are quickly stopped by Baran's agile skills. Ananta is now subdued by the terrible rage within. He kept unleashing his full strength, delivering deadly blows to Biren, while the guard began to ready himself to attack at any moment. While one side, Yu and Baron keep fighting fiercely, on the other, Ruyo is watching Nadia with a very pleased expression. When he raises his hand to do something to her, BH appears just in time with a spear, successfully stopping Huo's evil plan. At this moment, Ananta has activated his power to the maximum level. He stands facing the beast in a frenzied manner. Seeing his current appearance, Duo excitedly said that he was looking at a familiar face again, because Ananta had completely transformed into the black dragon, Aida Haka. Looking around at the surroundings, Ananta momentarily stood there in a daze with a face full of confusion. He didn't know where he was right now, or why he appeared here, but above all, he had a bad feeling about this place. Thinking about it, Ananta quickly decided to find a way out, but once he escaped, he wouldn't know where he was headed. At this moment, Black Dragon Aida Haka suddenly appears behind him, reminding him not to forget the one who took everything from him. Seeing the presence of the Black Dragon, Ananta seemed unable to believe his eyes because standing right in front of him now was the one bearing the curse of death. Aida Haka stared intently at Ananta. Before you escaped this illusion, it told you to immerse yourself in rage and endless tears. Back in the present, Ananta kept unleashing deadly and brutal strikes at Baron uncontrollably, making the guard believe he had gone insane and lost his mind. Thinking quickly, he focused all his strength into his arm and, before punching Ananta, sneered at how terrible he looked right now. Then, as the guard finished speaking, Ananta immediately spat out a large flame directly at Baron. He also didn't hold back and used his strength to block your attack. The fierce power of both clashing immediately created a huge shockwave. Duo quickly used his wings to cover himself, then turned his gaze toward B-Hat, who was on the opposite side. The Jiang family looks very worried, saying they don't know if he has been cooked or not, but he's holding up pretty well. Although they are enemies, he still has to admit that Bat is really strong. He turned back to B, clutching his spear tightly, determined to make Yuo perish here and now, and vowed he would not let them reunite again. But life is not a dream. Just as BNH is about to swing his spear down, Yuo quickly strikes him. Then he uses his power, and a blue light shoots through BNH's body, causing him to die instantly. After ruthlessly destroying Bo-Hat, he glances over at Nydia, who is trembling uncontrollably with fear. He dismissively taunts her directly, believing she is no longer the same as before. Because he only just killed Ban Hoi, she already became trembling with fear. Nydia silently endured, biting her lip in anger at Chuyo's insults. It turns out she also met this villain before. Rio now believes that Nydia is also a chosen one because she resonates with the branch. That branch is the miracle that reduces the boundary of rebirth but grants superior power, and it also represents Yu's desire to continue preserving this world's sky. He then slowly approached his brother, the one born from countless lives but only able to stay inside a cage. Hearing that, Nydia couldn't help but be curious and asked for her brother's name, only to see him grin eerily and say his name is Rai. Back to the fierce battle between Ananta and the guard Beharan, both are fighting intensely. Ananta spreads his wings fiercely and soars straight into the sky. Once reaching a certain height, he concentrates all his strength and blows out a large fireball. You only see him shout the spell Heavenly Fire Gem, and the fireball instantly shoots down like an arrow. Rio stands calmly below, watching the flames get closer. He thinks you're just underestimating his abilities. Ru gently raises his hand and slowly unleashes his own power, all the while still saying that there is no place for someone like you in heaven. Then he began to recite the spell, a blinding blue light emanating from him. Everything finally came to an end. This is probably the end of the White Lotus Blossom. After the battle at the White Lotus Blossom, due to the overwhelming destructive power of the wings, Ananta, the ace and the embodiment of the vengeful tiger, has completely failed. In a deserted field, Ruby is desperately running to escape from the claws of the hunting dogs. Because they are exhausted, they quickly catch up to Ruby. But luckily, in the face of danger, Ananta quickly appeared and blocked with his axe, saving Ruby's life. The remaining hounds, seeing this, fled in fear. Knowing that Ananta is the one who saved him, Ruby insists on following him from start to finish, which makes Ananta feel very annoyed. After a while, he looked at Ruby irritably, questioning why it kept following him and even said he had no food for it. Although Ananta had repeatedly tried to chase it away, Ruby still lingered, leaving him no choice but to use force to drive it off. But just as Ananta raised his hand, Ruby suddenly blew out a large flame, startling Ananta in horror. While he was still trying to recover from the previous scene, a loud noise suddenly sounded behind him. Ananta, worried, turned his head and saw a giant monster suddenly appear right in front of him. The two stared at each other for a moment, then the monster began its pursuit of Ananta and the others. Back to Ananta, he was desperately running forward with Ruby on his head, not daring to look back while the monster kept chasing closely behind. In a moment of danger, Ananta quickly jumped down the cliff and landed safely. On the opposite side, he saw a man dressed in a black cloak, sitting silently like a statue beside a dry bush. But at this moment, Ananta paid more attention to the monster. He stared fiercely at the creature glaring at him from above. With a tone full of helplessness, believing it truly wants to hunt him down and wipe him out, Ananta quickly releases Ruby, grips his axe tightly, and with a defiant look tells the monster that he will definitely make it taste the power of a descendant. Black Dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, Ruyo suddenly appeared behind him, gently removed his hat, and looked directly into the monster's eyes, causing it to panic and run away. After finishing, he kindly asked about Ananta's well-being, and that encounter completely changed his life. The scene shifted, and after a long while, Ananta finally returned to the village. Everyone in the village kept asking where he had been and wondered about Juwo's identity. Just as he was about to explain, Asita suddenly appeared. She sternly questions Ananta if he went to the mysterious beast territory again, and also asks about the identities of Ruby and Ju, who are standing beside him. After hearing this, Ananta begins to introduce his sister to Huyo, but just as he finishes, Asita suddenly covers her mouth and coughs violently, a large amount of blood immediately appearing in her hand. Seeing the scene in front of him, Ananta was momentarily overwhelmed with panic. He quickly urged his sister to go inside and rest. Everything happening at this moment is captured by Y's gaze. The scene then shifts to the camp, where the chief politely invites Ryo to enjoy the village's food. Because outsiders rarely enter the village, he believed he needed to treat his savior well for helping his tribe. Moreover, to show hospitality, the elder allowed the uncle to stay as long as he wished. This warm hospitality made Jue happy and grateful as he thanked the village chief. Immediately after, his gaze fell on Ruby. As soon as he glared, Ruby was terrified and quickly looked for a hiding spot. While still within the tribe, Ananta will be responsible for guiding according to the chief's orders. After speaking, the chief looked at Duyo, wondering why he had come to this remote place, and immediately received an answer from Duyo. It turns out he is an explorer studying geography, customs, and gods in various lands. Then he took out a map from his pocket, believing he had traveled from south to north, exploring all the continents and knew countless customs and legends. Now he was following the story of the death of the Manhwa god in this desert. More precisely, he is searching for the deity named Adidahaka, the first creature bestowed with divine power, also known as the Six Great Gods. It is an entity worshipped and greatly feared by people, the embodiment of the demon black dragon Adidaha. As night falls, everyone is gathered around the fire. Asita's sister, after taking a sip of the medicine, also felt her health improve. It turns out that the medicine was a rare herb with extraordinary properties. It will boost the body's immune system and improve overall health. Seeing her health improve, Asita gratefully thanks Yuo. Seeing that Asita had finished drinking, Yuo also quickly left, having previously advised her to rest. Ananta, upon hearing this, couldn't help but wonder, and curiously asked where he was planning to go today. Yuo also had no intention of hiding anything, and immediately responded that he would investigate the river entrance area. Hearing Yuo's answer, Ananta quickly suggested that the two of them go fishing together today. So the next morning at dawn, Ananta happily bid farewell to his sister Asita and quickly set off with Huyo, promising her he would return soon. As he turned to leave, Asita immediately called out to him. She told him to be careful on the way and to return safely to the village. Ananta smiled brightly after hearing this and assured her he would come back soon. But when he turned to leave, a chill ran down his spine as the villagers' strange gazes fixed on him. The scene changed. At that moment, Ananta and Ruyo sat together by the beach, grilling fish. He held a skewer of fish in his hand. Curious, he asked Ruyo if he would stay in the village for a whole week and also inquired about the progress of his investigation. Upon receiving Ananta's question, Yuo sighed, thinking that the sweet fruit was truly not easy to enjoy. For him, finding a few more scattered pieces of history about the Black Dragon descendants was already a great achievement. It turns out that long ago, the ancestors of humans had to face extremely brutal and terrifying foreign invaders. But with the help of the Black Dragon, they managed to defeat them. Afterwards, the descendants of those human warriors worshipped the Black Dragon, the tribe's benefactor. All of that is the complete knowledge about the descendants of the Black Dragon that Juwo has gathered. With that, Ruyo softly let out a sigh. He said that all the villagers refused to talk about Black Dragon, as if they were deliberately hiding something. Hearing this, Ananta immediately reacted. You think he's overthinking it? Duyu didn't say anything further and changed the subject, asking Ananta, do you still secretly go hunting with Asita? Recently, the number of wounds on his body has increased significantly. Facing Juwo's questioning, Ananta seriously asked him to keep the secret and also said that when there are still prey, they must seize the opportunity to hunt as much as possible. Actually, Ananta's parents both suffered from serious illnesses and passed away when he was a child, which is why Asita has been so protective of him. After speaking, Ananta's eyes glinted with sadness. He told Gio not to worry about his matters, and then proved that the wounds on his body didn't hurt at all. To break the awkward atmosphere, Ananta quickly changed the subject. He couldn't help but wonder why they were searching for the gods first. After hearing everything, Duyo calmly explained that he wanted to find the Lord's treasure. It turns out those gods hold the sources of the Lord's power. That is a power beyond all the laws of the world and human understanding. The treasure consists of 6 objects containing the strength and authority of the gods. If anyone manages to touch it, that person will surely become a being far beyond this world. After hearing the full explanation, Ananta anxiously asked about the old vessel. This directly made Ju feel suspicious, thinking that Ananta must have learned something. Realizing that his previous attitude was a bit too careless, Ananta helplessly scratched his head and decided to tell Ju everything. This is the story you heard from your sister when you were young. The Black Dragon, in its rage, didn't stop at driving out the outsiders, but continued until the entire plains turned into its domain. The Black Dragon entrusted one of its scales to the ancestors to control itself, and it fell into a deep sleep after dividing its power. Later, Ananta's ancestors built a temple in the canyon to worship the Black Dragon, and sent the village's elite warriors to protect it from falling into the wrong hands. Hearing this, Ruyo stammered to ask Ananta to take him there, but before he could speak, the boy saw through him and refused. Seeing that they couldn't go there, Ruyo suggested that Ananta take him somewhere else. After a while, they finally arrived. Seeing the magnificent scene before him, Duo said he wanted to pass through the sky and find the clouds that lead to the land of the gods. He vowed he would not stop until that dream became reality, even if it meant becoming an enemy to the entire world. All of this is caused by the Black Dragon's curse. The servants of the Demon King, the rulers of the curse and death, who would do anything to serve an evil god, are the ones who handed the Lord's treasure to an ordinary tribe. Ananta's parents' deaths and his sister's serious illness were all caused by the Black Dragon's curse. At night, the area around the village is shrouded in silent darkness. After waking up startled, Asita sleepily opened her eyes and looked at Ananta's bed nearby. Realizing he had been gone all night, she felt anxious and slowly stepped outside from the small hut. The cold night air makes her uncomfortable, and she coughs softly a few times. She worries about where Ananta could be at such a late hour. She gently lifts her face to look at the sky, hoping her brother won't catch a cold. The scene changes. At that moment, in front of a cave, while 2 guards were vigilantly watching around, he suddenly appeared from afar. Noticing his presence, they immediately took a defensive stance, pointing their spears at him and ordered him to stay still. Despite feeling extremely uncomfortable with his actions, the guard still fulfilled his duty to watch over and declared that no one without permission could enter this place. But Dewey remained unfazed by the warnings. On the contrary, he continued to advance boldly. Seeing his stubbornness, one of the guards grew angry and quickly attacked Juo with his spear. But before he could act, he swiftly grabbed the spear with his hand, and with a look of surprise on the guard's face, he punched and kicked to finish him off quickly. Witnessing the entire scene before him, the soldier beside him was momentarily stunned. While he was still trying to understand what was happening, he unleashed his ultimate move and successfully defeated the other person. After finishing, Duo coldly looked at the rock behind him and asked the person hiding inside to come out quickly. Ananta cautiously stepped out, holding a flower that kept emitting a bright light, silently marveling at Yo's incredible power. With just a few simple moves, he easily defeated the tribe's elite warrior. Returning to Juo, noticing that Ananta seemed distracted, he urged him to hurry because he wanted to finish everything before sunrise. After a while of entering the cave and fighting the guarding army, they finally reached their destination. At this moment, the flower in Ananta's hand emitted an increasingly intense glow. He was very surprised, staring intently at the flower in his hand, then glancing back with many questions, but he didn't bother to answer, only reassuring him as he slowly approached the wooden box in front, gently pushed open the lid, and the last scale immediately appeared before both of them. Realizing that only the shard in front of him is placed in the opposite direction, Duyu was extremely excited to have identified its advantage. Then he suddenly changed his attitude and pretended to be grateful for Ananta's help, but as soon as you mentioned healing your sister, he immediately turned hostile. He quickly grabs Ananta's hand, holding the flower, and points it toward the scale. Instantly, a powerful beam of light emanates from the dragon's den. Along with the intense shaking of the ground, the black dragon was successfully summoned and charged straight toward the beam of light. Seeing the scene unfolding before them, the tribespeople were now extremely panicked. Who was the fool that unleashed the power of the Lord? He returned to Ananta, now missing both arms, weakly looking at Juo, who was extremely excited in front of him, only to see him slowly reach out and grasp the strange flower inside the pillar of light and stab it straight into his chest. A blinding blue light began to emerge and spread throughout his body. After a moment, the black dragon finally reached the dragon's den and warned that Ruyo had touched the dragon's weakness, appearing extremely dangerous as he warned him of the consequences. Then, the black dragon solemnly announced its name and ordered Yo to do the same. As soon as he revealed his name, the black dragon immediately merged with him. From that moment on, the formidable and terrifying winged form finally appeared. Ananta collapsed to the ground, then looked up ahead with tired breath. In front of him appeared Ruyo. the embodiment of the wings. Idahaka with glowing red eyes, it senses that a divine treasure is inside his body. How can a normal body from the star system in the sky withstand it? Kaneda asked him about the previous owner of the treasures, but he said Idahaka was asking unnecessary questions. He spread his shining orbs and descended, saying he already finished them all and took the treasure. He shot bullets toward him. Those things caused a huge explosion, and a thick cloud of dust rose from the ground from the earlier shockwave. While Aida was approaching, he was still speaking down from above. Because he separated God's treasure from the body, the energy had gradually depleted. He smirks maliciously, the shadow of the gods personally burying him. Amitabha blazes with fierce red light, furious and challenging him to see if he has enough strength to do it. It opens its mouth and spews a stream of red fire toward him. Rui flaps his wings to dodge the flames. Idahaka, furious, flaps its wings and soars into the sky. It speeds straight toward his position. He is also flying to escape its pursuit. Around Idahaka, many fireballs are surrounding him. Then it swings its wings to shoot those fireballs toward Yo, causing him to suddenly startle. At this moment, he also uses his ultimate move, converging a large source of light in front to block the fire orbs, and the two powers clash, causing a massive explosion. Over here, Idahaka with its glowing red eyes glares at him and growls. It flaps its wings harder, enveloped in a blazing red aura, then thrusts its wings forward, sending a stream of red energy straight at him. RY sneered slightly at that move. He spread his wings wide, gathering energy. The beams of light from the wing flap return towards Ajidahaka, with sparks and flashes colliding to create continuous, small explosions. Ajidahaka is suddenly surprised by something flying toward it. A beam of light is rushing straight at it. The giant beam of light creates a spectacular explosion. The light and sound disturb the entire area of everyone's tents. Asita clenched his fist tightly, looking up at the scene above the sky. Ananta was now covered in wounds, trembling with each sob, blood pouring from his mouth. His arms are gone. He kneels on the stone surface, breathing heavily with each gasp. Ananta looks up at the distant sky and quietly calls out, "Sister." Idahaka has fallen to the ground, causing a strong shock. It is now lying on the ground in a critical condition. Surrounded by thick smoke, Rio looked down from above, smiling with satisfaction. He smirked and then confirmed that Ajidahaka had lost, its heart completely scorched. After saying that, he didn't forget to sneer once more. Duyo looked up at the sky, spread his wings, and smiled contentedly. At last he could ascend to heaven. He soared into the sky, leaving a trail of light behind him. Anand's eyes welled with tears. Why did it end up like this? I did everything for her. Suddenly, he was startled by Idahaka's voice. It was speaking in its final moments, and he had cut off the hand of the embodiment of these wings. Tears welled up and streamed down his eyes, his whole body trembling. He begged for forgiveness, saying everything he did was only for his sister. Idahaka's eyes burn with rage in the face of death. It is no longer happy. Its entire body blazes red, and it will tear him apart and crush his bones. Ada struggles to rise with her last remaining strength, flapping her crimson wings fiercely. As its wings spread out, it lifts its face to the sky and screams. Anand looks up at the scene before him with tears streaming down his face and says two words, "Demon King." Idahaka flapped its wings forcefully and started soaring higher. It stretched out and flew straight ahead. He opens his eyes wide, watching that image. It is heading toward the village. Soon, Idahaka flew to their village and blew fire directly down onto it. The village is burning in flames. People are screaming and running, but it's too late. His sister was also burned in that raging fire, flames roaring and mixing with screams of agony. Ananta could only stand there and scream, "Sister." Idahaka returned to where he was sitting and charged straight at him. His body was surrounded by a curtain of red flames, every cell stained crimson. Ada shouted at the humans, using all her remaining strength to say that he would be forever surrounded by death and countless disasters. Then it faded out like a dying ember. In the prison, Ananta was still collapsed on the ground. He slowly wakes up, opening his eyes. The sky is bright and the trees are bare and dry. Duyoyo and Ri look into the distance. An unexpectedly long journey, Nadia still staring blankly without moving. A crack appeared. Ruyo spoke, returning to their sacred land. Beharon struck the crack, revealing another dimension. Duyo froze when he heard Nadia speak. Mithan also caught Ri's attention. Nadia said they called him a cowardly creature. They deceive themselves into thinking they are gods, but the child right in front of her is the true deity. She hugs her body, telling her that before meeting him she had no memories at all. Please tell her. Rio smirked and confirmed that it was indeed little Anta. Everything is the result of cause and effect. When cause and effect cease to exist, they will disappear. He smiled eerily with bright eyes. Fate is like that. He eagerly awaits the day he will meet her again. Nadia frowned as she heard those words. At this moment, Rajelsa and Haja was immersed in the water. She let her fiery red hair fall over the edge, dreaming and scanning for news that His Majesty had returned from the southern surveillance outpost. She slid up. It's been a long time since she last heard such good news. She just stepped up and said, "Luckily, I wouldn't know what to do if it was bad news." Rajelsa is dressed in Mo's robes. Scan continues to report. According to the received information, there is a manifestation accompanied by 2 people traveling with him. She asked if the manifestation has wings, and Mo replied, "It would be best for your highness to see and judge for yourself." She smiled contentedly. At a grand fortress on the mountain, Bia and the group enter inside. He walks with Nadia. Just like Ananta, he claims to have a deep grudge against the embodiment of the wings, which is why he invited them to the organization's headquarters. On the surface, he claims it's for fighting together, but clearly what he really wants is Anta's power, and after the battle ended, the rabbit girl disappeared without anyone knowing her whereabouts. Nadia walks with a determined face. She could have gone somewhere else, but somehow she chose to go to the north to meet someone. That person is the Duke BH, who has arrived. In the room, everyone is present and standing neatly in a row. Rupa looked towards where everyone was moving, while Takan crossed his arms with his eyes closed. The announcement of Her Majesty the Princess's arrival, Rajelsa entered with Mo and Scan. Nadia frowns as she watches. The other is Princess Munguia, a warrior from the kingdom, a militia organization with a grudge against the embodiment of the wings. Rajelsa sits on the chair with a satisfied smile, embodying a strong woman. Bioch bowed respectfully to greet Rajelsa, and she also responded with congratulations. She asked him to tell her about the results of the expedition. According to the original plan, to reach the cafe's temple, they eliminated a group of arena participants and disguised themselves as them. There were some unexpected incidents, but in the end he managed to infiltrate the divine temple. There he encountered the embodiment of the Duyo wings. When people heard his name, they all looked up. Rajelsa continued to ask about the story as Bia calmly recounted it. Immediately after he charged into the fight, but shamefully was defeated by him. Hearing that, she frowned and scolded. "So you went back empty-handed and humiliated like this? You must feel really uncomfortable. Winning or losing is part of a warrior's life. No matter how many times he loses, one day his own hands will end him." Miss Phi laughed at his attitude, then burst into loud laughter. Now that's more like it. Now Rajelsa finally notices the person walking beside him. Nadia bows and is introduced by him. She is the embodiment of nature. She is part of a group seeking the embodiment of wings. He respectfully told Rajelsa, "Nadia is the new ally who will assist Levatin further. Thanks to her help during the expedition, he was able to bring the person here to meet His Highness." She asked where the others were, and Mo then said, "They are called people, but they are just a rough man with an ordinary young girl." She proposed cooperation in exchange for their care and protection. The girl's health is quite stable now, so she will be sent to the orphanage soon. That rough man is being treated at the medical facility as his condition has improved, but his current state is serious, in a deep coma with no response. Mo suggested that if she wanted to use force, she could bring him along, but she refused. Rajelsa stepped forward to greet Nadia. Rajelsa stepped closer, extending her hand forward. Nadia took her hand and bowed politely. "Thank you for the warm welcome, Your Highness." But more than that, at this moment, Rajelsa finally pressed Nadia for the reason she allied with Leva. What is it called? Rajelsa suspects she is a spy. Nadia quickly responds that she wants to negotiate over the branch that has merged with her. She wants to know all the information Levatin has about it. Someone calls out Raj's name. They turned to look back. Koopa, feeling angry, shouted, "Why bother listening to her?" As soon as she entered, Koopa smelled the foul odor from the manifestation of the wings, and then pointed at Nadia's face and asked, "Did the manifestation of the wings give you the branch?" At this moment, Bee also glanced at her, and Rajelsa, curious, turned to ask her again. Nadia placed her hand on her chest. Cuba was right since she first met him. The branch has been resonating with her. But the fact that it is united with her clearly proves she has no information. Rajelsa turned to ask BH if he had told Nadia about the branch yet. He replied that he hadn't disclosed any information because he hadn't received permission. If Nadia is the one the embodiment of the wings is searching for, then this is clearly their 102 opportunity. While she was calling the prince, Rajelsa angrily shouted, "What's going on that you're interrupting?" That person apologized for intervening but said it was urgent. There is a massacre happening in the residential area right now. At this moment, the fiery image of Ada appears. Remembering how it invaded her body back then, Ananta felt like she was no longer herself. His mind is gradually losing its clarity. It lifts its head up and growls with the entire area engulfed in flames. It carefully steps forward, stomping on the ground before taking off and then rushing ahead at full speed. Then it stopped at a high open space and howled loudly. Ananta stared in shock as the image of the burning village appeared before him. Everything from the people to the huts is gone. He sheds his disguise and steps outside. Mr. Lu's body, no longer whole, takes each step slowly. The image of his gentle, beautiful sister smiling appears alongside her voice saying, "Anan, be careful on your way." His beautiful sister had been burned to nothing. Ananta stared angrily at the charred body. He let out a scream and then held his sister's body trembling, crying uncontrollably with his own heartbreak. His eyes bled streams of red as he screamed in despair. All he felt was hatred and revenge. He was determined to kill with his own hands. Ananta opened his tearful eyes slightly and sat up, unaware of where he was. A cute little girl sitting under the bed calling him Kokanen. He wonders who she is. Suddenly he paused for a moment. Is this girl a goddess? Ananta braced himself with his hands on his legs. There was no more time to think. Now he had to find Juo's name immediately. Suddenly he cleared his throat and the girl looked up to ask about him. He gasped for air as he choked, and his vision gradually blurred. Then he fell because of abusing the power of the curse. The girl quickly ran outside. He frowned and looked ahead. The people in the city were crowded and all looking in the same direction. There, Ananta, wounded, takes each step carefully, looking around. Where is this place? A vast space, but I can't see the sky. Is this an underground city? Someone asks him to stop, suspecting he's not a local. They pointed their spears at him, demanding he surrender peacefully or they would use force against him. He exhaled sharply and challenged them. At this moment, someone stepped forward, scratching his head, and asked, "Have you seen his kid around?" Ananta looked at the symbol on that person's hand. Earlier, he remembered a symbol that would help him find the embodiment of the wings. Those on his side would definitely have this emblem. Ananta reached out and touched him. Suddenly, a dagger was pressed right before his eyes. That person is swinging a sword at Ananta, his eyes shining brightly. He doesn't like those who touch him from behind. He also swings his fist towards him. He also feels that you're very strong. He quickly retreats. Today, he can't beat you. He winks menacingly. He looks like he's ready to die. His body was blazing with a fiery red aura. How could he have such a commanding presence? Ananta asked about the hand sign on his right hand. He looked at him with anger, clenched his fists, and asked if he had any connection to the embodiment of the wings. But he said nothing and grabbed his sword, running straight toward Ananta. He also quickly dodged, though a bit suddenly. He swung his dagger in continuous slashes toward him, but he managed to avoid all of them. Ananta's whole body pressed against the wall looking at him. The man swung his sword and said, "If you want something, take it with your own strength." After saying that, he swung his sword to use the serpent claw technique. Ao swung his sword fiercely forward, and a thick cloud of smoke billowed up, then dispersed. Ao suddenly froze when he saw Ananta with his two giant blazing red arms. Ananta looked at Ao with a murderous glare. Ao smirked and asked, "What's with those arms?" A soldier shouted loudly, "Quick, inform the queen and request urgent reinforcements." Ananta's eyes flashed, and he charged straight at Ao, using his giant clawed arm to attack him with incredible speed. Ao also dodged Anta's attack swiftly, observing him while thinking of a plan. It's too dangerous. Facing him head-on with a sword wouldn't stop him. However, from the very beginning, he was not in his optimal condition. After a while of attacking Ao without success, Ananta stopped. Suddenly, he crouched down in pain. Ao, as if waiting for this moment for a long time, seized the opening and rushed forward to thrust his sword straight through Ananta's body. A growl echoed from Ananta as his face transformed into that of a monster. Ao quickly withdrew his sword and stepped back. Ananta roared, and his entire body transformed into a fierce giant monster. Ao bent down to draw his sword for battle, suddenly realizing that he was scared, and then a sound of retreat echoed behind him. Regelsa rushes from behind, swinging his sword fiercely at the monster's head. Nadia quickly shouts, "Please wait, he's not the enemy, don't kill him." Regelsa, with a serious expression and a cold voice, says, "If he harms my people, no matter who he is, I will not spare him. Ugly monster, I will end you right now." Ananta, in his monster form, suddenly clawed at himself. The scene was truly horrifying. The soldiers stared in disbelief at the scene before them, and he strangled himself. The monster collapsed to the ground. Nadia anxiously watches as Anant and Regelsa approaches to see the monster has transformed back into Ananta. She was extremely surprised. What's going on? This guy. Standing beside the messenger, he reported that under his orders, the bandits have been imprisoned in the dungeon, and the spirit of nature is now under the surveillance of the royal army, and has received orders to stay put and wait for his command. We have monitored their every move, but chaos still erupted. Dream stood beside and added, "The rumors spreading across the fortress are only a matter of time." Regelsa said, "Everyone must be aware of the situation now. Now we will begin the leaders' meeting." The main topic is the upcoming arrangements for the man named Ananta. The final decision will be announced after hearing everyone's opinions here. Rupa, resting her chin on her hand, said, "Why keep such a dangerous man in the fortress any longer? There's no need for further discussion." "Forget about him," Ao chuckled. "Why so tense? He looks interesting too, so just take full advantage of him." I cross my arms and frown. "Shut up, Ao, I'm not interested." Regelsa asked BH, "Do you know anything about him?" BH politely replied, "I do care for you." Rupa clenched her fist and slammed it on the table, angrily shouting, "Are you joking? Putting a monster into the fortress without any warning, what do you think he's thinking? Just his appearance alone has already caused chaos in the fortress. No matter what everyone says, I am determined to bring him in." Queen Rajsa, I didn't expect his power to be so unstable and terrifying, but it's true that he has a grudge against the embodiment of the wings. If we can harness that strength under our command, it will become an unbeatable weapon. I hope your majesty will consider allowing him to join the row forces. Rupa slammed the table and stood up. Rajelsa, are you really going to listen to those nonsense words? You already fought him in the arena, so why not fight him properly and kill him? Sitting cross-legged, leaning on your chin, causing trouble first. It's a bit shameless to say this now, but forget it. Pooh, the messenger, steps forward with a bright smile, the adorable girl with standout rabbit legs responding to the Emperor's summons to the place where Ananta is imprisoned, while Blackfood mockingly speaks to him. How are you, Ananta? I thought you had run away already. Looks like I was worried for nothing, but the way you look at me makes me so happy. W.F. Pooh takes off his hat and greets everyone with a bright smile. Honorable Queen and esteemed heroes, this humble messenger humbly requests to be introduced. Rupa kept questioning when seeing the stranger, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Ao looked toward W.F. Food and saw something peeking out from behind. Rhett sticks his head out. Ao happily smiles and gestures to welcome her as she runs toward him. As soon as she let her guard down, that troublesome girl disappeared again. Bat asked about W.F. Food. "Queen Rajelsa, who is this?" Rajelsa replied, "There's no need to panic. She has the ability to cross space, a high-ranking member of a keen organization called Rough Foot. Before you return, they made a deal with me." She recounts that W. Food told her that you are not interested in the ability to eliminate the winged avatar. At first I thought it was just a half-hearted game, but it's clear she predicted everything from the start. Now, looking at W. Food, she says, "That offer sounds tempting, so tell me, what are your conditions?" W. Food clapped his hands and smiled. "You are truly perceptive. I want to form a long-term alliance between Thoquak and Lava. In exchange, Thoquak will do everything to defeat the winged embodiment and hand over the vengeful spirit embodiment to you." That useless information, a loud voice suddenly rang out, startling W.F. Everyone turned their eyes toward the source of the voice. So it was Ananta. He only criticized W. Food for causing all this chaos and even dared to deceive others with his words. I don't need any wish or deal. Ruby, lying peacefully in Rhett's arms, suddenly jumped up and ran quickly toward him, after hearing Ananta's voice, then climbed onto his body. He confidently pointed at himself and said, "I am the one who will end the incarnation of the wings." Rupa is furious, her hands turning into claws, saying, "If the culprit should stay in prison, give me the order. Rajelsa, I will deal with him right now." Rajelsa doesn't seem to be in a hurry. Calm down, Rupata wants to know everything clearly. Her eyes carefully observe Anta, quite interesting. Every scar on his body is proof of the battles he's fought. The murderous aura hidden beneath his skin is surging with a more formidable intensity than anyone he's encountered before. The embodiment of the W.F. Food assassin approaches closer to Ananta. Come on, everyone, this is Ananta, the strongest card of the Fox Nation. In her mind, she wondered again if this person was truly the embodiment of the vengeful tiger. Ananta pressed his large hand against W's tiny head, his eyes blazing with bloodshot veins. "Since when did I become the prize you stole? You must be fed up with life, huh?" Blackfood is holding his arm and trying to coax him, but didn't Ananta already lose to the embodiment of wings? "You can't fight alone. Let's go, Alliance." He glances at her, gritting his teeth. "You bastard." Blackfood is teasing W. Food. She doesn't look very comfortable, does she? W. Food is still pressed down by Ananta, laughing bitterly. She can see it too. More importantly, it seems he's not very stable, but it looks like Ananta's adjustment is complete. Rajelsa asked Ananta if it's true that you will be able to kill the embodiment of the wings. Ananta didn't have time to speak before W.F. Food interrupted to claim his share. "Your Highness, as I have already said." Rajel's face darkened and his voice grew deeper. Wood is asking Ananta. She looked at Anta. "Where you come from doesn't matter. There is still space for someone to enter, but what I want is to see your strength and abilities firsthand. The important thing here is your endless fury towards the embodiment of the wings." Annan looked at her and asked, "What is your name?" She looked straight at him and replied, "Rajelsa Enza. You ask me if I can kill the embodiment of the wings? Oh, I have a curse that steals others' abilities. The more monsters I swallow, the stronger I become. That's why my power is limitless. If you want an alliance, you'd better behave, you little brats. In the name of the Queen, I declare that Lava will form an alliance with you, the embodiment of revenge." She then turns to order Scan and Mo to bring Nadia here. In another place, Bailan opened the door and stepped in. Ree stood beside the corpse of the monster, wearing a strange smile. Blood splattered all over his face, limbs, and clothes. "This is just a celebration for our third member. According to your orders, everyone is present. Yo commands, open the door for me." Baron immediately unleashed a move that created sharp ice blocks around him. A place of utter darkness appeared before his eyes, with monsters snarling and raging wildly. Ruiyu looked down from above at that abyss filled with howling monsters, his eyes and voice cold. "Don't forget, you have all been abandoned by the Lord, lost your humanity to evil spirits, and there's no way for you to return to your original form anymore. Stay alert. Suddenly he spread his blazing wings and shouted, "Do the blind and ignorant, those scorned by the world and oppressed by injustice, deserve this death as the end of your sacrifice? Is this truly the meaning of your existence?" He charged straight down and stood among the monsters. "I am not of this world, but a being who turns the denizens of this place into a bridge leading to God's land. Show me what you're capable of. Those who endure to the end will be granted wings of grace." The monsters understood his words and went berserk, tearing each other apart in a horrifying scene. Blood splattered everywhere. He still stood there without flinching or fear, laughing eerily. On Raja's side, Nadia was brought in, her eyes wide as she looked at Ananta. Ananta also has WF Food. W Food raises his hat and greets her with a bright smile. "Miss Nadia, it's been a while, hasn't it?" She looked at Break Food and asked, "Who is that?" Rajelsa reassured her. "Don't worry too much. I've ordered the other commanders to step back so you can relax." Nadia glanced at Ananta, pondering. He was clearly unstable just now. Was it just a coincidence? Rajelsa continued, "I just had a conversation with that Ananta over there, and we declare that both of us are now official members of Levaton." "When did I say I was on your side?" Bo H then tried to persuade him, "It's just a temporary alliance, it's okay. We need your strength to capture the embodiment of the wings, and since you're part of the temporary alliance, you can also use our help. Isn't that very convenient? If Nadia wants to get an answer, she must cooperate with Levaton. From this moment on, the road ahead will not be easy. I only hope you are ready to accept the answer you have been seeking." Nadia's determined gaze said, "I have made my intentions very clear, so please tell me about the branch embedded deep within this body." Rajelsa spoke. "Miss, her real name is also the name of a branch of the World Tree. In BH's report about the fight at cafes, you must have seen how a brutal creature was transformed into a god, right?" Nadia immediately thought of Rit as that kid. Rajelsa continues speaking. "The true nature of the branch of the winged blessing is often a catalyst for evolution from an evil creature into a god." BH continued, "She was also affected by Ruyo, which is why she became a god, and she is someone born with the blood of the embodiment of the wings. Her current appearance is the result of the power of the branch, and maybe her original form was some kind of demon." Her face turned pale as she stammered, "It can't be like that. If the embodiment of the wings truly has power equal to the Supreme Being, why would it use it on a demon instead of a god? The branch also has the ability to turn a god into a demonic creature." Rajelsa grimaced as she explained to Nadia and remembered when she was young. "I was the one who saw with my own eyes the day my homeland Vanya turned to dust. The god of Vanya was turned into a demon by the embodiment of the wings." Anand still keeps that aloof attitude and speaks with that unpleasant tone, making it hard to listen. "Based on what you just said, this girl might be a follower of Yuo or some kind of demon or something. No matter how she looks, she's just a fool who can't even kill a single bug." Bat told him, "That's why she's very special. Maybe this is the creature closest to the world's cloud that Ju is searching for." He widened his eyes and asked again about the world's cloud. Rajel replied, "That's right. Our royal family has many legends about the branch of the world tree. The world's cloud layer is the fissure that appeared simultaneously with the birth of the world tree. The embodiment of the wings always aims to penetrate the world of the Supreme Being through that crack, which is why we constantly try to create a creature capable of becoming a seedling for the world tree. However, the power from the branch is too great for ordinary creatures to withstand, and only a few are capable of wielding that strength. This is the crucial point. We are here to find the branch in Ruyo's hand. With your help, we will defeat the royal guards who have been turned into monsters." Rajelsa stood up from her queen's throne, gathered everyone, and clearly said, "We are currently here. Commander of the 3 stars Ao and Commander of the 4 stars Ruba, I order both of you to march directly to the Paza region." The soldiers below all raised their fists and shouted in unison, "Understood." Stand with both hands on the sword, planted straight into the ground, looking extremely imposing, and with a firm voice say, "In the name of the Vanguard, establish a friendly forward base in that local area for me. Our goal is to drive out the demons that have taken over the PSA region. Wishing everyone success in the battle." 3 days ago, W Food was talking with Nadia. "This is Vyria's secret fortress in the northern continent, with 500 elite warriors led by the Queen and a small number of mercenaries under BH's orders. Under their protection, thousands of common people have been able to settle down and build their lives. Those commanders are all as powerful as gods. Levat can be considered the strongest resistance organization among the forces opposing the wings. It would be better if Ananta's defeat in the CFES battle strengthened their side." W Food continued, "Nadia's escape was simply beyond their expectations. Anyway, we now have a powerful ally. Ananta's strength is a double-edged sword. It can bring the power and might of a demon, but if he doesn't accept that power immediately, he will lose his sanity and turn into a monster." The two look over at Ananta and Break Food sitting nearby. "Who is that over there?" White Food replied, "This is Break Food, also a member of the SC organization like me. She has the power of hypnosis to suppress Ananta's anger, but that's only temporary. Quickly hunting and killing the demon is the only way to break the curse. I've said enough. Nadia, do you want to make a pact with us?" Nadia was surprised and a bit suspicious. What kind of pact? W gently smiled and extended her hand. Please help Ananta subdue the embodiment of the wings, and in return, we promise to ensure your safety. Konad's body contains a branch that can attract the embodiment of the wings, and when that happens, he will surely reveal his true form to Nadia. Nadia replied honestly, I don't agree. I just want no one else to be sacrificed alive. I don't want to just stand there and watch, so there's no need for any exchange. She extends her hand to protect the innocent from being sacrificed to Yo. W Food, I will cooperate with you. W Food scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. This isn't exactly a formal agreement, but she extended her hand to shake hands with Nadia. Well done. The negotiation was successful. Food stood up excitedly and said, I will now tell you the upcoming plan. Queen Rajelsa will use the power of Ananta to retake the ancient capital of Viria. They are probably preparing to retake Fakvang, a cursed land filled with corpses. The ruler of the land called Pasa is Nadia, she immediately said. The divine embodiment Alakon WF Food responded that he is a one-horned celestial horse, one of the 6 primordial gods, and also an aide of the god who protects Valkyria. According to the queen, Alakon turned into a demon shortly after encountering the embodiment of the wings. Ananta's voice rang out, succinctly avenging the monster that had destroyed an entire country. It's such a simple task even a fool could understand. Ananta stepped closer to the two, clenching his fists as if ready to kill. Hey kid, send the message and take me to the next hunting ground. WF Pooh is helpless with him. So then, why are you so impatient? The expedition will last 3 days, with 2 commanders from Lavat leading a total of 100 soldiers. Ned W. Food opens a black portal with the coordinates already set, ready to jump through whenever he wants to go. Ao stepped out with hands on hips, glancing sideways. Well done, girls. Rupa clenched her fists with fierce determination. Everyone, don't let yourselves die. It's still too early to go to Valhalla. Ananta broke out in a sweat, panting heavily. Black Food chuckled mockingly. Are you about to vomit, Ananta? Ananta's eyes burn with deadly intent. Of course I could kill anyone right now. A dark, gloomy, cold atmosphere appears. The trees here are only left with their trunks and branches. Ao and Rupa run to the edge of the black hole. Rupa suddenly realizes something and screams. Ao looks down and sees a ferocious monster opening its mouth towards them. Nadia quickly transforms into twisted branches, shaped like a horse, to confront the monster. But the creature is too powerful and immediately crushes Nadia's branches beneath it. Ananta appears and punches the monster directly on the head with his giant arm. Ao and Rupa watch the whole scene. Ao smirks and says, This mission is more interesting than I thought. All the soldiers have also arrived here. Ananta sits leaning against the tree. Black Food stood beside, looking at the clock, then closed it and observed the surroundings. This place seems so dark that not even a ray of light can get in. Inside the fortress, Rajelsa stands with her hands on the table holding a map. Arupa, from now on I will clearly explain the upcoming expedition of teams 3 and 4. Forang includes the nearby northern coast, mostly covered by grasslands as it is originally a habitat for fish and fairy tribes. In the past, thanks to their help, Vanthoa was able to resist invasions. But now, only McLu's deadly army can spread destruction and suffering everywhere. Building a strong fortress is our top priority. You two will lead the vanguard to establish the front line. Do I really have to build a fortress as well? Why not just use W Food's power? The embodiment of the rabbit is always ready, and any mistakes in the plan will be our fault. Rajelsa replied, if we could use the royal passage directly, that would be perfect. But W Food's capabilities only allow us to go from the starting point to the safest location. Currently, Vengus can only reach the forest in the south of the royal road. Without proper preparation, going further is impossible. It also means someone must accept the danger of traveling thousands of kilometers away from the royal road to ensure safety. To prepare for this, Ananta and Nadia need to join the alliance. Rupa reassures her. Don't worry, Rajelsa. With me and Ao, that's enough. Rajelsa seems not to notice Rupa's words, still looking extremely tense. 4 leaders Rupa, this is the Queen's order. After receiving the command for a week, meet up with Ananta's group at the headquarters. And remember, don't die. Return safely to reunite with your brothers. At Anta's place, Nadia looked down at Ruby crawling on the ground. All right, Ruby. A large flame engulfs the monster. Rupa looks over at Ananta leaning against the tree with his head bowed, while Break Food crouches nearby watching him. Rupa clicked her tongue, looking annoyed. Ao then handed her a piece of paper. Why are you so openly dissatisfied? Rupa calmly walks on. Anyway, we're about to enter the forest. From now on, we will fight side by side as comrades again, Rupa replied without hesitation. That phrase about comrades is just to mock those who are abandoned. Someone willing to risk their life at any moment and in every situation is a true comrade. That nameless one can forget about being my ally. Rupa walks up to Ananta, loudly and straightforwardly intimidating him. Looks like some people only have the courage to be bold once before backing down. I never expected you to be weaker than I thought. How is it that someone who can't lift a finger without a protector by their side is our ally? Ananta frowned and said, just tell me what you want, Rupa continued without hesitation. It seems Regelsa is very interested in your abilities, but I don't think so. You're still struggling to control your power, even after defeating a god before. Have you truly learned to restrain yourself in your rage? Nadia asked, surprised as she carried Ruby. What happened? Rupa replied to Nadia, looking like a bomb about to explode. Ananta couldn't hold back anymore and stepped closer to Rupa, loudly saying, "Just tell me what you want." Rupa was about to explode. "So I want you to stop talking nonsense. You bastard. You and your gang better get lost and stay out of my sight. I will let Regelsa know that you ran away out of fear." She brandished her claws, her eyes flashing with a fierce red glow. "If you refuse, I will tear you apart right here." My anger also flared, and I prepared to transform, my eyes flashing with deadly intent. "Shut up before I do. That's enough, all right." Rupa found herself standing alone in front of the skeletons of monsters, and then she saw Rajals. So it turns out Breakfood used hypnosis to erase Rupa's mind. Ananta, just stop already. Ananta is still furious. She provoked me, and now she wants me to stop. Breakfood keeps hypnotizing Rupa. Are you still planning to go further at this point? He snorted and suddenly widened his eyes, pushing Breakfood away. A giant serpent with a terrifying open mouth rushes toward him and Ruba. The serpent bites, its body coiling around the tree, and with a worried face, he shouts, "Ruba," then turns to command the soldiers, "Call 10 people here quickly to chase after them." A horde of monsters rushes toward them. Nadia's branch shoots up from the ground, piercing through their bodies. She clenched the branch in her hand and shouted, "Everyone is ready to fight. The whole swarm is coming." Ananta covered Rupanobu's mouth after hiding behind a tree to escape the pursuit of the snake beasts. He whispered to her to stay quiet, recalling the moment they were swallowed by the giant snake, with her still unconscious inside its belly, while he used his enormous arm to punch through its body and escape. The giant snake's eyes widened in pain as it roared and collapsed to the ground. He gently laid Rupa down. "You're awake now? You're lucky." She still doesn't understand what happened and shouts at him, "What kind of attitude is that of yours?" When she looks down at her chest, she suddenly realizes that her shirt has been torn quite a bit due to the fight. She shyly blushed and covered her chest with her hand. He explained to help her understand, forgetting that she had been swallowed by the snake and was now trying to find a way out. Her face relaxed, her eyes flickering with doubt. Could it be that he really protected me? Ananta raised his hand to look at it and pondered. Recharging energy is too slow. It will take at least a while before I can move again. He told her it's a bit polluted here, almost close to the acid solution. Rupa quickly stood up in a panic. "You're still so calm after being swallowed here? How long has it been? My teammate?" Ananta glanced behind, suddenly pulling Rupa to sit close beside him. "What's wrong? What are you doing?" He covers her mouth with his hand and says, "Be quiet." Anta looks around and sees giant snakes searching for them, surrounded on all sides. Is this the territory of those snakes? More importantly, why do I feel so uncomfortable? Are they demons? No, maybe gods? Are you planning to fight them? No, as you said, I can't fully control the curse right now. If I use all my strength without holding back, it could easily lead to uncontrollable rage, but I don't want them to devour me just yet. Now there are two options. One is to take the hit and then face them. The second is to try to avoid direct combat and return to the League. It's up to you. Rupa immediately continues, and the third is to break through the encirclement to follow the original route out of the forest. Just the scent alone is enough to tell. There are countless snake bodies around us, hunting for prey. If we rush out now, we'll be cornered immediately. Even if we retreat to the reinforcements, it will only lead to unnecessary losses. He asked, "Do you have a more feasible way?" Her face slightly blushed, a bit unwilling. "I don't like that, but get on my back." "What do you mean? What do you want to do?" She was too lazy to explain, and just told him not to ask questions and to do as she said. Her eyes flash bright red like a hunting beast, holding on tightly to avoid falling. She transforms into a wolf, carrying him on her back, as Phi speeds away at an incredible pace. The serpent monsters roared in unison as she swiftly bit into their bodies, tearing them apart and splattering blood everywhere. She kept running forward quickly. The snake monsters were chasing closely behind. Ananta shouted, "We're about to cut them off." Rupa also said loudly, "We're almost out of the forest. Hang in there a little longer." She thought about her teammates fighting, and it would make things a bit safer for them. Just when she thought they were about to leave the forest, she suddenly realized something was ahead. Wait, there's someone there. His pupils dilated. He looked at the image on the old man's shirt in front of him. A senior wearing glasses on the left, his right eye looking sinister like a snake's eye, sitting cross-legged reading a book on top of a giant snake. "I'm sorry, but no one is allowed to leave here. Get on." He finished speaking, and a swarm of snakes emerged from the ground, opening their mouths toward Ananta and Ruba. Ananta was sweating, his face showing worry. Is it too fast to avoid this? Rupa suddenly bit his arm and threw him away, while she was bitten by the snakes. She cried out in pain. Ananta quickly rushed forward and punched the snakes. Rupa transforms back into a human, her face now pale, her voice weak. "I guess you owe me now." After saying that, she collapses unconscious. Ananta reached out to catch her. The old man closed his book, sneering, "Do you want to protect your companion? It's useless." Ananta is furious, his power surging wildly outward. "You want to get punched to death, huh?" the centaur roared in fear. On this side has drawn the silent killing stance and is ready. As soon as the beast lunged forward, I pierced it through the chest with a single sword strike, causing the beast to fall and send its soul to the afterlife. Although she had defeated the monster, she didn't show any joy, but instead revealed worry. Just as Nadia approached with her staff and looked at the fallen horse, she finally let out a sigh of relief, indicating her side's casualties were not significant. The pawn behind has a sullen face like meeting an ex-lover, and steps forward to call Nadia. Ananta thinks there's something not quite right about this. Looking at how they attack, it seems these monsters aren't targeting their group at all. Instead, they look more like they're trying to escape from predators. Ananta recalls the terrifying scene from before. That made Ananta think of the giant snake that had swallowed the two people earlier. Just as the atmosphere was tense, little Breakfood suddenly appeared out of nowhere and approached the two of them. "Hey!" She suddenly scolded the two of them to stop chatting. They stood frozen for a few seconds as if they had plenty of free time to chat, but she should be the one getting scolded. Ao is quite gentle, but if she ever meets me, she'll get scolded right away. She's implying that their current mission is to find Ananta as soon as possible before things become a mess that even she can't handle. In a quiet night elsewhere, something suddenly sped down toward the ground. Upon closer look, it was Ananta carrying Ruba. Both of them are badly injured, barely able to breathe. Rupa told Ananta that trying is useless. This is a deadly toxin from her clone, and even evil creatures that touch it will die instantly. A voice suddenly echoed, saying that without timely treatment, that manifestation will die. Looking into the distance, there was an old man standing there with long white hair flowing down. This British ghostly head really makes people reluctant to look directly, fearing eye pollution. Plus, he's styling his eyes covered, and behind him is a huge black snake. Truly a destructive combo. Talking about demons might sound a bit cruel, but just look at this old man's appearance. Even ghosts are afraid, let alone humans. I thought his incredible presence would make him truly impressive. Yet even after half a day, there was still no response from Ananta, truly shooting oneself in the foot. Ananta Rupa drops to the ground. He will return after stripping that old man completely. Rupa anxiously watched as Ananta's figure shouted out loud, "Don't do it," but it was completely hopeless. You walk towards the old man, embodying the majestic true form of the shattered divine lizard, ready to fight the old man, Ain. Ananta told Tran Rupa that he would destroy that demon and take her to Bakfood. The old man, watching from afar, muttered, "The savage nature is deeply ingrained. It seems that person is the one mentioned in Bond's report." Then he stepped forward, spread his arms, summoned his divine beast, and said, "What kind of name is this old skeleton's Ying? The embodiment of gullibility?" As soon as he finished, the black snakes lunged at the divine lizard. But within a second, shards of the black snakes' bodies were scattered everywhere, leaving only the fury of the lizard. The silver-haired old man remained calm as he watched its movements. Just as it was about to attack him, his black snake avatar revealed itself. But the speed of the divine lizard is too fast, and part of the black snake's tail was injured by it. Seizing the opportunity, it charged at the old man, thinking it could defeat him. But perhaps it has never heard the saying that an old ginger is spicier. Even I could see the flaws in his tactics, yet he claims to be a super VIPR snake god, but he still got caught in the trap by the old man. Just as I was about to reach him, the resurrected black snake suddenly coiled tightly around his body, and the old man with white hair laughed triumphantly. He. Speed, strength, accuracy, all perfect, but still not enough to fight me. This old man's vanity is proportional to his age. I've seen many handsome and beautiful people who are vain, but a silver-haired man who's still narcissistic. That's a first for me. Rupa struggles to crawl toward the ongoing battle. After a few steps, a figure appears and blocks her. It's Lagertha. Rupa wondered how she could risk her life to fight for others, and Lagertha cheerfully replied, "Teammates are people we can trust and give our lives for at any time." Moreover, if it were Rupa, Lagertha would also be willing to risk her life. Hearing that, Rupa's eyes showed a hint of sadness. She blames herself for being so useless and hopes Lagertha promises to return safely to the bank. With the current situation, Lagertha cannot fulfill Rupa's wish. This time, she couldn't keep her promise to Rupa. Asen stepped into the battle and raised her hand to attack, but in an instant, her hand was gone. It stared in shock as its claws were torn off and fell to the ground next to the fierce wolf, its body blazing with the fire of battle, while the green dragon nearby was still confused about what was happening. It didn't even see anything. What is really happening here? But that no longer matters. What I need to think about now is that there's no time left for the battle ahead. It's all too late. A shadow rushes in, using dark blood to tear it apart from all sides. Its entire body now is covered in wounds and blood, while the wolf glares arrogantly, a privilege only the strong have that the defeated cannot attain. The defeated one kept howling in pain. Seeing that, Anan sneered and said, "Keep howling like a monster." It really is the corpse of a traitor, already shattered physically and mentally tortured. So the brave one roared fiercely, but in the end, all that came out was a meow-like scream, an effort, but ultimately insignificant. Even the world's branch has shattered. In the dark night, the gray-haired old man sat atop his mount, soaring into the sky, looking like a battered Zero. The old man looked straight with passionate eyes, blaming himself, realizing that the mission to repel the invasion had failed. His current state was pitiful, but he deserved it. After all, he was old and too arrogant. With some supernatural power, the green dragon from earlier has returned and is more formidable than before, so it loudly taunted that monster. "Where is the arrogant attitude you had earlier? Looks like threatening me with death was just empty talk." At this moment, Thanlan's thoughts are racing wildly in his mind. No, he can't control this curse anymore. Letting the curse swallow his evil intent is no different from self-destruction. If it can't fully defeat the enemy, the power of the curse will drown everything. It looked at Rupa with sorrow. If it didn't want Rupa to interfere, at least it had to find a way. The cursed blood name was shouted again. All that remained was the night turned blood red. Lagertha had acted first. The rest now depended on Ananta. As he finished speaking, Lagertha's body gradually descended to the ground. Now, everyone could only rely on Ananta. I roar wildly, a power surging through every fiber, as if I want to swallow this unquenchable fire. But even that still isn't enough. Ananta lifts his face to look at the old man flying high in the sky, shouting loudly, his power shaking the entire sky. It must become even stronger, everything will end, and the one hovering up there should also go and die. Anand charges forward to fight, vowing to swallow everything. Below, Rupa is exhausted and lying motionless. Up above, the old man still keeps his eyes on them. Ananta's eyes are filled with hatred. You remember what Lagertha said earlier, the rest is up to you. That only fuels the fire burning within Anant. The scene shifts to inside the forest, where two guards are standing a watch at the front. Inside, everyone is gathered together, as if something has happened. Rupa slowly opened her eyes, and the blurry scene before her was Nadia. Seeing her wake up, everyone was overjoyed. Rupa looked around the strange surroundings in confusion and asked where she was. As she sat up, her whole body ached. Nadia worriedly told her to rest because she's still injured, and if the antidote is delayed any longer, she won't be saved anymore. Luckily, Anta brought her here right away, or else something serious could have happened. Hearing this, Rupa exclaimed in panic, "What happened to that idiot?" Nadia, standing nearby, also suddenly got startled. They really do make a perfect pair. Before she could answer, Ananta's voice echoed in her ears. Instead of expressing gratitude to her savior, she called me, that stupid fool. Always teasing from behind. Are you two arguing again? Rupa frowned and looked at Ananta. What about his body? Ananta is surprisingly cold and ruthless. Just forget about me. Focus on yourself first. Stay there, and don't think about stupid things anymore. I don't want to owe you anything else. Oh my god, he's acting like a boss now, but I actually like this bossy side of him. After finishing, Rupa fell silent, not knowing what else to say. Someone who is injured and nearly dying can't even say a kind word. She's truly sulking to the max. Nadia just opened her mouth, but was immediately called an idiot by Rupa and fell silent. They really are a perfect match. Their temperaments are equally fierce. Ah nearby told everyone that Rupa just needs to rest for a while, and she'll recover soon. Her healing ability is quite remarkable. He sincerely bowed his head to thank Ananta. He expressed his gratitude on behalf of his team, but Ananta just snorted and remained silent. Nadia asked if he had fought against someone following Juo's orders, and Ananta frowned irritably in response. His name is Asen, an old man who can summon snakes from his shadow, but they are clones and can only perform simple actions. Remembering that scene, there were no corpses around. It seems they wanted to chase away the invaders rather than kill them. Based on Ananta's guess, it's likely they captured those trying to reach Pasa territory, and it seems they were ordered to return immediately to their master. Nadia still can't understand what their purpose is. Ananta lowered his head and shook it, not fully understanding the situation but feeling clearly that his branch had already begun to take root in his body. Blackfood beside him smiled and replied, "That's right. Recently, Anand's curse has become much more stable. Just one bottle of divine herb potion has already had such an effect." As she spoke, she moved closer and hugged Ananta. Ananta's face was truly terrified right now. What kind of game is this? She even teasingly told Ananta that if he absorbed the entire branch, who knows what he would become. Nadia here seems happy but still holding back from waking her up. You look happy, so no matter what you look like, you won't become her husband. And that strong smell of green tea, too. I pushed her aside with my hand, feeling itchy in my eyes, but I didn't say anything because I already have a wife. You're done. And what about the sixth seat in the Foros car being the embodiment of light sleep, a naive believer? Speaking of Sefer A, I also wonder what that is. According to Ananta, Sephiros are elite chosen to protect the embodiment of the wings. This title is given to the 10 strongest characters bestowed with power from the branch and the top warriors known as his 5 disciples, responsible for watching over the others. Asen's public appearance proves that one of Ju's 5 disciples will also emerge. The strength of the top disciple in the Phoros car is such that a slight movement can cause a shockwave. Asen's side, he seems to be returning to his hiding place, standing in front of someone. Then that guy spat in his face, saying, "You look no different from a frightened animal. Do you still have any shame left?" Asen replied in a deep voice, "It seems I can't escape from you anymore." The embodiment of conquest. The other asked what his mission was. Ayin sweatily replied that his mission was to prevent anyone from approaching the Pasa land and to eliminate any obstacle. Sir Second Sephiros Gehan, the embodiment of domination. He looked quite impressive during the fight, full of pride, but now he cowered before Gehan like a puppy, which was understandable, and with such pride, he might as well be sent back to his ancestors. After hearing this, Gehan's face tightened, and he told him to lead the way so he could deal with them. After saying that, the two turned and left. As soon as he took a few steps forward, two strangers appeared in front of him, and one of them raised his hand to stop Gahan, telling him, the embodiment of ruler, not to act rashly. Gahan shot him a deadly glare and sneered dismissively, "Do you think I should just stand still? Do you know who my father is? You're just a bunch of lowly scum." The leader of each side exchanged passionate glances as if only the one brave enough to step forward would trigger a clash. And the most powerful one, seeing the dispute, sneered at Gahan, looking quite full of energy. "Listen to my request now." Hearing this, everyone bows and is ready to follow the order. Ready to receive orders? O embodiment of the wings, even the arrogant Gehan is no longer so cocky. He also clasped his hands and bowed in admiration, making it hard to disobey your command. The embodiment of the wings. It's rare to see him so obedient. I thought he was arrogant, but standing before the embodiment of the wings, he only dares to breathe lightly, no different from a half-hearted player, and in the end, it's all just a bluff. Duo reports that they have news about the Queen from an informant in Levatan. They are gathering a reconnaissance force to move toward Pasa. Gehan begins to mutter, questioning whether that is truly her goal. He also isn't sure about that. He guesses she probably wants to follow the old traces he left behind. He also learned from the Rose Trainer to add a moral lesson, that it's a futile effort to try to exploit a flawed creation from a branch to take back other branches. Ashin bows and pleads, asking Lord Juo to entrust him with this task, and he will personally eliminate those ordinary humans. It's the first time seeing someone volunteer to serve the capitalist unconditionally like this. That guy frowned and asked Shin if the old man still remembered Banjiak. He looked a bit confused and asked again, "Do you mean the person who used to be the secretary of Koi Nuyen?" "That's right, it's him, a cursed human by Black Dragon Adi Haka and the one who defeated Banjiak, now in Levaten. He's a formidable character who has faced both him and the winged form, yet still managed to survive. Now he appears beside the embodiment of conquest to warn that he is still more rational." Gehan, a bit curious, asked for his name, but that curious look seemed a little twisted. Probably this guy is planning to play the domineering CEO script. This guy is really interesting. The correct answer is none other than Anata. Ayin, filled with secrets about Gehan, is the embodiment of dominance, and the strongest and most resilient shield that no one can match. Bao Sao is both one of Sephir's ultimate powers and one of the most formidable opponents because he has never shown any loyalty to Rio. But being assigned to the 4th or 5th position is already enough. Yet Lord Ruio could actually give him this task. While lost in thought, I was called by name. Please tell me, do you know what this is?" He was startled when he saw the object in Gon's hand and replied, "That is a defective branch embedded in a crocodile's heart." Gon said that compared to what they have, this branch is just a poor quality material. But isn't that better? With it, they have almost completed Lord Gio's mission. In response to Ain's words, Gehan's cold action was to sweep the branch into the deep hole. When Ain saw this, he got angry and shouted, "What are you doing?" Gehan didn't care about his attitude at all and instead smiled happily, giving the old man a look full of affection. "I already told you I said I would do it. I will personally conquer them. We really are on the same page, huh? And you love to boast loudly." Last time old Ain just showed off a little and then lost. Now Gon is up next. This team really is full of loudmouths. Leave the fallen yellow leaves. Gon leaves Ain in deep thought. Gon mutters to himself, what will be the outcome of that demon lord ruling the Pasa land with his unbeatable army of evil spirits, guess? Ain is now also being threatened by this reckless young man, so scared he can't speak a complete sentence, while Gon on the other side is holding something and pondering. He hasn't even started yet, and my brother already has a new toy to admire. The strongest spear and the manifestation of the wings. If he manages to survive fighting them, that would be truly remarkable. Cold-hearted CEO Gahan Ha is determined to prepare a grand arena for Anant. I don't know if our protagonist can hear it, but Gehan's heart is still fully with him, urging him to come soon. A week has passed and everyone is gathered in front of their new home. The preparations are now complete. Lagerha and her guards step out from inside. Ron happily greeted Lagerha when she arrived. He thought he would wait for her forever. Lagerha happily approaches everyone. It's good to see that the entire Vanguard team is still safe and sound. Ananta and Nadia also did very well, but it seems neither of them are very happy. Then Lagertha turned around and called Scan and Mo to ask if they were sure no one was left behind. Mo looks up and replies that all 50 of the Queen's guards, who also serve as the defense troops, are present. Ananta then asks Lagerha this: how does it feel to step onto your homeland that has been devastated to the extreme? Lagertha's smile has faded. She remained silent, turned around, and looked into the distance. It's best if you just keep your mouth shut. It's Anan, you know. If he opens his mouth again, he'll leave people speechless. Lagerha was about to speak her mind when Breakfood cut her off, saying that based on the report sent earlier, she must already be aware of the current situation. A week ago, a beam of light appeared from the royal capital, possibly indicating another source of power from the branch. The appearance of Sephiroth's 6th unit and the emergence of power from the branch seemed to have been orchestrated by someone planning ahead. With the current situation, everything has far exceeded the previous predictions. Even if you want to use my power for an emergency, it will take at least 3 days to arrive, so do you still want to go on? Laga fell into deep thought, then raised his voice and said, Brothers and sisters, this is our homeland where we were born and raised, but it was taken by the embodiment of the wings, and we had to leave many years ago. I swore to the fallen comrades that the people must always live in suffering and loss in a devastated land. One day, I will come back here and revive Vanya for them. When that time comes, I will loudly proclaim before the spirits of our fallen compatriots that their sacrifice was not in vain. Thanks to their sweat and tears, it was achieved. Her voice grew louder and louder. Oh, brave and unyielding compatriots, please spread your wings and fight to the end. Everyone together, shout out loud. Long live the Queen and her reign. The scene before us is truly moving. Even on Canon's face, the determination was evident. The command was issued and everyone advanced towards the capital, charged together. The route of the Vanguard army was carried out according to the diagram shared earlier. At nightfall, Blackfoot was sitting and chatting when a new order was issued. Those who do not participate in the battle should wait here in order. Hearing that, Breakfoot's face suddenly darkened. Although she wasn't fighting, she wanted to stand on the sidelines and watch Ananta fight. Sitting here is no different from a guard dog. Damn, it's just the weather being a bit off. Even if you're obsessed, you should stop and let others fight. If you go out there, you'll just be adding a ton of weight on your back. Yufud next to her understood her feelings and teased her. So it turns out someone couldn't join Vian Trin and is now upset. But as I see it, she's only sad because she couldn't meet Ananta. If you were here, she probably wouldn't even remember what Vian Trin is. Wei also understands my younger sister's feelings and offers comfort. Now, Ananta's anger has also stabilized. Don't worry, you don't need to go to the front lines either. No matter the outcome of this expedition, my sister's abilities will still be the last straw to save everyone and the Queen. We need to be under absolute protection, or rather, surveillance. Judging by how they are protecting us, it seems we still haven't gained much trust from them. Blackfoot still can't understand how her sister could be so sure about that when they haven't done anything to the two of them. Moreover, whether the Queen's expedition this time succeeds or fails remains an unknown. For a brief moment, she smiled deeply and said that the outcome of this expedition had nothing to do with them. It doesn't matter. What matters is Anta. She wants Ananta to become stronger, even if it means destroying everyone. She really is a cunning girl. No one would think her mind could be so ruthless just by looking at her appearance. Truly, the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she becomes. From the sky, an arrow speeds like lightning straight into the black serpent's head, causing it to scream in pain. And then it and its allies gradually clear out the ruthless black snakes, but more and more keep appearing, all heading toward their army. Lagertha shouted commands as everyone continued to charge forward. The enemy is focusing their attack on the right flank and the entire army is concentrating. Everyone together forms a large shield to block the black snakes. Ananta, in a desperate situation, calls Ruby, "Clear them out." The small divine lizard leaps forward onto the shield, opening its mouth to spew a blazing fire as if to burn everything down. Ananta observes the situation from behind, momentarily thinking that perhaps she doesn't need to get involved at all. Nadia also fights fiercely, piercing the approaching black snakes with her in the trees, leading the entire army to break through the enemy's encirclement. This is a risky tactic, and any small mistake could lead to our destruction. Looking at the female generals fighting, Ananta wondered if they had enough strength to continue. Men already find this battle difficult, and these are women. The embodiment of Light Knight, trusting the intelligence, faces off against a well-trained army, and there's no reason it shouldn't succeed. But our forces have already reached the border of PA's heart, yet we still haven't seen the Alakan army or the demonic creatures reveal themselves. Suddenly Mo shouted loudly, startling Lag, and she told them they are about to reach the Vicious surveillance tower. The army of Lagertha is none other than the old man Ein, who smiles cruelly as he looks down. Welcome. O brave soul who dares to deny the embodiment of wings. Let me see how miserable your end will be. Then I swiftly seized the ambush arrow from Sai. But Scan quickly decided not to continue the assassination for now. It's not the right time to discuss the ending yet. The old man hardened his face with determination and said, "It's coming soon. You will witness this old man's fury," then summoned his true form, which carried something terrifying. When Lagertha saw that thing, her face also paled a few shades. Sensing the danger, she quickly warned everyone to hold their defensive formation. Immediately after, Asen released that thing to hold Lagertha's army. And after landing, the slimy mass wriggled and rose again. It forms a liko with a gag, already seen its mouth constantly stammering something, and it's no longer even human speech. Do you understand that? Lagert quickly orders a retreat to save their lives. That Alikon is gradually merging into one, and that slime quickly swallows up Lagert's troops. The demons on this side are also fighting fiercely and warning everyone not to touch them. That slimy mass keeps swirling chaotically, the first horn piercing through the sky, stacked with terrifying demon eyes, and then there's its head. Truly, the most hideous thing I've ever seen. Sharp teeth, and on top of that, there are 4 layers stacked together, making it impossible to ignore this beauty. And on top of that, there's also a long, twisted tongue. The female body below is also starting to take shape. Its slime splattered everywhere, flying towards Lagert's army, Ashin thought to himself. The old man will no longer underestimate you, and then he orders Alexon to go into battle. Show them what true dominance looks like. With that, it rushes forward like a moth to a flame. As soon as it appeared, it faced off with Little Ruby, unleashing a furious combo of physical attacks with the Ao's venomous snake strike. Rupa also charged forward with the crescent blade embedded in her armor. Facing the attack from the assault, Alec and Asen was already causing chaos. Next comes El's appearance. Don't worry, Alecon, as our ally will personally finish you off. Ananta roars in fury, his eyes blazing with fiery red, as if he wants to swallow the Alecon standing before him. But Alicon is not an easy opponent to defeat. It raises its head high, extending its long, twisted horn into the sky, forming a mysterious, dark circle. Every step they take feels like an impending earthquake, making the surrounding air tense to the breaking point. Then it throws what it just created towards Ananta. In an instant, Ananta's figure was gradually swallowed by it. On this side, Rupa watched the scene before her and couldn't help but shout loudly, calling out Anta's name. A few seconds later, Ananta's shadow gradually touched the ground, followed by Siro unleashing the 4 winds. This time, Rupa couldn't hold back anymore. She spun around instinctively, still cursing him as a cruel monster. Her attitude became more ferocious than ever, as if she wanted to avenge all the wounds caused by Ananta. Suddenly, from that Alicon, some tentacle-like shapes began to emerge. The dark, agile forms leap and dance with sharp, captivating teeth. This creature is so horrifying that even demons envy its terrifying presence. All the tentacles aiming at Ruba force her to stop in alarm. Before she can scream, Ao suddenly soars from behind with her powerful inner strength, fighting fiercely. Continuing to showcase her agile movements, she drives the tentacles away, forcing them into an attack. Seeing the situation, Ruba charges forward, her eyes no longer human, her mouth constantly screaming. A cruel command for them to die. Suddenly, a strange blue object flies toward where they are fighting. Luckily, Ao spotted it just in time and stopped it. However, its power was too great, pushing both of them back and causing them to fall to the ground, seemingly injured. Its impact makes the air heavier and more tense than ever, as A pleads with that vile old man standing atop the tower, reading curses against Laha's group. "You who stole my right arm, I swear I will personally crush you into pieces." As he finished speaking, the eyes of the spirit on his shoulder began to glow. Then he opened his mouth to unleash the blue objects toward the people fighting below. The chaos spreads. Fear and tension fill the air as those objects descend like a relentless assault. Ao watches the scene before him, sweat pouring down his forehead. He realizes that everything has become much more complicated now, and before he can regain his composure, the blue object hits him again. Luckily, Rupa reacted quickly and saved Ao from danger, leading him to a safe place. As they both shouted in panic, the beast of Old Asen was pierced by Scan's arrow, forcing it to dodge just in time. But inevitably, its wing was pierced by her arrow. Old Ain couldn't believe his eyes when he saw this. Scan continues to summon power and speaks to the free-spirited wind spirit. "Give me the power of the wind to tear apart those enemies." The young girl, with the bearing of a brave general, aims her bow at Elder Ain, showing great dignity. The dream here also boosts the morale of the soldiers, directing teams 3 and 4 to support the commanders, while all the troops attack fiercely. Everyone was filled with fighting spirit, ready to charge into battle. After merging with Shin, Ain became even more terrifying, with eyes glowing with a frightening light, facing Ao's army. He sneered and laughed mockingly. "Useless humans." Rupa angrily jumped up, standing right beside him and taunting. "Do you still dare to talk, you fool? Where is your right arm?" Old A couldn't respond, only spitting curses to vent his anger. The situation grew more intense than ever. Ao leapt onto the royal sword to fight alongside Rupa's support. and as he unleashed a fierce sword strike, it pierced through his opponent's body. In just a few minutes, the battle was decided. Ao's sword, though broken, had brought Ain down. Ao saw that he wasn't quite defeated yet and teased Rupa a bit more. Rupa turned to look at the battle. It seems something has happened to Ananta. Below, the warriors are still fiercely fighting the beast of old Asen. Ananta's current situation doesn't look good. He's just lying motionless on the ground, with Nadia beside him looking terrified. Nadia keeps calling Anta to wake up, but it's all in vain. He can't even move. Over there, the battle between Lagertha and Alisson is still ongoing. After its recent attack, Lagertha stepped back behind the shield to catch her breath. The soldiers also moved forward to protect her, but just one blow from Alakan sent the soldiers flying in all directions. While it was distracted, Lagerha launched a distant attack, rapidly and dangerously slashing across its neck, so fast that its head was nearly severed before it even realized what was happening. Then Lagertha ordered Nadia to quickly tend to Ananta's wounds. To win this battle, we need his strength. Lagerha Duang Sao Kiem, all power is concentrated in it, or rather, that is Fragarek, the legendary sword from island mythology often wielded by heroes. Lagertha prepared herself, leapt into the air, and struck directly at Alakan's head. The clash triggered an explosion, engulfing everything around in flames, and after the smoke cleared, only a skeletal Alakan remained. Lagertha approaches and speaks a few words. It's a pity, Allison. She remembers his handsome past, the image she once admired, now gone, replaced only by a skeleton. Why do you look so ugly now? Lagertha once again raised her sword and said her final words to Alakan. At least let me be the one to send him off on his journey. Suddenly, tears welled up in front of her as Alakan, in a crucial moment, called out to Princess La. The two princesses' voices echo across the sky, the tense and eerie atmosphere focused on the towering spire where danger may lurk. And Scan worries that it will be perilous, hoping Laga can descend with them. The tense atmosphere is suddenly broken by a voice from somewhere. Haha, Scan, you're still as timid as ever, huh? The two of them turned around and were startled. It was the figure of Alakan from the past. He called out arrogantly, "Why are you climbing to such a dangerous place?" Lagert replied. "You're worrying for nothing, Alakan? Because she's already above everyone else. There's no need to fear heights anymore." This scene looks so familiar. It has appeared before when we were still carefree children. While wandering, she climbed to such a high place, and Alakan was always by her side to protect her. Alakan had promised then to stay by her forever and protect her. Only then could she become a renowned queen. But looking at the brutal reality, all she saw was nothing more than a skeleton. The corpse kept calling her Princess Lagertha, and for a moment Lagertha's sword lowered slightly. She felt a bit weak, as if the shadow of her past was too overwhelming to forget. Alakan's mind suddenly seemed to awaken, and he raised both hands, wondering if this was his current body. He himself no longer recognized who he was. "Lagertha, are you weak enough to think that Alakan has regained consciousness? He can still recognize you." As his mind gradually recovers, a voice echoing in Alakan's head keeps saying, "Wake up," and the scene of death and destruction reappears. This is the massacre that Yuo caused earlier. When he invaded this place, everyone who opposed him was sent to the afterlife without mercy. At that moment, Alakan was exhausted and drained after a fierce battle, and moreover, he lost what was considered his second life. Everything became chaotic. Lagertha and the warriors fought a life and death battle, but all their efforts were in vain. Duo has successfully taken over their territory. Suddenly, Alakan's body shows signs of movement. Lagertha was momentarily caught off guard, allowing Alakan and the demon controlled by Yu to merge and take over his consciousness. The tentacles sprouting out attack everyone around. Even Nadia and Lagertha get caught by them. It looks like a man-eating demon, and even little Ruby is terrified. Its target gradually moves toward Ruby. The little lizard, sensing danger, also prepares to attack. Nadia and Lagertha have fallen to the ground. Nadia anxiously urges Lagertha to move quickly. "Your Majesty, if this continues, the casualties will only keep increasing. I advise Lagertha and them to retreat quickly and tend to the wounded." But Nadia was not granted approval. Lager shouted that the battle must go on. That was just a moment of losing control on her part, but Alakan has already reached his limit. Lagertha stands up proudly, raising her sword, signaling to Nadia that it's time to unite forces and deliver a fatal blow. She turned back and ordered everyone to move aside. At that moment, the fiery figure of Ananta advanced. He warned little Alakan that if he doesn't want to turn to dust, he should get out of the way. Lagertha looked at Ananta with a slightly stunned expression. "What you now possess is a fire spirit. It has protective abilities like a dream spirit." Ananta slowly approaches Alakan. Alakan also huffed and hissed a few warnings at Ananta, but it was pointless. He probably just got scared by its squeaks, which weren't really threatening. Ananta raises his hand and unleashes the heavenly fireball, then throws it all towards the Alakan. The monster also refuses to back down, creating a black hole to clash with Ananta. Two orbs collide, causing a devastating explosion. Then the two monsters charge at each other like moths to a flame. Ananta's opening move delivered a legendary kick. You mock the current form of Alakon. Even though both you and he are victims of that damn winged Duyo, Alakon is just a cowardly helper, hiding in fear. He cursed at Ananta and delivered devastating punches to him, telling him not to cling to this life anymore and to accept his fate. Meanwhile, Alakon had no strength left. He muttered to himself the words Anta just said. Why cling to this life? What is all of this for? Even he doesn't understand what he's doing. Nadia here is using her power to trap Alakon's body, and at this moment, Alakon seems to have let go of everything. A beam of sky-shattering light appears from the sky, radiating a powerful shockwave around it. It is Lagertha creating that light. She raised her sword and recited the oath in the name of Queen Lagertha Enja of Valkyria. My friend, rest in peace. With those words, the beam of light was directly attached to Alakon's body. The brilliant beam of light shines down, taking Alakon's soul. Everything has vanished into the void. That past of yours was also when you saw that beautiful light, back when you were with Lo, sitting together watching the sunset. You also swore to yourself that you would stay by Lo's side forever. But that past of his was only full of marks of love, while in reality it hits him hard and leaves no room for escape. Alakon's figure is gradually fading away. Lagerha is still lost in regret, but oh well, if it was meant to be good, he wouldn't have died. Don't blame me for being indifferent. Blame Ruyo for being too cruel. In those final moments, Lagertha couldn't hold back her tears. Ananta only just came to his senses now, and he couldn't understand what was happening. What was that sudden outburst just now? Ruby seems to have done something. Lagertha on the other side still cannot contain her grief and sorrowfully kneels to the ground. It's only natural, after all, she's Thanmai Trukma, someone who once would have risked her life for her. Nadia stepped forward to comfort Lagertha, but it was all meaningless. Lagertha believes mourning the dead is what one should do. Nothing difficult about it, but Nadia disagrees. Because behind her are soldiers still fighting, one misstep could cost them all their lives. Let's keep fighting so that their deaths are not in vain. The scream drowns out the space, as Rupa is punishing the cruel old man Asen, her cry carrying the anger of the soldiers fighting and fallen. Because he and so many innocent people had to fall, so don't expect to die a decent death either. Even after saying all that, Ain's face still looks so annoying with that sneer. His expression only fuels Ruba's anger further. Honestly, you're pretty calm, but if it had been me, this old man would have been dust long ago. He sneers maliciously at Ruba. According to him, there is a prearranged battlefield waiting for Ruba. As he finished speaking, a beam of light shone down from above, and from within, it stepped Gong. A quick alert is sent that an enemy is approaching from the Royal Road direction. All eyes turn to Gong. During the climax, something sped towards him at the speed of light, piercing through the entire tower before its fist suddenly stopped in front of Gong. Yes, none other than our top player on the server, Ananas. He gently places his steel fist on Gahang's cheek, so tender it almost makes him lose a few jawbones. Ananta also remembers the report earlier mentioning Juio has one of the most loyal subordinates. The gods above cannot predict what is happening. It is known that Sephiros are carefully selected elites to protect the embodiment of the wings. That is the title given to the 10 strongest warriors who are granted power from the branch. The top fighters are considered his 5 main disciples, and each position is interconnected, constantly monitoring each other. Ayin revealing himself suggests that one of Ruyo's 5 subordinates might be similar, and the strength of that Ga Hang is comparable to Ayin. Ga Hang, after calming down from the fateful punch, arrogantly challenged Ananta, threatening to crush him. It's truly terrifying to hear. It's not New Year's yet, and before sunset, no one knows who will go back to the dust. She's here just to fight, not to talk trash, so keep it cool. Ananta on this side is just waiting for his opponent to make the first move before charging in, shouting out to boost his morale before the fight begins. The two sides then clash. In this current confrontation, both of them are truly amazed. From Ananta's perspective, Ga Hang is not an easy opponent, and it seems he even possesses extraordinary regenerative abilities. Ga Hang pulls back and uses Zhu Yensan on Ananta, then launches the Great Mountain Flip, but you're very mistaken, it's not that easy. Come in here and slurp it up, Ananta calls Ruby from behind. The combination is truly amazing. Even from Vietnam, I can still feel the heat radiating from him. Be strong, but you also have to follow the proper order. First, open your mouth and hiss a few times to intimidate. That move seemed like a joke at first, but it really works. The little guy in the cave froze when he saw Ananta in front of him. Lad also stared at Ananta without blinking, his current state almost beyond a god. Ananta spat a stream of fire toward the cave, his body nearly numb. There's nothing left to cry or worry about. I haven't even reached the top yet, and I'm about to fall apart. Seeing that, Nadia beside him also used a bit of her skill to help out. Soon everything was burned to ashes, but Ananta still stood tall and proud there. And little Gahang just looked dark and hidden behind the thick smoke. Gahang was like going crazy, shouting out loud, and even admitted that Ananta was a formidable opponent. Come on, he's about to be taken out, still deluding himself that he's on equal footing. After finishing the mission, Ruby was sent back by Ananta to rest and recover. You've been struggling all this time. Now it's time for the performance of top no pro Ananta. He steadily advances toward the disgusting little gong. Over here, he's also changed his appearance to a pangolin assassin. At first glance, he looks quite impressive. After the attack, he still hasn't given up. And here's my enemy again. Still trying to make Ananta submit, huh? Looks pretty confident, huh? Watch out, or you'll get beaten so badly your parents won't recognize you. Bro. Ananta soars into the air without hesitation. This battlefield belongs to him. Now he just needs to defeat the enemy in front of him. The real confrontation begins now, starting with an impressive clash, followed by a face-slapping punch just like the way the main wife and the little mistress did. Ananta slightly retreats, his eyes suddenly brightening. Turns out he has spotted the Gahang guy using Zuyen-san combined with Lu Trong. He rushed towards Ananta like a gust of wind. He's definitely not an ordinary opponent. Gahang's strength cannot be underestimated, and just one strike has caused significant injuries to Ananta. Next, a top-level pressing escape from the Lizard Prince's position, attacking from the left and then the right. The two keep circling each other like cats playing with mice, until Gahang seizes the opportunity and pulls Ananta's arm back. Laura and Nadia are just watching, but their faces are even more tense than those involved. Although Ananta is in a disadvantaged position, they show no signs of contempt. On the contrary, they believe he has truly become an immortal being. Yuan's words have given him endless regenerative energy and an indomitable spirit, unafraid of any pain. The source of Ananta's destructive power remains a mystery. That form further reveals his combative spirit and mental strength. So, it can also be said that a warrior in full body armor cannot fall to a curse, can he? She signaled to Nadia that she needed to do something to revive Ananta. Nadia understood and quickly took out a branch, which might be the best thing to do right now. Ananta on this side gradually revealed himself after breaking the debris, still with that confident demeanor. It's okay, just a little raise, but you're still handsome and talk a lot. The fortress on the other side thinks it's made of iron and can't be broken, but no matter how hard they try, there will definitely be a weakness. Suddenly, a shout for Anta rings out, making everyone jump. Luckily, he doesn't have any heart issues, or he would have fainted and died. The caller is none other than Rupa. She holds the Asen gun like a slam and announces that he is safe. Honestly, only Rupa would dare to call me so arrogant. And then, from the pile of ashes, a fierce flame erupted. It's as if it's pulling Asen's arrow toward it. Old Man Ain keeps shouting for help from the cave. But right now, shouting won't help anymore. Even if he screams until he breaks his throat, can he still save himself, let alone save that old man? The power keeps growing stronger, and the broken branches are gradually being healed. Ananta's eyes suddenly changed, and despite that fierce appearance, a few beards sprouted and twitched. He arrogantly stepped forward to challenge Gahang. After the first round, he was lucky to get a draw, but in this second round, he might actually go all out. Awo next to him was also a bit surprised by his cool appearance. It seems that the power emanating from Ananta is the strength of a predator. TET over here also looks a bit surprised by Ananta, but it's not a big deal. After saying that, he still couldn't forget to smirk mockingly because Ananta had absorbed Ain's power, but he then used his old transcendence technique to perform a somersault with Ananta. In a moment of urgency, Ananta used his tentacles to block Gong's attack, then used the remaining tentacles to escort Rupa's group to safety, signaling everyone to retreat to a safer place. Gong was getting closer, followed by the second encounter between the two young friends. Gong, intending to deliver a powerful uppercut with his steel body, was quickly seen through by Ananta. He swiftly merged with his body, and those spines all rose up together, wrapping around his arms and legs. Hedgehog, if you keep playing like this, there's no way you'll be able to fight. A voice suddenly echoes in his mind. Why did you let yourself get distracted? In a battle, never take your eyes off your opponent for a second. The voice echoing in Gahang's mind made him feel suffocated. Seeing his opponent distracted, Ananta took the opportunity to charge straight ahead. Gahang tried to react but was no match, immediately getting tackled by him. In that moment, suddenly memories from before flooded back. A day with blue sky, white clouds, and golden sunshine. Teet was just walking when he suddenly encountered a wild boar, so he immediately ate it. Then he called Ngao saying that the wild boar was weak and wondered where to find another worthy opponent, truly as cool as a toilet. After finishing, he turned around and encountered a big guy. Usually loud big guys are just all talk and show off with no real substance. Yes, as expected, after questioning and asserting dominance, the battle began. At first, when approaching the other guy's leader, TET hadn't used much strength and was pushed back. He thought TET was already worn out, but no, he's still young and inexperienced. From within the misty smoke, T slowly steps out. Both exchange friendly glances. The other guy also revealed his true form as a giant crocodile, relying on his bigger body to threaten TT, but after 3 days, under Duyo's watch, Gahang defeated him. The crocodile's roar was loud at first, and now its mouth is also big, but it was beaten into a big bone. It lies motionless on the ground, right next to Gahang. Duyo was also a bit surprised by this scene. He never expected to witness what was happening before his eyes, and he was somewhat amazed because, for the first time, someone took a branch from his loyal subordinate without a single scratch. Gong turned around and asked him if those were wings. Duyo confirmed his identity and also asked for his name. After the name Gahong was called out, he officially became the chosen one by heaven, unaware that Crocodile had woken up. It opened its mouth wide and roared, trying to swallow Gahong, but how could Tay-Tay be defeated so easily? And that crocodile, it doesn't want the drink. It just keeps provoking Tay-Tay until he loses his temper. So a punch was delivered straight to its mouth, literally breaking a large part of its jaw, and in the end, Gahong didn't hesitate to praise him a few words, so he could happily go home and tell his parents. But to be fair, he is, indeed, very strong. This is the first time in his life that someone has made Tay-Tay admit an opponent's superiority, and he will use his own strength to defeat that bad fish. That is the only truth bestowed upon him by the heavens when he exists in this life, and he will become the ultimate embodiment of dominance. Rio above also seems to enjoy Gahong's thought. He reveals that the pinnacle of the world Gahong is trying to surpass is right in front of him, because he is Jue, the embodiment of wings, the one created by heaven. Gahong looked at Juo's lofty and proud demeanor with pleasure. He swore that Ruyo was the enemy he must defeat at all costs. Yabov does not know about Gahong's betrayal thoughts and casts a spell. The surroundings of TT are enveloped in a calm light, with numerous 8 trigrams formations appearing above, then forming a chain of ropes that tighten around TT and suspend him in midair. Give up now. Submit to him. If you do, Tian will be able to witness it with him. As the layers of the atmosphere open up and the call of the heavens echoes, Gahong here refuses to submit, convinced he hasn't suffered any defeat and cannot accept failure, refusing to give in. Juo coldly orders the formation to tighten, embedding this defeat deep into Gahong's very flesh. Let that light deepen Gahong's wounds deep into his soul. Without doing so, he cannot become a true master. He also imposed a curse on Tay, hoping his dominance over Juo would reach the heavens. Ananta could see that something was wrong with Gahong. It was the mark from his first battle. The way he avoided damaging his left eye was obvious enough. From that weakness, he found a way to take down the enemy in front of him. Outside the battle, everyone looked grim and displeased. Inside a raging storm, everything is in chaos. His cave vows to destroy Ananta. The physical pain has deeply engraved itself into his soul, screaming in agony, and a body covered in armor immune to all injuries is his pride. Ananta immediately recognized that this is his true power from his branch of the tree. The ability you always took pride in, now after using it to kill you, this time I will fight for my life with my wings once again. He sneered at Ananta, thinking that someone like him dared to face the mighty wings. Suddenly, his interface was upgraded to a super VIP version. He challenged Ananta, saying, "Come on, this is your only chance to test yourself against the pinnacle of the world." Ananta, with his fierce interface, also responded with a teasing remark to his comrade on the other side. "Do you think I need you to tell me that? You've only just started building your strength and you're already losing your temper. Are you not prepared to see your body shattered into pieces when facing an enemy? You're just a stepping stone for him, you know. Ananta will be the one to defeat Ruyo." With that, Ananta's black serpent tentacles charged forward to fight, but they were all blown away by Tay-Tay. But it's okay, that's just the appetizer. The main course will start tomorrow. Ananta charges forward but still gets clawed by him yet refuses to give up. Ananta fights to the end but the two clash fiercely until Tay-Tay finally knocks him down. After numerous attacks, nothing could penetrate his armor. In this situation, Ananta realized that everything was no longer stable. So, our Anta brother once again transforms into a bird, and with a bang, a small Quetzalcoatl is born. One of them can only be a predator or a conqueror. I have defeated countless powerful enemies, overcome all their tricks and schemes, regardless of others' lives or deaths. As for you, the one who uses their own strength to devour and hunt down enemies, souls that can never merge together, I will kill you to elevate myself to a new level. Quetzalcoatl took off flying, but before he could even reach, TT pierced his neck with his claw. Everyone here is evacuating the soldiers. Everyone is worried. Rupa looked at Ananta with regret, but under Ao's urging, she couldn't help but follow. Glancing at everyone already evacuated, she felt a slight relief in her heart. The remaining task is Anta's battle. Nadia is focused on casting her spell, and she can feel the deeply embedded branch inside her resonating with Alakan's branch. Among these branches, there is an immense power capable of transforming anyone who wields them. If they cannot handle that power, they will go insane and be consumed by their own strength. Because of this flaw, the branches struggle to maintain their shape, but Alakan's branch still holds a great deal of power inside. If she can unleash all remaining strength now, the ultimate spear could pierce through any armor. Thinking quickly, she immediately took action, merging her staff with Alakan's embedded branch. Nadia called on Alakan to lend her the power of Jo to protect your loved ones. Andrasta is ready. The blinding light makes TT on this side have to glance away. In just a second of negligence, he was caught by Quetzalcoatl. TT's mind echoed with a familiar voice. Are you neglecting again? Even if you lose everything, you still have to keep going. Quetzalcoatl takes the upper hand and taunts TT a few words. Even when this body is tortured and shattered into pieces, he still will not die. Nadia over here is getting ready to pull off a spectacular shot. She's really going all the way to the bottom. Why did the arrow pierce straight into Quetzalcoatl's head? It's over now. Even if he jumps into the Yellow River, he won't escape punishment. So being at the top now falls back to the bottom of society? TT also couldn't believe it. He laughed and told Quetzalcoatl that his ace had been ruined. It's hard to find a worthy opponent. Yet even before fighting, he scored an own goal. With only a skeleton left, Quetzalcoatl still tried to rise up and face that TT. It was Alakin's power that suddenly erupted, and the core was gradually forming. Gahan gasped and admitted defeat. He lost with a fatal wound, and now Ananta has won. Losing is losing, but he still keeps smiling. Ananta doesn't understand. He hasn't seen anything funny, so why is this guy laughing like he's crazy? What's so joyful about dying without achieving his wish? I compare you to the glowing ember of an unquenchable curse that will eventually become a giant flame. And one day that fire will swallow even larger wings. If he is the one cursed and not you, he will make that guy fall from paradise, so enjoy him with pleasure. Ananta, discouraged, asked him if he had finished speaking. Since he asked, he also answered, sending a message to meet in hell for you. You truly are the embodiment of revenge. After enjoying a delicious, spicy grilled beef meal, Ananta sits idly with Adidahaka behind him. Ananta feels tired and doesn't find any joy. Instead of comforting him, Adifam, the foolish human, mocks him, trying gold tests. Patience. Only through hardship can one become stronger. He must have forgotten the promise they made that day. Ananta coldly denies that anything has changed. Even its curse is just a tool for his revenge. Now as long as I kill Rio, my life no longer matters. In that case, Adi will wait until the day he faces the destruction he predicted. The scene shifts to evening, and as Ananta opens his eyes, he is met with a face he cannot see. Who could this be? A strange, warm sensation spread throughout his body. In the distant camp, Lagertha's lonely figure stood at the center, where the bodies of the warriors were neatly arranged on wooden racks. Their swords are lined up on the ground as she orders her subordinates to light the final fire, sending their comrades to the afterlife. In the blazing flames that illuminate the night, everyone's hearts are cold and longing, unable to part ways. Rupa couldn't hold back and sobbed loudly. Nadia turned her head and looked towards Ananta not far behind. She walks over to him and tells him that she feels he has understood now. Anat stands still and asks how much time has passed. Half a day has passed since he defeated the enemy. After recovering and treating their injuries, they held a memorial service for the victims of the battle. And unfortunately, less than half of them survived. It's truly remarkable that they managed to survive such a brutal battle. If it weren't for Anata's efforts and everyone's sacrifices, they would never have been able to win. Moreover, the curse embedded in his body has mysteriously grown stronger. With the power he has now, no matter how strong the incarnations are, they can't guarantee they can defeat him. Anata interrupted Nadia. Just hearing this much is enough. I still have something more important to do. Anata looks at the lizard crawling towards him. Ruby, I guess we have a few things to talk about. Let's switch to another scene as Seifer's first seat. Levian, the embodiment of the abyss, pushes open the door and enters the room. She called out to Bon. Levian demanded that he explain what exactly had happened and why there was such an urgent summoning. As soon as she finished speaking, a gigantic block of ice literally fell from the sky. The one arriving is Seifer's fifth seat. It was a boy wearing a polar bear helmet, embodying the essence of ice and cold. He just arrived and immediately shouted out to Levian, I have some bad news for her. He received news that Jan died in battle at the hands of a hateful enemy. This cannot be true. Sephiros's fourth seat has also arrived. That battle-crazed guy has caused so much trouble. But don't worry, I will protect this place forever with my life. Kisanga, the embodiment of anger, sits in the third seat of Seifor, scratching the ground in the corner. Kisi, the embodiment of lightning. As the crowd starts to cheer, Bion punches hard into the space in front of him, causing it to shatter into pieces. Inside the space, there is an eye watching them. Please get in order, brothers and sisters. Please sincerely mourn the death of our comrade. This sadness seems to have vanished. It can only be washed away with blood. I will prepare a memorial service to soothe Gahan's soul. Returning to Anata's side, Lupa approached Han Huyen and Nadia to ask if Anata was okay. Nadia told her to let him and Ruby talk alone. Lupa curiously asked if he said anything else. Nadia sighed and shook her head, recalling Anata's past when he kneeled before her body and vowed that he would definitely return here one day. Please wait for me until then. He will return with Juo's heart and offer it to her. Back in the present, Anata, with a nostalgic expression, is talking with Ruby. On the day his sister died, her death and that of the other villagers, he truly wanted to believe it wasn't his fault. If it weren't for Ruby, he probably wouldn't have been able to control his own composure. Since that day, he has buried his heart in hatred for Juo and has always had to suppress his feelings except for his thirst for revenge against him. If it weren't for Ruby, he wouldn't have been able to endure everything. He hates all the embodiments of this world, including Juo. Why is it his sister who died and not him? He has always been searching for the answer to that question. One by one, tears silently rolled down Ruby's face as she trembled and spoke. Juo, Aida, Hakado. They are all the same, holding power according to her desires and standards. It was all for revenge against the disgusting embodiments. Anata stiffened, turning his head in shock to look at Ruby. Go. You are also a real being, right? Ruby broke down crying, repeatedly apologizing to Anata, secretly hiding it until now because she didn't want him to find her disgusting. Anata gazed blankly at the starry sky, closing his eyes and recalling the moment when Alakin's branch arrived and took residence in his body, something that had become muddled in his mind. Alakin's memories... No, it was something he never wanted to forget. Ruby tearfully and doubtfully asks about a memory. Anata gently walks toward Ruby. I used to be caught up in the past, and there's something I want to say to you. Anata reached out to wipe away the tears still lingering on her cheeks. She has always been by his side. He apologizes and also thanks her. I forgot that I have a family and have always been with them all this time. She shouted loudly that she is his family, Anata's family. The stronger the branch of the embodiment, the more vivid its emotions and feelings will be. Alakin's branches are filled with regret and pain, precious memories of him and the queen. And in his branches there is nothing but an endless greed burning fiercely for revenge. He has always been like him. He became a beast fueled by fighting spirit to fill the blood-stained hole in his heart. Ruby nervously looked at Anata's sad face and asked, "Do you feel sad?" She gently stroked his face, comforting him with sincere words. "Don't be sad because she is your family. She doesn't want you to be upset at all." Anata stood up and took Ruby's small hand. "Wait for me for a moment. When you avenge your sister and that battle is over, let's go visit her together." The scene shifts to the camp. Lager is stunned to see W. Food appear here. She doesn't remember what happened. Clearly there hasn't been an official order to reinforce the reserve troops. W. Food interrupted her, saying, "Forgive my disrespect. My lord, but a serious incident has occurred. They are fiercely competing for the top position. Where are you now?" Nadia, standing far away, was also very surprised to see W. Food appear. Lagerta's close warrior couldn't hold back any longer and angrily shouted at W. Food, "What exactly is this disrespectful attitude of yours about? The warrior's funeral hasn't even ended yet, but W. Food insists on pushing forward because this matter directly concerns the Leviathan fortress and her strength is limited. She can only teleport to the safest location at the destination." Black Food stands beside her, taking out a rabbit-faced watch and examining it. The safety of the areas within the space's movement could be under continuous surveillance. Her younger sister is very shy, so even her power reflects her personality. Lagertha shouted angrily, "So why did she think the fortress was unsafe?" W. Food responds to Lagertha's fury, and the only criterion she uses to judge her safety is one. For someone completely incapable of fighting, could the threat to her life have any impact? There is a very high chance that Leviathan's secret fortress is now being invaded by enemies. Long before this world was still a blank sheet of paper, a giant wave of energy had stirred from this universe. Space and time expand infinitely, opening the horizons of the world. Some creatures have already been born among them. The god of angels, leader of prayers and life, the god of curses and death, the god of cunning nature, the god of magic, ruling over spells and laws, the god of cycles and melodies, the wizardry deity. The 6 absolute gods are the gods of war and chaos, the gods of warriors, creation and destruction, the gods of machinery. In the end, the gods began to create the green planet we live on. They brought forth countless creatures, including humanity. The gods believe that a prophecy is necessary to help life coexist on their behalf. The divine secret includes their power. It was bestowed upon 5 souls of creatures, and they are the first embodiments. An eager boy asks a question. "I have a question, Mother. I believe there are 6 of the first embodiments." The grandmother praised the boy's quickness. Unlike other gods who bestow sacred treasures upon powerful souls, the machine god created its own representative. A perfect creature modeled after humans, the embodiment of machinery. One by one, the embodiments set out to find their own lands. They coexisted with humans as allies for a long time, but peace did not last. And it was because of the embodiment of the wings. The embodiment of the wings has stolen the sacred treasures of the gods and destroyed the first embodiments. In the end, he slaughtered mercilessly those who opposed him. And so Leviathan rose up, determined to defeat the embodiment of the evil wings. They prepared for battle under the command of the queen. A little girl nervously asked her grandmother, "What if something happens while the queen is on her campaign?" Bohat stepped forward from behind and told the girl not to worry. The embodiments and warriors under the queen's command are all outstanding people. And Queen Laha herself is also a warrior. He is confident that she will return safely from her expedition. Bohat shyly apologizes to the grandmother. He doesn't know if he's undermining the children's knowledge, and the respectful grandmother simply bows her head in greeting without any ceremony. On the contrary, she also thanks him for taking his precious time to come here. The mischievous boy points at Rhett. Then the girl will also become incredibly powerful, like Bohat. Another girl, very curious, wonders how a child like Racklid could become a manifestation. The grandmother explained that embodiments also marry and leave descendants for future generations. The power of an embodiment is often passed down to their heirs. Racklid must have also inherited the power from his parent embodiments. The playful boy, if he is Bianchi's child, could also become an embodiment. In that heavy rain at night, the alarm bell announcing an impending invasion shook the entire Leviathan city. Bat Huang stood up in panic. An enemy invasion is underway. Yui is already at the city gate. Could this be the entrance to the fortress? It's definitely worth holding on to. MSI, Seifer's 10th seat, embodying terrifying power, is also extremely excited. The soldiers are terrified by the scene before their eyes, their faces pale with fear. Why did you come right when the Empress was away? Yuri swings his hammer, unleashing a snowstorm to clear the way for MSI. He excitedly shouted, "It's time," as Man's MSI in mammoth form charged toward the city gate. The soldiers panicked. Prince Bat quickly ordered the entire army to prepare for battle. Just as MSI was about to breach the gate, a giant figure struck it away from the entrance. The second commander of Leviathan's army, Takan, embodies resistance, standing tall before the gate like a guardian blocking all threats from entering. Yuro was extremely excited to see Takan appear. He mocked MSI for breaking the gate, but then was knocked back outside. That's truly disgusting and cowardly. Yuro provocatively asked if he wanted to switch places so he could be the one leading. MSI stomps the ice floor in anger. Those words are truly unfair. He will fight to the death, so stopping him with just a small embodiment strength is impossible. That must be Ta's special power. He will crush me so that you become meat, overwhelmed by his increased body weight. BH stands on the battlements, watching the fierce battle below, shaking his head at MSI's arrogance. MSI still doesn't know how to be humble, and as he throws his heavy body to crush, he is once again stopped by him. Tak has no special power at all. He simply gazes at MSI with the look of someone looking at a dead person, full of arrogance. He coldly struck MSI straight in the head. All that I can is just a fighting soul. You are favored by the god of warriors, and you are the strongest commander of Leviat's army. Bat jumped down from the tower and asked if I was planning to face them directly. The answer is obvious. Of course it is. The weapon you held earlier is the divine weapon of the guild protecting the icy bloodface in the north. This embodiment is at the extreme of coldness, and it is his mission to fight him. Yu responds with a cunning smile, in the icy land of the cold-blooded northern lineage. Because of the rugged and harsh environment here, no war or invasion has taken place for a long time. This land is like paradise, where humans and spirits live together. One day, a stranger arrived in this paradise, a warrior who had earned a reputation by winning countless prestigious military awards from various battlefields across the continent. A hero, embodiment of bravery. Those who have never experienced war are afraid of Bonhat, but there is one person who pities him and welcomes him to paradise. That is Tosk, the white snow avatar, BH, who knows nothing but fighting and was saved by her kindness. They developed feelings for each other naturally. They got married with everyone's blessing. Not long after their first child was born, but they had no idea that they would not be able to live happily ever after. How could they face their monstrous child? They worry about the future of their child as it will have to grow up in disgust and rejection from everyone around. At first they were very regretful and sorrowful until a savior appeared, and that was Juo, the embodiment of great wings. B was filled with self-blame. Back then, he was too reckless. He was deceived by the promise of saving his child without considering the consequences of his choice. Yua chuckles with a satisfied grin. He doesn't remember how many years have passed. It really has been a long time. Bohat, but not from a biological perspective. Since he was the one who gave birth to him, he should still call him father. Yui holds up the bear fur hat in front of him with a look of joy. If that's the case, from now on he should also call this skin mother. BH Tran True doesn't say much anymore, directly wielding his sword to attack Yu. He angrily warns him not to insult his wife. Yu's face was cold as he blocked each of his attacker's strikes. It's really disappointing. This is why he is called the embodiment of strength. BH's sword also froze when it touched Yu's stone hammer. He keeps launching a series of attacks, forcing Bon H to be pushed back. Yor watches with amusement as he cannot defend himself. Shouldn't you be proud? He was once just a monster, but he was able to become this strong thanks to your power and Tosca. Yuri chuckled mockingly and said, "You never know. Fighting can be fun, but the mission always comes first." And inside the city, the civilians are being slaughtered by Sefor Manita's 9th throne, the embodiment of brilliant light. Sefor Akara's 8th throne, the embodiment of silence, is also present. Inside the deepest level of Leviathan Fortress, soldiers are hurriedly evacuating civilians, and the old woman is also helping the soldiers. Everyone please be careful and follow me. While everyone is distracted, Rackles suddenly stops and looks up at the ceiling of the bunker in confusion. The girl sensed something was wrong, and at that moment Mania, Akara, and Kisola jumped down to block the crowd, launching a direct attack, and the scene shifted back to the backstage. Seeing Yu's triumphant smile, he also realized something was off here. So from the very beginning, the invasion was just a distraction. Yuri was thrilled. You guessed right. He slammed his ice hammer into the ground, unleashed a snowstorm attack, and built a crystal palace, trapping both of them inside with him in the freezing cold. Takan's face darkened as he forcefully swung his staff, but it only made the ice wall shake slightly and do no real damage. Yai enjoyed watching his expression. This really isn't good at all, is it? The crystal palace is the strongest shield in the snowstorm. If they want to escape, there is no choice but to defeat him. This is the sacred land worshipping the god, and he will not let anyone survive. Bat was stunned to see Yur's bear form. He was overwhelmed with shock. Tosk, this is the karma they must bear for their actions? Yor frantically charges at the two of them, but Takan intercepts his attack without hesitation. But the attack just now, which could have knocked MSI down with a single blow, was easily blocked by Yor. He still has time to provoke you. You look worried, don't you? You must be planning to take me down as quickly as possible, right? But it's not that easy. He carries the power of 2 incarnations and his branch strength. Can you withstand it? If things keep going like this, you won't be able to protect anyone. Takan shows no reaction at all to Yu's taunting words. If that's the case, then do your best. Yui was startled by the killing intent and quickly stepped back. What? Did he just get scared? While Yui was still panicking and trying to regain his composure, Bo, in a fighting stance, suddenly rushed forward and delivered a thunderous slap that knocked him senseless. Yor looked on in horror at Bo's combat form. This is the commander-in-chief and the second-in-command of the Leviathan army. The scene shifts back to the deepest level of the fortress, where Mania and Akara are frantically breaking down the door in front of them. Kisola dismissively told Mania to stop. She's too noisy. Standing here smashing away all this time and this door still hasn't budged. Don't tell me she can't break through one of the doors here. You're really useless. Kisola turned around and pointed at the villagers rushing toward her from afar. Instead of breaking the door, could you deal with that gang of raiders? If they're approaching her from this distance, don't you think she might find it a bit troublesome? Mania and Akara were stunned by Kisola's expression, and they understood. The two, with mischievous laughter, turned around to deal with the villagers. Kiso casually walks as if this were her home. The people living in this fortress are the last survivors. Can you hear it? The fate of the warriors? Those who are slowly dying in misery to save you? Kiso laughed mockingly, placing her hand on the wall in front of her. In the midst of everyone's desperate screams, the barrier before them was easily melted away by her corrosive slime. Do you really think it can protect you for long? As long as she wants, she can easily kill everyone here. They must know that, right? A look of uncontrollable excitement spread in her eyes. Poor souls, I will give you one last chance. Kiso points at the children being protected by their mother. The children over there, surrender your hearts to me. She licks her fingers greedily. Just do that, and everyone else will be saved. The children cling to their guardian's dress in fear. She shouted angrily, everyone stay calm. Do you really think about hurting the children? Don't let that monster lead us. You are not allowed to lay a finger on the children. Kisola, annoyed by the warning, clenched her teeth in frustration. This is so boring. She ruined her fun, so she might as well kill them all. The guardian quickly embraced the children, protecting them. In the face of danger, Rhett hurriedly struck against Kisola's slime to defend everyone. But she was thoroughly delighted, as if she had found a new toy. It was so disappointing to see all the strength and determination of those fragile leaves. I also have someone, kid, a being more precious than anything else in this world, the most noble and revered of all creation. Even in this moment, her mind is flooded with images of him, and she will not let anything but herself have his heart. Kiso screamed wildly. Yes, do you know what this feeling is called? That is called love. Racklet was paralyzed with fear by her terrifying snake form. The girl, terrified, falls to the ground crying in fear, and Kiso watches her cry with delight. So what will you do now? Oh, I regretfully lament. I wondered if you had enough skill to play with me for a while. The guardian mother, frightened, called out Rhett's name and rushed to shield the girl. She gently looked at R, trembling, and asked, Are you hurt? But her voice was immediately cut off. Kiso used her long tongue to pierce through the woman's back, wrapping around her and gently ending her life, just like a hollow play. Don't ruin my entertainment like that. She clenched her hands around her body, using her venom to melt her away. What a worthless old woman. Her attention was drawn back to R, holding the small dagger in her hand. The girl muttered, I hate you. Kisola froze as if struck by a spell. This little girl, could she have just transformed a wicked soul that R had completely consumed with hatred? Ah, I hate you melt away. It was just a small dagger, yet it managed to cut off one of Kisola's legs, and she screamed uncontrollably in madness. Mania was also very surprised to hear her scream. Miss Kisola Rassels seemed to have lost control, continuously swinging her sword to melt away. Kisola struggled to dodge her blows, screaming wildly. That damn brat isn't to be underestimated. She spat slime to counter and melt her attack. But her slime no longer poses much of a threat to the girl now. Raclette stopped her slime with her own. Kisola was first threatened like this. She shouted in hatred. I will never forgive you even if you crush it while it's alive and drink it. That's not good at all. Mania and Akara hurried over. Kisola, are you okay? Kisola loses control, cursing and insulting. They're all useless animals. It's so troublesome having to play the role of an advisor so precisely. Before she could say another word, something that looked like an enormous tree trunk charged at her and knocked Kisola 10 meters away, and her surgically enhanced face was probably shattered into pieces. Seeing Kisola being thrown into the air like a filthy, crushed centipede, Mania was stunned. What the hell is that? To prevent them from thinking any further, Lagertha and Aolao rushed forward with their swords to attack both of them. Lagertha looked at them with hatred. Those disgusting bastards! The queen is coming to take you now. Inside, Nadia holds tightly to Rackles, who is in shock. You must be scared now, right? You're trembling, you must be very frightened. You don't have to be afraid anymore. I won't let anyone hurt you again. So please, go back to being yourself so I can return to the arms of those I love. A tear slowly falls from the corner of Reet's eye as the black streaks on her body gradually disappear. The girl's eyes also turned back to a clear gold, and she could no longer hold back, breaking down in tears of pain. The children hurriedly gathered around her, while Nadia stepped away from the barrier she had just created, once again forming a protective door around everyone inside. Kisola frantically screams, so where did all these people come from when I heard the enemy abandoned this basement along with the aristocrats? But that no longer matters because here we will expose them all and tear their bodies apart. Nadia softly says, that must be her, the one who caused this brutal tragedy. Kisola crazily retorts, so what can you do now? Nadia chuckled softly. Thank you for becoming such a terrible villain because of you, I no longer need to hold back. Kisola was stunned stiff. What is this? Is this some kind of curse? It's like when she was just a little girl long ago, the kind of malice only evil spirits can emit. Could it be hatred? She arrogantly looked down at Nadia and said, don't look at me like that, you bastard, even when the ice melts. Who gave you the right to look at me like that? But in response to her madness, Nadia remains calm. Even though she has lost her memories of the past, she cannot recall anyone she has ever killed with her own hands. Kisola is truly trembling in fear this time. That is not Javu. This familiar feeling is only experienced by those at the top of the food chain, the glow of the summit. Nadia moved closer to her. So tell her her name so she can remember her as the only person she has ever killed. Switching to the Bohat side is impossible. I take the lead in offense and defense, always focusing on practical attacks and leaving no room for mistakes. They seem unbeatable, but no one can predict what will happen. Continuous fighting with two people isn't a good plan. You can't afford to let his guard down. He launched an attack, throwing ice spikes that distracted Takan Khan just as he charged forward. Bonhat also rushed toward him. Yuri blocks his head with his bare hands. The basic rule of combat is to take down each opponent one by one. Starting with the weakest enemy that BH reminded him of the basic rule of fighting is never to give up, then he will teach him a lesson. Savi Bonan, but Yor shouted a warning to the two. If they think this feudal resistance can affect him, they are mistaken. No one can defeat him. But he didn't get to enjoy his pride for long, because Ananta's flames had already burned down his crystal castle. BH hadn't yet figured out what was happening when Ananta mocked the two of them. They're in so much trouble with just one enemy? How pathetic. Rupa waved hello to the two of them. Before she could ask much, Yor interrupted the conversation. Leviat's reinforcements. He wraps himself in a layer of freezing ice. You dare to chat again while I'm still here? That's truly disappointing. Bo hummed and looked at Uamo's form. He spoke up to stop Ananta's steps. He is the 5th seat of Seifor, not an opponent to be taken lightly. But Rupa said, just stay calm. Ananta is not as weak as you think. No way. Are you planning to fight me alone? Ananta said mockingly. How long are you going to keep talking? Yuri, enraged by his words, immediately charged forward to attack. It's truly ridiculous, but his punch didn't even scratch Ananta. Rupa smirked. Ananta, you even managed to hit Sephiroth's second chair. Ur muttered in amazement, that is an incredible power. Could you be Ananta? The embodiment of the Guardian? Ananta gently throws a punch, sending Ur flying out of his ice armor. He remembered Piran's words that in case of an emergency, he should call him immediately. He used his power to open the gate. Bohate watched as the gate was opened. Could it be that this is Ananta, the one who responded to his master, the embodiment of the wings? And on this side, an unforeseen event has occurred. Ayu has betrayed them. Turning the tide of the game, Kisola still refuses to back down, despite sweating from Nadia's intimidating presence. Don't look at me like that. She will show you how vast the gap in their strength really is. Kisola released a cloud of poison gas, surprising Lagertha. She quickly called out to her side and used a shield. This is her unfragmented form. Suffer and die in her waves of poison. But Nadia calmly stabs into Kisola's dark heart. You are struggling in fear and shame. No matter how many attacks Kisola launched, Nadia blocked them all. She could only curse bitterly in frustration. Damn it, her corrosive poison has no effect on Nadia at all. If that's the case, she will cut her into pieces with her own hands. But before she could touch a single finger to Nadia, she was pulled into a dark space, all around like ink. Kiso stared blankly. What is this? She seems to be exhausted and falling out of her giant centipede form. No, this is just too ridiculous. Nadia was about to overwhelm her in this direct battle. Lagertha sweat bullets as she looked at Nadia. So that's her original power? Ao said, it looks like she's already won. And when no one expected, Ao stabbed the sword through Nadia's heart. At the moment, Lagertha was distracted. Mania and Akara had taken control of her. Kisola burst out laughing loudly with joy. Lagertha, feeling helpless, shouted loudly, Why? Why does Ao have to betray them? But Ao just coldly apologized and said that someday the truth will come to light. Lagertha is stunned by the scene before her. This can't be happening. Even now, she can still see the anger directed at the embodiment of his wings, and Ao calmly responds, which is why he can easily deceive her. To distract her from seeing through people's true nature, the anger directed at the embodiment of his wings could not be a lie. Mania triumphantly kicked Lagertha's head to the ground. Shut up, little Empress. Ao told them that if they wanted to easily eliminate the remaining army commanders, it would be best not to harm the queen. He then turned around and urged Kiso to quickly handle this mess. But even so, how dare he order her around when Kisula has already realized that he is the spy Yo mentioned? Ao looked at her with disgust. Do you think all of this is because of who? If it weren't for her almost losing her life, you wouldn't have needed to intervene. Now the embodiment of conquest has lost, but strength will return once again. But before you could finish speaking, Nadia, who was just stabbed moments ago, slowly got up. Ao looked on in amazement as if she hadn't been hurt at all and woke up. How is this possible? You clearly pierced her heart. But Nadia is no longer Nadia at this moment. Ao quickly grabbed Vakisola on her shoulder and took off flying, leaving Mania and Akara stunned. What is this after all? Nadia's curse is swallowing us both. Let the light guide the way. In Nadia's mind, a gentle man greets her. Nice to meet you, sister. I think I can get closer to the person inside you now. The key to opening the horizon of the world is the blossoming of the inner branches of the owner's desires. These two things are the world of vivid imagination, seeking to change the world whenever it wishes. Look at how bright and beautiful the world you dream of is, where there are no stains at all. Do you want to help me lead the change of this world? The embodiment of nature, but not Xenanos. The embodiment of magic. Nadia slowly woke up, finding herself lying on a sandy beach with a blazing red ocean before her. Where am I? I was fighting just now, and my heart got pierced. Nadia touched her wound, wondering why she was still alive. Suddenly, a voice from behind spoke, because from the very beginning you were neither alive nor dead. It's a pleasure to meet you, Nadia. A girl who looks about 80 to 90% like Nadia with red eyes is approaching her. Who are you? Looks like you don't know anything yet. No wonder you didn't hesitate to call me out at all. She laughs and delivers shocking news. Right now, your heart has stopped beating altogether. Controlled by a corpse like a puppet, maybe it's the artificial heartbeat created by the power of the branch. I've been waiting for you for a very long time. Because I want to face you like this someday, but I can't. As long as you hold control, I will only ever be a shadow of you. Nadia shouted loudly. Tell her to stop talking nonsense. Who exactly is that person who looks just like me? My name is Senunot, the first demon of this world. I smile sinisterly with a wicked grin and glowing red eyes, solemnly introducing myself to Nadia. The dark sky suddenly turned into a bright, sunny day. In the primitive times of the mythological era, a spiritual beast embodying magic was given a human form. In the vast forest to the west, where nature's blessings abound, the residents here regarded that day as a divine blessing. At the same time, a figure appeared whose name symbolized someone with horns and wealth. It is Senun, the mortal creature whose ephemeral nature always seeks beauty through generations and harmony within herself. Senun and others wish for eternal peace, unaware that it is only an impossible dream. Races, cultures, and beliefs during times of violence. Every aspect of humanity became fleshly desires for others, and a world of mutual killing was inevitable. And then one day, an unexpected spark of a large-scale invasion engulfed the entire forest. The invaders in golden armor were a mighty army led by the hero incarnate, Lyoga. The forest tribes fought bravely against countless invading enemies to protect their loved ones, and Senun also entered the battlefield. The battle ended with many lives lost, and the forest was completely burned down. Senun, a god, defends himself against arrows and spears piercing his body. Lyoga approaches Zun and places a white stone as a symbol for the chosen by the supreme god. I will engrave your death deep into this heart, Senun said, turning with an amazed expression. Lyoga, a renowned Lion King warrior like you, how could you be the mastermind behind such a brutal massacre? I don't expect you to forgive me. because my ancient self is willing to bear the shame of being a cruel murderer. Luna, the embodiment of magic with the power to see the future, once prophesied that all creatures on this land would be destroyed, and a terrifying world unlike any before would emerge. Do you think one of the 6 embodiments did this since Luna, the one who made that prophecy, lost her life and even her divine power? The anger boiled over so much that I stood up instantly. Do they really dare to take innocent lives just for a useless prophecy? Gradually, Laoga transformed into a fierce lion. So who can guarantee that my people won't be the next victims? I will never just sit and wait for death. If things have come to this, I will deal with them myself first. Obediently surrender your divine power to me, the guardian of the forest. Sinun felt that this time it was hopeless, as the great incarnation, who always valued every life, suddenly developed a wicked desire to kill everything. In the eyes swallowed by rage and that roar, the figure of Nunost, the embodiment of magic, disappeared. He also transformed into a monstrous reindeer, ready to confront Laoga. A fierce battle took place, and Kamgo emerged victorious. Laoga, exhausted, lies with his tongue out on the ground. Ju appears after the battle ends. The world calls us, those given human form, the incarnations, but what about those incarnations who are always malicious like humans? What should I call him? He casually plucked out Laoga's fang and the manmi in his hand. Senan finally calmed down and turned to ask Ruyo, "Do you think my name sounds divine?" "Impressive. Are you the one mentioned in Laoga's prophecy? I am the embodiment of the Nunost Wheel's wings, and the sacred guardian holding them will belong to me." He quickly returned to his previous form, ready to fight Zuno. Nunost also didn't bother fighting him, casually broke off one of his horns and said, "If you've given up on the meaning of the cycle of rebirth and harmony, sooner or later I will become a monster swallowed by malice and lose all motivation. I'm regretful now. Take it if you want." He offered one of his horns to Gioia, "But I have a condition." Returning to Nadia's subconscious, I remember making a pact with the embodiment of the wings that day. If you can gather all the sacred treasures, someday he will also give me a branch of a tree. I want to expand the atmosphere of this world, covering this land with a surreal realm and bringing it back to my primordial world of monsters. But what I didn't expect was that its appearance would extinguish my evil intent. We are like 2 sides of the same coin, ruling this surreal world together. You are a representative, also a different version, modeled after me. Nadia, who has been watching as a spectator, finally speaks up. "No wonder I always dream like this. A dream that always has to run away from an unknown monster inside me. Even now, I still feel scared just thinking about it. But I don't know why I feel like that monster isn't happy. The reason you want to change this world and have to borrow strength from the branch is because you're regretful for being powerless to protect what is precious to you. If I am truly a part of you, then I also have a responsibility to bear this burden. That is why I will oppose your evil intent and protect what I need to protect, along with countless people on this land. You can keep laughing if you have enough strength to do so, but the one in front of you is one of the 6 strongest incarnations in history." The ice wall has collapsed. Everyone evacuate quickly. As people scatter to find a hiding spot, Bion just stands there, looking down at the mess he caused. He turns to face Ananta in his black dragon form and, with a taunting gesture, says, "My fist has never been afraid of anything. So this is the first time I've had to fight the same enemy twice. You're always looking down on me, as if you're some creature sent down from heaven." Bion hesitated slightly because Anan had previously posed a threat to both him and the embodiment of the wings, but now he had transformed into a dragon. He asked for his name. "My name? Ananta. I solemnly declare that I am a descendant of the Black Dragon, the one who survived and devoured all the evil gods in the world, and will destroy the embodiment of the wings. Why was I born? Why are you so different from others? Someone, please tell me, give me an answer." Are these the questions Bai Heron has always asked himself? Does this destructive power capable of destroying an entire space come from the answer hidden in this punch? The embodiment of Gio's wings, you know that responding to divine power is a manifestation of a person's subconscious desire to be born as a bird, and with it, the proof is as vast as the entire world. If you want to know why you were born, you must destroy the world that is entirely yours. With your mind, Beharon, I will guide you to the answer. From now on, you will be the strongest spear to protect me and the embodiment of destruction. Before unleashing your ultimate move, remember your master's words. Use the mirror of disaster, the palm of justice, a lightning-fast punch that strikes directly at Ananta and pierces through him. Rupa, holding Ruby in her small form, stands in a corner calling his name non-stop, but unexpectedly, after the light fades, Men remains unharmed. Besides being scorched black as coal, I will destroy everything that blocks my strongest spear. Did he activate his strongest barrier around himself? Since Ananta's whole body is black, I can't tell if he's hurt or not. His 2 hands grew into 2 sharp spears as he charged into battle. Beharon used his hands to block a devastating collision that forced him to retreat 8 steps. Rupa was surprised that Ananta could hold Baron back. At this moment, T and Ban also ran over to ask about the situation. "Where is Your Majesty the Queen? She is still safe, right?" "Don't worry. Lord Lagerthan is in the fortress with Ao and Nadia now." Suddenly, a bright light from the castle makes all 3 freeze stiff. The beam of light disappeared as someone appeared with wings and took someone away. That person is Ao. That guy broke through the ice and went outside. Bo, seeing that, hurriedly ran after him to find Queen Lagoth immediately. Hurry up! Tanrupa looks at the nearby battlefield and worries about Ananta. He entrusted her to watch over Ruby. Seeing Ruby made it feel like something was about to happen, and it became anxious and fearful. Let me help him by borrowing your strength. Ruby returns to the battle between Ananta and Biaran, both of them continuously dueling with swords. After swallowing the embodiment of conquest, he gained superhuman physical strength. Biharan felt he had done little but gained a lot, so he took a powerful swing, planning to deliver a final blow that left him stunned and retreating. Because he discovered that the true power of the Conqueror's embodiment is an indestructible flesh body. This is a battle between sword and shield to see who is truly the strongest. What a joke. Ananta takes a long step forward and delivers a punch with a black, spiky fist towards Biharan. He also uses his old thunderous punch technique to block his attack. Two attacks collide, creating a thick cloud of white smoke that blinds both of them. While blinded by the smoke, Violan failed to notice that Ananta had taken advantage of the moment to slip underneath the ice and strike at his legs. However, he also managed to dodge quickly. Just as he broke through the ice, he didn't hold back and fought while asserting. Remember that Anta is the name of the one who defeated him. A powerful attack from Ananta broke through Biharan's outer armor, and he cleverly used his hands to block his face. That single strike was enough to directly affect his heart, and the ring on his head also cracked. But Ananta immediately sensed something was wrong. Bion quickly regained his senses, and a huge blue light suddenly flashed, turning into an explosion that shattered the surrounding ice. At the entrance of the rabbit hole, Kifut stands at the crossroads of life. This will be our final plan, in case Leshfut and I face danger. But each rabbit hole can only hold 3 people, so at most 6 people can move through this way. Because we have to reduce our forces, choose your best fighters carefully. I have decided that the main entrance is the path leading to the fortress and your deepest hiding place. To protect everyone, we must secure an escape route from the fortress. The music team inside will include me and Nadia. This team will stop the enemies from infiltrating the fortress and take care of the wounded. The outside reinforcement will include Ananta, Rupa, and Ruby. Ruby was surprised that even a chameleon like her had to go on a mission. Lagan explained that the enemy must have concentrated all their forces on their main army to break through the defenses at the fortress entrance. So I think this final battle will definitely require Ruby's strength. Lagan then assigns tasks to Scan and Mo while the two stay behind to care for the wounded soldiers. This battle won't be easy. Everyone get ready. Everyone took turns entering the 2 rabbit holes as assigned. After everyone went in, the holes closed, and the clock was broken. Quai and Lockfoot feel that it's already gotten to that point and can't be easily fixed, but it's okay. Honestly, they're quite happy because the outcome even exceeded our sister's expectations. After the fierce battles, his strength has increased significantly. Get ready to return to our sister. Lockfoot dreams of the day he will touch our moon, and it's about to come true, she said, smiling and covering her mouth, looking just like a final boss. Every expression and action of the two are seen through by SCA. Geo has lost his storm with me. You all have hidden motives. The villainess smiled kindly. So, there's another spirit beast hidden beneath the queen's egg. Oh, so it was the wind that told you that? It seems like you're all quite unhappy about not being able to stand by the queen's side. I don't deny that, but Lady Han's judgment has never been wrong because that thing is definitely a spirit beast. What are you mocking about? It is a creature, both a spirit and a legend. The power of the gods who created this world has no fixed form. But after some time, it developed on its own and became a spirit with its own body that can freely switch between 2 forms to become a spirit beast. The creature that was originally a spirit beast and then became a manifestation can now rival the first 6 manifestations. Ruby instantly transformed from a lizard into a wolf engulfed in flames. That was Rupa combining with Ruby to become that form. Ananta was also surprised by their partnership. Over here, Bone Shadow also refuses to lose and transforms into a new form with flames in front of its chest and mouth. Ruby Rupa glances at Ananta. Ananta, let's help each other now. I'm about to turn into dust. Together they combine their powers and gain immense strength. Their bodies, already red, burn even brighter with flames. It used its claws and its whole body to swipe at Biren, delivering a blow that made him grimace. He quickly raised his hands to block but was hit by 2nd, 3rd, and increasingly more attacks. Moreover, that guy only knows how to block with his hands and cannot attack. Beings born from the Dark God, the supreme divine beasts, have a different name. As far as I know, there is only one creature like that in this world. Bion has also risen up, surprising Ruby and Danta. The red flames that covered him just moments ago were quickly swallowed up by his blue flames, which grew ever larger. This was his final attack, and also the last barrier for the manifestation of the wing, called the demon beast, Baharen. Like Ruby, his entire body is also covered in blue flames. Is this his true power? My Anan has only watched and listened from the beginning to the end without judging. Why would a warrior like you choose to follow Yo? Do you know your close friend has chosen the wrong civilization? Beyond planned to explain, but he himself also forgot what he was going to say. Although he said he forgot, the next thing he said was that if Anan wanted to know the answer, he would show him the power of this fist. So let's go in and get some food, friend. Will it be you or me who destroys the opponent first? Neither of them backed down and they challenged each other directly. They both planned to punch each other, then a blinding light suddenly cut through the battle. The final pieces for the world's atmosphere layer are all in place. Yu orders Bayan to get out of here. Let's return to our pantheon. Ruyo carries Nadia in his arms and flies through the air. Rupa Ruby was surprised by Nadia's current appearance. In fact, Xenunos was taking over her body. A stream of black blood flows from her eye, making Chuyo worried. Senun explains that because her willpower is so strong, it's still a bit difficult, but her fragile heart will soon shatter into pieces and merge with me. Ananta and Biharan were about to fight when Huyo overheard them. Rupa Ruby looked at the one who looked both like Nadia and not like Nadia lying in that guy's arms and couldn't help but wonder. Even Anta doesn't recognize who she is right now. What exactly did that guy do to mess with her? Ananta's inner black dragon doesn't really care about this. It doesn't matter. The cursed mortal will fulfill his pact soon, submit before the fury that will swallow everything. A wave of red and black energy engulfed the entire battlefield, along with Ananta's thunderous roar. Senun immediately recognized it as the aura of the black dragon and asked Ruyo, "Who is this guy?" "That is Ananta, a foolish human in the eyes of only revenge, but I never thought he would be this troublesome. You want to kill me? Dream on, you delusional fool. Even if the whole world collapses now, you won't get your way." He spread his 6 pairs of wings and shot 6 orbs straight at him. The swift attack pushed back Rupa, Ruby, and Ananta, while Baron, standing nearby, sensed something approaching him and quickly leapt up. Ananta had completely transformed into a gigantic black dragon. I just happened to chase after them because my goal was to attack. Inside Ananta's subconscious, the black dragon is also trying to tempt him. That cursed criminal. Submit to this consuming rage. I can't stand your words. Don't talk nonsense. My anger has reached its peak, and the only thing I want now is to destroy you. Interesting. The little bird from days gone by has grown wings now, and this barren, desolate land is just a dull place. Very fitting. For someone whose only desire is to burn everything to the ground, like you. The ones who should bare their teeth are the ones facing the enemy now. A foe much stronger than those you've faced before. And right now, you are being swallowed whole. Because of the curse, you are in a state of rage now, and you and he are sworn enemies. The embodiment of the wings. Ananta recalled the first time they met when he was just a child. Just a touch on the shoulder. A single word and a gesture of his have made him resentful to this day. Thinking of the deep grudge, Ananta immediately told Black Dragon to take him back to the old place to fight him alone. Haklong said not to, but I'm just informing you, not asking for your opinion. Okay, you're so obsessed with the power of the curse that you've become this arrogant. You fools should know your place. With that kind of imitation power, it's a long way to even summon the wings. Even though I was a bit angry, I still had to hold my tongue because she was right. Having courage without strength is just pointless arrogance. And isn't there anything more pathetic than a weakling showing off? People say he's just bluffing. Anand holds her head, not knowing what to do. Even after pouring all my strength, I still can't defeat him. How can I take my revenge? Don't be weak anymore. As a dark god, my power and fury are still within your body. That power can turn an ordinary mortal body into a bloodthirsty being, also known as a vengeful incarnation, unleashing cruel strength and becoming a creature comparable to a god. Something truly disgusting. You saw it too, right? The branches are made from the sacred relics of those creatures. They are the catalysts for evolution, turning all beings, even the disgusting ones, into incarnations. This is the wish I made for you. Take the branch and be reborn as a true embodiment. Then I will have a new body and escape this imaginary world, the power of the branch and the curse of the evil god. I will regain my original power and avenge you. Do you, descendant of the Black Dragon, accept this pact? She touches his cheek and keeps tempting him, but he still happily accepts. Then suddenly tears her collar apart and warns that revenge is his own business. I will not give it to anyone. I will proceed with the next step after revenge is complete, and I will offer this body to whoever wants it as much as they desire. Black Dragon hesitated for a moment because things didn't go as planned. Some things were a bit off, but since the outcome was still correct, why not accept it? Fine. Let me see how much you can endure. The clouds of conflict and defiance will guide you. The subconscious pact within him ended as Haklong granted him the power to unleash a flame at Chuyo, and that guy quickly responded in kind. 2 streams of power collide, creating a huge explosion in the sky. Nunnot's vehicle, which has been in Zhu's hands all this time, is also itching to move. I have no intention of becoming a burden to you, but will fight alongside you, the winged one. Then she charged down to face Ananta, using black cords from the ground to hold him tightly while she landed gracefully. A surge of power shoots up from the ground to attack Anta. Looks like the one controlling this body is also quite smooth, Nunnot. Of course, but your power remains unchanged. Then she looked down at Anta's body, which had one side of its back scorched. Yo in his hand and said, "I only need to make a slight move to be enough. Before I can show my strength, Anan has already stood in my way. The embodiment of the wings, I must curse you." Then he opened his mouth and shot a beam of light toward him. Rupa and Ruby have now separated and are inside Ananta's body, shouting for Anta to hear me. "Can you hear me?" Answer. She looked up and saw a pile of twigs above her head. Inside it, Anta was being controlled, both limbs and mind. Ananta's outer shape has lost part of its head, and Juo's wings are also scorched halfway because he used them as a shield. "Stupid and evil soul, is that all your curse can do is burn these white wings? Wake up." Suddenly, the sky above shattered like a mirror. Yo ordered Biharan Fukant to punch the black dragon hard in the back from above. Rupa and Ruby inside also trembled along with it. The red lump containing Ananta inside also fell and shattered due to the shock. Ananta lies face down and remains still. Seeing this, Rupa struggles to stand up and try to help him. But Ruby was faster, transforming into a human form and running to Ananta's side. "I will protect you no matter how many times it takes." Whenever Ananta is exhausted and collapses, Ruby is still by his side, using its healing powers to mend him. The muscles in his arm gradually recovered and returned to their original shape. Outside, Biharan, Juyo, and Sanunos were gathering around Haklong's body. Sanan observed for a while, then told Ananta to transform into the guardian tiger, the one I have been watching in Nadia's inner world. He is our enemy, but also just a person who is hurt after losing loved ones. Letting him go in peace is the mercy of the victor. Rio hesitated slightly when he heard Noon say that. He has been silent all this time, making Sainun and Biharan wonder why he usually talks so much, but is now so quiet later. Duyu felt that something was off. So he gently raised his hand, his fingers gradually turning black and spreading across his palm. "Could it be that he has been caught in it?" said the Black Dragon. Suddenly, a surge of power from Black Dragon's body erupted, forcing Bir Heron to dodge aside. The light gradually formed into a stream of energy. Before he could see anything, a large hole suddenly appeared in Juo's head, surprising even him. From that burst of energy, a massive arm tore through, creating a pathway. Ananta has regained her original form but is slightly smaller and ready to fight. Sanun is not worried about Yu's head. He was also a bit scared because after fighting for a while, Ananta still hadn't fallen. Biharan, who planned to lead the charge, was stopped by a fox monster. Juo's side has healed his wound. He just regained this eye and immediately challenged Ananta. Li and Kwai are reporting the battle to their teammates. The current situation at Levitine Fortress is as follows. Today, the winged avatar appeared among the attackers at Levitine Fortress, and the Guardian's avatar entered its second battle against the winged avatar. After the battle results are confirmed, we will return to the base. From Kwai's report, both Anta and Yu are also ready to enter a life and death fight. Ananta transforms into a half-dragon, half-human form and soars into the sky to face Juai, who is down on the ground feeling quite annoyed because he keeps being teased by Ananta over and over again. "Do you dare to look down on me?" That power is a cursed demonic spell that turns the target into a monster. If it continues, it will eventually devour them completely and they won't be able to return. Like Ananta now, Senan advises that retreating is the best option. Biharan and the fox monster are still engaged in a fierce 300-round battle on one side. Yo called Biharan back, cut off his increasingly darkening hand and turned to say to him, "Our target is very close now. There's no time to waste here." And he ordered everyone to return. I orders Biharan to open the gate. He follows and strikes his palms together. Immediately, the shield opens a hole just big enough for everyone to pass through. Anand, seeing the enemy about to escape, shouted loudly. Senun just stood there, watching a familiar face one last time, and said, "Black Dragon, if you also have a will to live so strong that you must seize others' bodies, then sooner or later we will have to face each other." Anan concentrates her power and releases fireballs around her. Sanan, speaking as she reverts to her original form, spreads her arms to catch Anta's attacks. A black barrier blocked all of his attacks. A new day begins, the sunrise rises as usual, and a figure approaches the place where the battle ended. The greatest achievement of this battle is confirming that the Black Dragon's curse has tainted the embodiment of the wings. The extent of the damage caused by the curse to that guy is still unclear, but based on his reactions collected at the scene, Blackfoot is raising his phone to report the situation to everyone. It can be estimated that he is significantly weakened. The opponent's quick retreat is proof of this. Next, I will report on the damage assessment. The non-combatant count of Levitine is estimated to be around 3,000 people. The estimated death rate is around 97%, with about 90% surviving. Levitine's combatants are estimated to number around 400. The estimated death rate is around 99%, with 4 survivors and 1 traitor. Blackfoot received orders from above to assess Ananta's current condition, the embodiment of vengeance. At this moment, Ananta has returned to his original form and is sitting pensively on the rock in front of Blackfoot, with Jupa beside him, constantly worried about him. Blackfoot confirms that he is still safe. Ruby tries to rush over to comfort him but is grabbed and carried away by someone. Defeating the opponent and forcing him to retreat is already a great outcome. Black Food, seeing him like that, also didn't hesitate to comfort him. It seems like he feels that way. Ananta. Ruby suddenly transforms into a human form in her hands. I was about to run to Ananta when WF Food held me tightly. Ruby didn't want to let go. Are all divine beasts this adorable? Black Food also put Ruby down and looked at him. Ananta, why don't you enjoy it a little? We barely managed to win after all. Winning, what remains here is only the sobs of those whose hopes have been shattered and who have lost their loved ones. As he spoke, images of the victims after this battle kept flashing through his mind. I still haven't taken anything from him yet. Next time, I will definitely end this battle. Black Food saw how stiff he was, so he hugged him tightly. What kind of person is he that he can't be honest at all? Sometimes revealing deep hidden emotions is very important. This action made Rupa blush and Ruby get angry. That was tough on him. Ananta finally blew a breath into his ear. As soon as he finished speaking, Ananta struck his elbow out, sending him flying. W Food was also quick to intervene to prevent unnecessary trouble. Black Food is right, Ananta's achievements are truly remarkable. From defeating the second-place rider of the Phizos vehicle in a head-to-head confrontation with the guards of the wings to seriously injuring him, Nadia's sudden departure was unexpected. But still, no other body transformation has dared to undertake such a reckless counterattack. Only he alone dares to do it. Ananta, hearing the achievements W Food recounts, doesn't feel much joy. I'm not interested in flattery. Just tell me straight, W Food still smiles at you? The key forces of Levate are still intact. We need to prepare a new base to gather our forces and defend against the enemy's second attack. Rupa is not entirely in favor of building a new base right now because Levatin no longer has any large enough fortresses to protect civilians. If we can't avoid being discovered by the enemy, there will inevitably be losses. WF also suspected that things would go in this direction, so she had prepared in advance. We propose a suitable safe haven for all the survivors. That is the Blackwood headquarters. Moreover, to reward Ananta's dedication, we will reveal to him the truths about the winged embodiment he has never known. This information has successfully piqued your interest. Ananta looked at W Food with a threatening gaze. When she starts rambling, you already know what the outcome will be. Black Food smiled a cruel smile never seen before. The embodiment of Geo's wings reveals his true identity as the final incarnation among the first 6 incarnations of this world, the incarnation of the Empire. A memory of an afternoon with the 2 of them on the beach when I could no longer stand beside you. I'm not sad at all. The only thing lingering is that I can't wish you happiness. That is Ao's memory from when he was a swordsman. Now he is returning to Yu's base with Kiswoga. Everyone coincidentally gathered on the rooftop to meet, including the girl with 2 horns shouting at a young man waiting. Seeing the 2 Ao was approaching, he turned to look. Is escaping just because he nearly died? That's really pathetic, Kiswoga. That guy looks like a shark with his mouth torn open to his ears. Kisuga, being mocked, turns pale with anger. Ao quickly realized who this person was. He was once a candidate for one of the 5 great guardians, but out of hatred, he slaughtered those in 4th and 5th place. The 7th-ranked Phi vehicle, continuously demoted, is angering the embodiment of wings, the embodiment of the Ka-Cat massacre. Kisuga wondered why this guy, still under suspension, was here. He just smiled and said, "Still asking? It's time to rearrange the order." At that moment, the shield behind him shattered, and Huyo's team returned after the battle. Seeing the wound near Yuo's eye, Kisuga's face turned pale with worry, but all she received was Juo's cold stare, so she could only remain silent. This invasion was to comfort Geihan's soul. Although it was supposed to be a one-sided massacre, those responsible for part of Siphi had to face death. Even one of the 5 great guardians was seriously wounded and had to retreat. Fios's reputation has already been dragged to the lowest point. Kisoga, being directly accused, has been standing silently in a corner reciting prayers. Seeing Ju being a bit harsh with subordinates, Senin decided to speak up to intervene. Kisoga was also very surprised to see an old acquaintance. Senin explained that she only accidentally confronted me, and deliberately punishing me further would be too cruel. His words made Kisoga grit her teeth in silence, while Du agreed with Senun's opinion because it made sense. Sometimes rewarding, instead of punishing, can lead to the development of the group. From now on, I will reorganize the hierarchy to recognize the achievements of the spies. I appoint the current embodiment of swordsmanship as the 6th, dismiss the Storm's avatar from the 5th position, appoint the avatar of Slaughter to the 5th position, and the 2nd position remains vacant, appointing the current embodiment of magic to the 2nd position. My brothers and sisters, a new chapter is approaching as I embark on a journey to invade the land of the gods beyond this world. Once the final preparations are complete, I will bring this long journey to an end. Back with Ananta's group, a large golden sphere shines brightly. Some little rabbits are waiting for 3 beams of light to appear. Ananta, Rupa, and Ruby are transported somewhere. W Food walks out smiling to greet them and introduces this place as the headquarters of Thokuk. Welcome to Labajad. Rupa reminded everyone that Lord Lagetha and the others have not arrived yet. Duvafaf Wood also advised her not to worry about it. Although it was a bit troublesome, after gathering Lavat's remnants in one place under Blackfoot's guidance, we devised a plan to bring them to Labat Thought. Ananta wondered how she could do this because her power had been taken away. WF also reaffirmed that. Akub leads the way, but with the special teleportation magic of Earth magic, it can still be done. I invited you all first because it was the leader's request. WF Wood took the three of them to the library to meet Zayjana. While Sina was busy looking for some books, Ananta noticed that Xena looked a bit familiar. This woman looks so familiar, as if she's the same person as those rabbits. But a single command from WF Food cleared up his confusion. Sajina finally stopped watching and Nyanta handed the book to the little rabbit next to him and said, "Sorry, I almost didn't recognize you in real life after only hearing about you." Anand couldn't believe that someone as gentle as this was the leader of those rude rabbits. Sajina reaffirmed once more to make him believe. It was I who pulled him into Thokwok's plan. Anand was surprised that she didn't hide the fact that, although on the same side, they still exploited each other to achieve their own goals. Sajina chuckled softly. "Don't be so cautious. We're more alike than you think." She moved closer to Anta because we both share a common enemy that we hate more than anyone. Rupa crossed her arms and reminded Xena not to stray from the main issue. Could it be that the way they called us to the headquarters was just for chatting? Xena saw the girl and her face turned cold. "Fine, let's change seats." All five of them went to a private table to discuss, with the food served gently and slowly for everyone. "Sajina, enjoy it. Have you ever experienced this feeling before? When you hate an enemy so much that you want to know everything about him, it becomes an obsession. I feel disgusted when I encounter a stalker, but hatred gradually fades over time, unlike the strong ones who choose not to forget, unlike us weak ones. I have recorded all his history to the point that it could fill every shelf in this room. The story I am about to tell begins with the journey of an anonymous embodiment. On a vast and endless desert, a person rides a camel in despair. The camel's body is full of arrows, so after a few steps it collapses. But the fall of the camel did not cause the person riding it to fall. They looked ahead and saw a shadowy figure approaching slowly. Look at the world in a grain of sand, admire a wildflower to see heaven, hold infinity in the palm of your hand and contain eternity in a moment. In a room full of machines, a robot stands in the middle. Its mission is to convey the ultimate fundamental principle and bring widespread benefit to the human world. Question: the creator. What is the purpose of implementing the ultimate fundamental principle? The autonomous logic system maintains the overall system to analyze the details, consciousness, and perceptions of organic beings, creating emotions and a sense of self for the machine's embodiment. That is how the nameless avatar operates. Vodan's embodiment looks at the woman in front of him, pointing a spear at him, and finds it utterly pointless, because that thing can't kill me. Stay silent. If you make any suspicious moves, I won't spare you. Don't move. He raised his hand to his face in a look of boredom and removed his mask, saying, "My fundamental principle cannot harm the human girl." The girl was startled when she saw his face, for behind the iron mask was a mechanical face. He asked her what her name was. Her name is Fiona, the first person the embodiment of machinery has come into contact with. Ananta, listening to the story so far, thought she was hearing a fairy tale, so he told the driver to skip the side story. All he wants is information. He came here to find clues on how to defeat him. I didn't care before what that guy had done or where he was. Gina's car sensed his impatience, so she explained more thoroughly. The origin of the machine's embodiment is the starting point where he became the embodiment of the wings. Exploiting weaknesses to defeat our enemies is also something we should do. Please listen to the story until the end. I have no intention of wasting my time unnecessarily. Anand glances and tells her to continue the story. Sheena closes her eyes and keeps narrating. That night, the embodiment of the machine and that girl camped together in the desert. Fiona had finished eating and drinking, while he didn't need to eat. I have a question. Within a radius of a few hundred kilometers, and considering human endurance, the survival rate is extremely low. So why is she moving while injured? Fiona still hasn't gotten used to talking to him. Her profession is a trader. She trades with the tribes in the desert. Since she was young, she has traveled through many cities with her family and provided water to those in need. In this vast desert, many people need help from our family, but greedy bandits don't care at all. She recalls a massacre and looting between her merchant group and the bandits. Her relatives sacrificed their lives to clear a path for her to escape. She, covered in blood and wounds, runs forward on her camel. As she told this to him, she remembered the painful memories that made her cry. If your mechanical form is crying like that, then the emotion you're showing is the most primitive human emotion, sadness, isn't it? Sorry for making the savior who saved me see such a disgraceful scene. You don't need to apologize for having emotions. That means you still have a self. That is a field that non-human beings see as worth exploring. She recalled the story about humanoid creatures that he had told her, and she had also heard before. Senonot, Luna, Ida, Haka, Zyoga, Alakos. When traveling across the continent, it's not hard to hear those names. But the embodiment of machinery is something she has never heard of. What exactly is a machine? He raised his hand to explain that it is a device powered by energy that performs assigned tasks and can be considered a precise tool to achieve the intended goal. I am a servant of the machine god, overseeing creation and destruction. I was created to spread civilization to humanity. I am not a divine being who destroys everything. I am an artificial entity. My fundamental principle is to bring widespread benefit to the human world. I am tasked with guiding humanity toward a higher form of development. Fiona sat nearby, listening to this guy ramble without understanding a thing. Seeing that, he quickly bought a simple test for her to see. He stood up and stepped back, placing one hand on the sandy ground. A flash of light dazzled her, and when she regained her senses, a large hole had appeared in front of her. Look, if there's no water source, just create one. Immediately, a huge stream of water flows from beneath the hole and rushes upward. With the method of water surface detection and desalination technology, the desert people will never lack water again. Fiona will help you bring benefits to the people in this land. What is happening before her eyes is truly wondrous. Although she still doesn't fully understand what the guy is saying now, she can grasp some of it. You truly are my savior. With the unfortunate souls lost in darkness, the divine will appear and become the light. But for the souls living in the light, he will appear in human form. A year later, in the ocean desert city, at the military island, especially where ships and beaches for traders are abundant, a group of people are waiting for Fiona's ship to arrive. Look, Fiona's ship is arriving. After embracing the spread of civilization and technology from the machine embodiment, the desert region became significantly prosperous in a short period. Fiona, you have tapped into water sources to create lush oases and sell desalinated seawater, earning significant profits. In just over a year, you became a leading merchant in the desert. The ocean islands are always full of energy. Whenever we visit, nothing special happens. Right, Iron Mask? Iron Mask is the nickname Fiona gave to the mechanical embodiment. Because recently trade with the outside has increased significantly, the infrastructure like roads and barriers can't keep up. Fiona didn't quite understand what he was saying. A vow of revenge. Criminals must face strict punishment appropriate to their crimes in all circumstances. This stems from the oath proposed by the leader of the Special Zone during the council. Fiona felt it was unreasonable because that vow was meant to protect everyone from lawless people. Why then hinder the development of the Special Zone? The mechanical embodiment explains that they survive on this barren land. Those who take others' lives and property are called outlaws. The Special Zone has excluded anyone even with the slightest connection to them. The number of people not involved with the zone far exceeds those inside. Although there is a choice for everyone to live together, people still choose to clearly distinguish between enemies and allies. If punishment is not seen as a means for social benefit, but as an end in itself, as it has been so far, humans will never stop killing each other. At this moment, when labor is crucial for leading the region's development, it seems more practical to open the door to outsiders, including those outside the law, accept them, and use them as a workforce to expand production. Fiona suddenly interrupts him. I will pretend I never heard that. I am always very grateful to you. Thanks to you, this land has been able to develop over the past year. Not only I, but many others here also owe you. I will continue to rely on you in the future. But if you reach out to help them, who will understand the resentment from my deceased family? The embodiment of machinery doesn't understand what the problem is. Because the dead cannot speak or produce any meaningful results in human society, what matters to him are only the living people he can observe. His words drove Fiona mad with rage. Not only are those who take innocent lives without hesitation not human, Fiona cannot forget the pain of losing her family to outlaws, an embodiment of machinery that does not understand the human heart. Before Fiona could notice the damp stain inside him, the machine's embodiment's concerns had already been revealed. The outlaws had gathered into a group and launched a war. Someone is ahead, don't worry, and just move forward. We will kill and loot anyone who dares to stand in our way. Eliminate all those damn bastards in the Special Zone for me. The embodiment of machinery raises its hand. Oh, divine will that binds me. What defines a human being? I want to find out right now. A gun-like system appears from his palm, unleashing a power so strong that a single strike makes the invaders vanish. He dreams of breaking free from unreasonable chains and revealing his true nature inside. The townspeople inside the city don't understand what is happening. They still think the lawless are attacking here, so hurry and get out of here as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. Are you planning to leave the children and the elderly behind and run away? That's Fiona, our leader fighting against the lawless ones. They have harbored hatred against us for a long time and will surely try to wipe everyone out. However, someone wants them to surrender immediately? Only cowards would say surrender, so what can we do now? Fiona reassured the people. Everyone, don't be afraid. This land is a paradise we have painstakingly built, a place filled with our blood and sweat, so why give everything to those who took the lives of our loved ones? Let's fight together. We will defeat them with our own hands. Let's fight together and win. Fiona's encouragement immediately took effect. The villagers are full of determination when suddenly a bright light erupts from behind them. Fiona realizes that the power is emanating from the mechanical manifestation. which, after destroying the outlaws, leaves only a large, deep scar on the sand. He put his mask back on just as Fiona rode up on her camel. Seeing what was left behind, she couldn't believe her eyes. Did all the lawless masked killers kill them? Did you really do this? The embodiment of the machine looks at her, and he feels that his current emotions are exactly the same as when he first met you. Is that fear? Fiona, I met you right here on this land. I am fortunate because I have fundamental questions about the basic principles of the Creator. What is a human being? When I see the distinction between the embodiment and humans, I've always wondered about the nature of humanity. As you once said, humans will not kill each other. Now I will begin my journey to find the true meaning of being human. The embodiment of machinery gently placed a hand on Fiona's shoulder. Yes, it was you who freed me from the absurd fate I was given. I am now free to explore myself. Somewhere, the scenes just now were witnessed through a camera by a girl with cat-like hands who gently smiled and said she had caught the traitor of the world. Immediately after, the machine's manifestation left Fiona without any regret. For a long time, he wandered along a distant path without a destination, analyzing the feelings he experienced and recognizing them himself. Suddenly, he realized that what he was feeling was happiness, but doubt quickly followed. What brought him this happiness? To find out, he once again immerses himself in the world of humans. Currently, the machines are settled in many different lands to spread technology and civilization. He led human prosperity and was worshipped as a god for many years. But that never lasted long. Over time, it gradually faded away and turned to dust because the places he stopped at were very different from the world he once knew. Fiona, as always, humans despise and hurt each other. Good people must live in sadness, crying, and suffering. The killers are not humans, but only things that take human form, just like Fiona once did. Everyone witnessing this scene saw him as a savior. Humans, why do you worship me? Killing one person makes you a murderer, but killing a million makes you a conqueror. Killing everyone will make you a god. Noble one, what is your name? I am your name. Why do I remember this? The remnants of machinery quietly leave humanity and head somewhere else because he just needs a little time to reflect, in a place with no one around. And right before his eyes, Luna, the embodiment of magic, appeared. Luna is stunningly beautiful, with cat ears and heterochromatic eyes. She holds the bamboo umbrella above her head, walks over and stops, reciting some kind of spell. Suddenly, countless beams of light appear, and the robot's consciousness is unexpectedly thrown backward in surprise. A super-advanced space transfer technology? Even more surprising is how that entity could possess such enormous energy. The surrounding space changed. Everywhere was filled with towering bookshelves as tall as the world's largest library. Luna spoke. Nice to meet you. I am one of the first 6 incarnations. Luna is the incarnation of magic, and since this is our first time meeting directly, I am quite excited. And what about you? Are you just a machine's illusion? He replied, I am also one of the original 6 incarnations. So, sister, how should I interpret this sudden invitation, depending on the circumstances? Well, glad you're back. Did you have any trouble going outside? Luna glanced at the little girl with rabbit ears approaching. Can you bring a few neat sets of clothes for our guest to wear? Serena. Rupa gasped. What? Serena is her name, right? Sarana replied, yes, I used to be a young servant serving Lady Luna. Anata asked, so you are seeking revenge for your master? No, she is my relative, a person more precious than anyone else in this world. Now the machine's clothes make it look quite like a proper CEO. He follows Luan, looking around. This is truly a strange place. I cannot measure its scale with any technique I possess. Luna calmly replied, of course, this is a labyrinth maze, a collection of multidimensional information. A treasure trove of knowledge where all information since the world was created has been recorded. Think of it as an infinite magical space that might be easier to understand, he said indifferently. When will you take me back? Luna continued. Labyrinthos is a separate dimension, detached from the world. No one can enter or leave without my permission, so I advise you not to think about it too much. I am a librarian in charge of the labyrinth appointed by the god of magic. You're not foolish enough to oppose me right on my territory, are you? You are making a mistake. I am not bound by anything. I am free, and even the god's decisions cannot restrain me. Luna looked up at him with an indifferent expression. I have no intention of arguing about your beliefs. Is that why you killed humans? The machine's current response is, the killer is not human. My fundamental principle defines human nature that way. I understand, so can you hold this and step aside? As she spoke, she handed him the book she had taken down. You guys are really pragmatic. Whenever I feel uneasy, our conversation doesn't go smoothly. He read from the book and asked, what is this? The real reason I brought you here is an ancient book that records the horizon of a world that has existed since the beginning, and also describes the primitive function of the sacred relic we possess. At the moment when the 6 sacred objects gather, a sprout will grow into the world tree. He wondered, why did you show me this? Luna pointed a finger at his chest to forgive you. I am someone with the power to see the future in the near future. The 6 sacred objects will gather and the world tree will stand with a horizon. The world will destroy all life on this planet. I must stop it at all costs. If you help me, I will grant you anything you desire. The manifestation of the machine asks her, "Do you know what I desire?" She quickly replies, "You want to become a human." Do you want to become human? Is that conclusion related to your possession of many powers? Teleportation and divine power. No previous incarnation has ever possessed so many abilities. Or rather, your true power is actually creating your own abilities. Luna recited a spell, and the mechanical embodiment trembled, almost losing its composure. Luna laughs. "I wasn't sure how things would turn out when I first met you, but this isn't so bad after all." The machine's avatar transforms into a mini version. He raises his hands and says, "This is Luna explaining. On this special occasion, I will suppress that power on your body. Aya Idun, the power to change the shape of a target." This is a technique that imposes the concept of a child onto the object based on the caster's perception. As you said, I have many powers, so I observed the first 6 incarnations for a long time. Among them, there is someone who integrated into humans and also someone who rules over humans like you, unlike the others. You have abandoned your role and mission and have spent more time than anyone else trying to understand humans as if that were the sole purpose of your life. The silent embodiment of machinery pauses for about 5 seconds, standing still without speaking. Luna asks, "Why not deny it?" He then responds, "I have many things I want to say, but there's no reason to deny your observations. But even that isn't enough to convince me of your true reason for wanting to win me over. So what do you really want, sister?" Luna smiled cunningly. "A mutually beneficial deal. The only thing I want is to cooperate with you." As she spoke, she placed her rose flower hairpin on his head, looking quite adorable and cute. Luna made a deal with the mechanical embodiment to prevent the event she had foreseen from happening. That is a combination of magical power and machinery. Arcane engineering, Luna has her own plans and wants to merge it with the strength of the mechanical avatar. A year later, the mechanical embodiment has returned to its original tall form. He is standing and crafting something. Luna approaches. It seems everything is almost ready. "So, how was it? Did the creation go smoothly this time?" He picks up a small sphere. The powers that had gone through many tests and errors to stabilize are now nearly perfect in their refinement. Luna looked at the sphere and said, "The demonic magic sphere that transforms power into machinery must be the hardest to create." "You did very well, Serena. Take it now." Serena was startled, still holding the fox, then carefully reached out with both hands to take the sphere. "Now, let's think together about where we should go next." AQB leads the way. The space ahead flashes so brightly it blinds the eyes. Realizing the surroundings have changed, the machine embodiment speaks up. "This is Luna's den. Besides Serena, you are the first person to set foot here. This is the outpost to prevent the world's tree from descending. Welcome to the lunar base." This place looks like a magnificent castle missing its roof, with a large telescope pointed straight up towards the Earth. The mechanical embodiment lifts its head to look at the plan of someone who can see the future, which is truly fascinating. The idea of turning power into tools using the 6 magical orbs, I have been able to enhance my combat abilities, but telepathy, spatial teleportation, those powers you desire seem difficult to use in battle, but I still want to ask one thing. Specifically, what is the future you have seen? Luna replied, "The future belongs to the realm that cannot be reversed. Once decided, there is no turning back before defeating your enemies. I have searched for allies for a long time, and have also tried to share my prophetic abilities with one of the 6 embodiments, which is the embodiment of the battle tank row. I thought he and the most powerful force would share the same goal, but the answer I received was beyond my expectations. I remember Rio telling me at that time that he understood my worries, but unless there were clear signs, he couldn't follow your vague prophecy." A mechanical embodiment questions it. "Is it an unclear prophecy?" Luna explains that I cannot see the future clearly when predicting something. That is not a prophecy, but just a prediction. Only those with a clear will to make it happen can turn it into reality, an anonymous form with strange wings. My plan is to detect that person before they appear and stop them from stealing the divine relics and powers you suspect are meant to deal with emergencies. I want to ensure this child survives." As she spoke, she stroked Serena's head, and the two looked at each other with deep affection. The embodiment of machinery, the development of the magical engineering sphere, will come to an end here. From now on, I will assign you the task of operating the base on the moon. Investigate the strange winged embodiment here. It's time for you to keep your promise. The embodiment of machinery stands within a magic circle, light shining down from above. Luna casts a spell, granting the power to take on a human form. This technique also works based on the principles of Aya Idol. I will carve that power into your body so you can activate it whenever you want. But why do you want to become human? The mechanical embodiment closes its eyes and responds. "When I achieve a human form, I will tell you." Luna creates a magic circle right in front of her, so I will wait for you. Fake. The mechanical embodiment's body gradually transforms into human flesh and bones. Luna and Serena both stared in shock. Luna was so stunned she stammered, "This can't be." That form, could you be one of my celestial beings? The mechanical embodiment has now fully transformed into a complete human, with many wings spreading behind him. Oh, light. As he finished speaking, beams of light immediately blinded Luna and Serena again. Sister, the embodiment of machinery doesn't want to become human. He aims for something even greater. I have discovered the rule to bring freedom from this world. I will spread my light wings, illuminating the world and becoming the wings that carry freedom. Ruyo, the embodiment of the wings, reaches out with claws to tear Luna's right eye. Serena, tears streaming down her face, screams Luna's name. Yo tilts her chin, her eyes gleaming with a sinister smile. I will go to the other side of the world and reclaim my freedom and dignity from the gods. Serena watched Luna being squeezed tighter by the beams of light, feeling heartbroken. She shouted no, her eyes wide open as she looked at Serena with tears and snot all over her face. I will take the magic orb, he extends his hand. Luna muttered to herself, AQ leading the way. The blinding light on Serena suddenly cut off. A space circle appeared, and Serena disappeared immediately after. Yo stared fixedly at the empty space before her, and it was thanks to her that I could easily control you like this. Two different species avatars, but with similar energies. I know you have transferred most of your power to Serena, so her role is likely a backup plan to maintain the labyrinth in case of emergency. Luna smirked and said, You know nothing. Emotions exist because of the people we love. She lay on the ground, her eyes becoming vacant. Rio pointed a finger forward and a spark appeared. O light that wishes to exist, we must keep growing to escape the lives of slaves. Following the customs and rules of the divine, even though I don't know why, I am now dressed in a proper long pants and shirt, looking quite handsome but with a slightly bad attitude. Today, right here, I will end my former self. Returning to the present, Serena placed her hand on the book, which was the origin of the winged incarnation. Rupa and Ananta were both shocked to hear this. And so, what if she wants to avenge her fallen master? Besides spying, she has no other skills, and her subordinates are just pitiful rabbits. She is just the leader of an old library, then she finds a pawn in a similar situation and tries to manipulate and exploit it. Who dares to talk about revenge when they can't even accept their own fate? Serena shows no emotion. As you said, I am a weak, timid person who fears death, so I have remained silent all this time. That day after losing Luna, I fell into utter despair, only able to cry helplessly, but soon the sadness turned into rage. Luna was like my parents, the ones who raised me. An orphaned child with no place to rely on and sharing her strength to turn me into a manifestation. Not long after, I was able to fully fulfill her role. During that long time, I trained my strength and knowledge with hatred for Ju and was determined to use Luna's legacy to take revenge on him. Sisters, we must avenge him. Please turn into your power. Please fulfill your wish. W Food walks over with a box towards Anta. You wonder if this is Luna responding. The magic orb has been fused into a machine that can seal powers. Uberman, the source of the twin embodiment's power comes from 6 magic orbs. If we use Uberman, everyone can disable all his powerful abilities, including the power of the evil god that has possessed him. Rupa was surprised, meaning she thought Ananta could return to his original body. Ananta picked up the sphere, looking furious as if he was ready to fight. You and Rupa leave, and Ananta asks, Do you have anything else to say to me? The rabbit said your allies will arrive here in half a day, so take the chance to rest. Rupa was silent for a moment before speaking. What does Ananta plan to do after avenging? I don't know. I've never thought about what to do after revenge is complete. If I have to choose, it would only be to visit my sister's grave once more, he thought to himself. But with the time I have left, perhaps even that small wish is beyond my reach. Rupa placed her hand on his shoulder. It's okay to remember your lost family, to overcome the pain and stand up again. As long as there are rabbits, I can live a normal life. Anand shows no emotion. It has nothing to do with you, so stay out of my business. This guy is so cold. Rupa hesitated for a few seconds, then said, Why wouldn't it be related? Teammates are those who can stand by your side and support each other through difficulties, facing problems together and trusting each other enough to entrust their lives at any moment. That is why I cannot abandon him because he is my teammate. She said those lines with her face turning as red as a tomato and caught up in the love affair. Anand stared wide-eyed at Jupa. She looked at him and then continued speaking. Before meeting Lagarha, I was one of the spiritual beasts tamed by Huyo. Even though I was still very young then, I somehow have no memory of anything before that. Lagarha said I was trapped in that period. It was a dark, damp cave, a vast space where the ceiling seemed unreachable, filled with many imprisoned and confined spiritual beasts. I was one of them too. Every time I won, he would appear before the spirits and force everyone to fight and kill each other. Everyone around me only wants to kill me. Yu's goal is to turn the spirit beast into monsters through those deadly battles. I don't want to become a monster to survive that terrible loneliness. I chose to become a solitary beast. At that moment, the cliff suddenly shattered apart. Lagertha and her army approached. The soldiers shouted, Your Majesty, the excavation is complete. Lager said, A few will stay here to observe while the rest move on. Let's go inside with me. The The scene that unfolds before our eyes is a desolate wasteland, filled with bones of animals and blood everywhere. Lager suddenly pushes forward, terrifying everyone. The soldiers suddenly shout, "Something's over there. Everyone get ready." A wolf slowly steps out, growling fiercely, its eyes blazing like two car headlights. The soldiers all raise their weapons, ready to fight, and the wolf's fury only grows stronger. Lager sensed something about this form. She ordered everyone to step back. "Don't worry, she's just scared. Lower your weapons immediately," the winged form. "We are not your enemies." Lager threw her sword to the ground and slowly approached the wolf to talk. Before she could finish speaking, the wolf suddenly swung its paw and slammed her to the ground, howling as it opened its wide mouth like a cavern. The soldiers panic. The queen stops. Laga shouted loudly, "I am Lagertha Energia, queen of Lavetten. I have come to free the spirit beasts who have suffered under the hands of the embodiment of wings. If you are not his subordinate, you must have endured great suffering all this time. Furious spirit beast, if the one your sharp teeth are aiming at is also my enemy. I will accept you as a lifelong companion. Tell me your name." The wolf's eyes widened in surprise before transforming into a human form. "Back in reality," Rupa continued, saying that it was the first time someone who had never relied on anyone and always fought alone had extended a hand to ask her to become their teammate and friend. "Maybe that's why I can't ignore him, because he looks very dangerous." Anin remembers his sister, recalling the moment he held her lifeless body in his arms and cried like rain. The reason he considers that moment natural is because he doesn't want to lose someone precious again and have to endure the pain of that day. "It's true that I'm so weak that no matter how hard I try to push people away, they always ignore that and keep coming closer, gradually entering my life." Seeing Rupa's face, I realize Ruby has been jumping onto her for a while now. He stepped closer, stood facing her, and said something ambiguous to her and the others. After about 5 seconds of silence, he called her name. Rupa was surprised and stammered, "Did he just call me Rupa?" He places his hand on her head and thanks her. Somewhere else, Nadia is kneeling on the ground, her whole body covered in dirt and looking exhausted. She lowered her head. "Has it been so long? It's so hot. Is this all my blood? Why do I have to suffer this much? Because you don't want anyone to have to sacrifice?" A voice echoes, revealing a face identical to hers, while she can only stand helplessly and watch. Nadia lifts her gaze with a vacant look. "Just like you, right?" The other person frowned, "So I hope you won't repeat the same mistake I made. Many years have passed, and the embodiment's life has become almost immortal. Until now, I still cannot forget the faces of those who died in my arms. Life is fragile and fleeting after all. In the end, all that remains for you and me is just sadness. I don't want to kill you, Nadia. Please understand and accept me. Please understand and become one with me, and I will build a world where no one has to suffer harm to others." Nadia muttered a spell. The branches suddenly lunged out, twisting together to strike at the other person. Nadia reached out and touched a branch. "I understand you will never let that happen, but I can sympathize with you more than anyone else." Zenu not. Nadia suddenly transforms as her surroundings are enveloped by twisting branches, and she picks up a branch to use as a weapon before approaching Zenu not. Zenu not now reveals its true form as a monster. "It's a pity. Why did you have to put yourself in this situation? Was it your will to survive?" Nadia honestly replies, "I never give up to you because I want to stay true to my will." Right now, she has transformed into a tree person on a lush green prairie. Nun Not sits cross-legged on a rock with her eyes closed. Audi approaches and says, "I came to report some matters, but it seems your condition is not very good." "You are still fighting for control of the body with Nadia." She smirked and replied, "You care about that too much, huh?" "That's right, you're the one who stabbed her in the back. If Nadia happens to regain control, the most difficult person to deal with will be you." Ao sighs helplessly. "Why can't I just not care? I'm used to being hated by someone too. It's just that after hurting others, I only knew how to hide and never had a chance to apologize." Seinan remained silent for a moment before reaching out to take Ao's handkerchief, seeming to realize she might have gone a bit too far. "Thank you for your good intentions. So what brings you here to see me?" The summons comes from the embodiment of the wings. Uo respond. In the center of the castle, a large glowing orb floats surrounded by a crowd of people. Breckwood, smiling, said into the megaphone, "Please follow me. I will guide you to the treatment facilities and accommodations right here. Your Majesty, welcome to Labyrinthos." Serena politely introduces herself as the leader of the nomads, and Lagertha responds, expressing deep gratitude for her help in saving the survivors. "Leva will never forget this debt." Rupa suddenly jumped and hugged Lagertha tightly. "Welcome. I hope it wasn't too much trouble for you." Lagertha saw Rupa getting too emotional and also stiffened up. "Thank you, Rupa." As I stand here witnessing this scene, my face softens with a gentle smile, no longer the usual stern expression. Everyone around the big table is so shocked they can't believe what they're hearing. No way. Is he one of the first incarnations of the machine? Lagertha glanced over. This may sound hard to believe at first, but there is clear evidence now. You see W Food holding a plate with a hand placed on it. "Serena, I know you want to destroy the embodiment of the wings, but even if he's not in the best condition due to the curse, Levat has yet to locate his hiding place after all these years. Where is he right now?" "Rough. Suddenly, Annan appeared behind him like a ghost. The base on the moon, where the embodiment of dark magic has passed away. Serena lowered her head. Yes, Lord Luna is resting on that moon. Ju and Sephiroth are also there. She picks up a piece of paper and places it on the table, then reaches out. From now on, I will tell you the plan to invade the moon base that our Thokwak has been preparing for a long time. Serena cast a spell on the paper, causing the locations to appear in 3D images. Truly, a marvelous sight. The moon base was originally a surveillance tower used to observe the world. Because it is a facility capable of grasping the global situation in an instant, there is no way to avoid detection except for the Tho's labyrinth. Revealing Leviathan's secret base was also for this reason. After you took control, it expanded to 10 areas and the moon base became a giant fortress connecting those regions. Anan asked, how large are those areas? Are they as large as a country's capital? Bo H asked, do Muvuk have the size of a city? So it matches the number Sephiroth, right? Laggert asked. Could it just be a coincidence? It's not a coincidence. The current moon base redesigned by Juo can be seen as a magic formation that materializes the world's horizon. C4 are the outstanding seedlings he nurtures, and only one chosen branch can grow into the world tree. The goal of the moon base invasion plan is to stop Ju and Seifer's ritual, and now I will present the detailed strategy for the assault. A giant dragon facing Juo stares at him intently. Do you say you will help me escape loneliness? Are you trying to insult me, the embodiment of wings? Yo persuades. The master of the abyss, you are truly noble, possessing the power to destroy the world but still living a life unbound by anything. Ta Rai wants to praise your free spirit, the dragon thought, with an attitude as if he considered himself a being above all. Yo continued. The one above the sky is the loneliest person at the highest point, and only I can understand your deepest soul. What is going on? I came here because of your order from Rio, but why is the second person in that position? Ao replied, the embodiment of the wings has summoned him separately. He ordered me to gather all the Sephiroths and to deliver the instructions to everyone. Someone else said, it's not like him. The embodiment of the wings is usually very clear about hierarchy, and assigning responsibility to a new person isn't about destruction or going too deep. So, we're going to reorganize the hierarchy again. For someone like me at the bottom, that's something worth gossiping about. Senin shouted again. Everyone shut up. From the very beginning, you were only able to reach your current position thanks to the power of the branch, so you only need to care about your master's wishes. That mermaid lady went berserk, and a huge monster appeared behind her. See for a second, are you insulting me? What kind of person are you that you're so hot-headed like ice cream? The countless eyes appear above, staring intently at the crowd. Don't stop the car now. Those eyes are crawling closer. We have already lost nearly half of Sephiroth, and the unity of the crowd, gathered under their belief in the world's horizon, is now wavering. I won't tolerate any words that cause chaos. Send the winged embodiment's orders immediately. Bylon, towering and imposing, shows a very grim expression. Senin continues. In 4 days, we will deploy the world horizon on this moon. The main intermediary is me, the branch of the transformation spell, and the rest. All Sephiroths will be stationed at their own base, ready to respond to the enemy's attack. Charot wondered who could possibly infiltrate this moon base during the enemy's attack. Even with space-shifting abilities like destruction, finding this hidden place is impossible. According to the explanation from the winged incarnation, the remnants of the magic incarnation are aiding the enemy. They not only have a base that we cannot infiltrate, but also possess the power to teleport into the moon base at any time. That guy was stunned and pushed aside. What? Isn't that just too unreasonable to say? The beautiful mermaid sister said calmly. Let them come in. No matter how many, even if you fail shamefully, I alone am enough. Ao stands with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down. Dan is truly worried. Seifer's unity relies on the absolute presence of the dual-wing embodiment. Without it, they are nothing but uncontrollable monsters. Could the damage caused by the curse be more serious than I thought? Over here, Blackwood is smiling brightly and waving his hand to call Anta. So, you're here after all? I missed you so much. Suddenly, Rupa's hand shot out and kicked Blackwood right in the face, stopping her from running to Anta. Ananta watched this scene speechless. Girls are really hard to understand. Blackwood Chu pouted in anger. If you're so rude, the guys won't like you, Rupa. Rupa frowned and retorted. Someone without manners like her would lose all good feelings anyway. Ananta remained silent from start to finish, only smiling quietly. He and Rupa looked at each other with friendly, Miss Universe smiles. Blackwood's pupils suddenly widened as she saw that the relationship between Ananta and Rupa had changed. Is this it? While I was away, they got closer. Rupa scolded Anta. You're so unreasonable, always nagging at me. You walk away and scold her too. What's your nonsense? Just go away. Blackwood hurriedly chased after them. Wait for me. The migration of civilians has been completed safely. The Queen personally went to inspect the people. I wonder if they're pushing themselves too hard or what. But where is everyone going? Ananta will respond where we can relax and have fun. We are heading to meet the stubborn ones, demanding to join the front lines in 4 days. Wood is standing ahead, seemingly waiting for them to arrive. She turned her head and said, "I've been waiting for you, Ananta. Thank you for accepting my request." In a village engulfed in flames, Ananta is still young. He is holding his sister tightly in his arms as she no longer moves, while W kneels down and smiles. "Hey, little human, I want to ask you something. Why is there such a terrifying cursed aura? You must have done something really hated. I'm really curious how you managed to endure such a powerful aura. Your body now looks nothing more than a mere manifestation. Can I hear the story from the only survivor about the consecutive disasters that happened in this village? I forgot to introduce myself as Hayo, and that you are the sacrificial offering of the wings." Rupa looked at WF Food in surprise. "What is this?" That form is Breakwood's answer. As Yoon, the power to change the target's shape. "You also heard what my older sister said, right?" Rupa asked. "So W Food has been hiding her true form all along? Why is that?" Initially, the sister in Thokuok was a spy specializing in intelligence and infiltration to gather dangerous information. During Thokuok's pursuit of Yu's trail, she happened to meet Ananta. W Food, who always cares about the power of the curse, wanted to use Ananta's abilities to bring him into our plan. Then, her role was changed to support Ananta. To avoid being exposed, she changed her appearance. Ananta has been facing W Food for a long time, and only now has she finally revealed her true form. W Food didn't answer him, but just asked, "Do you remember the condition I set?" Anan immediately replied without hesitation, "Of course. In the upcoming battle, she wants to prove that she can fulfill her duty as BNFG by fighting alongside me. If she wins, I will officially request her owner to include her in the attack force for the moon base. Black Hood, you understand the situation, right? Until one of us can no longer fight or dies, you will be a witness to this battle." Seeing her sister nod, Blackwood froze and looked at W Food. Then she had no choice but to say, "This battle will be witnessed by Blackwood, a member of the Thokok." She silently thought that no matter what happens, she trusts her sister. WF's hand clenched the sphere tightly, and Ananta's arms transformed into monstrous claws with sharp talons. He leapt forward, rushing towards W Food. She used a trick to summon a rabbit-shaped illusion and jumped away to dodge Ananta's attack. The embodiment of the rabbit, Ananta frowns as he looks at WF. She continues to use her water magic technique. A powerful beam of light strikes Ananta, causing him to stumble on the ground, revealing the form of a wild boar. WF stands with 2 hands and 2 orbs. "I have to be honest, your attack will never hit me." Ananta's fury erupts with blazing red flames. Is that mouth just to say those words? He rushes wildly to attack her, but she effortlessly dodges every strike. Rupa watches the action scene in amazement with wide eyes. She avoided all of Ananta's attacks. Yeah. Blackwood's face is tense like a stretched string. It's not just luck. This is my sister's true power. The ability to turn danger into visual information that perceives the threat. When my sister's true body and power merge, no attack can reach her at all. Wood holds the orb forward, summoning the illusion of the blanket. The blanket suddenly appeared, wrapping tightly around Anta's body. Rupa spoke quietly. "No, the battle with Ananta has gone beyond expectations." In front of WF, flames burst out fiercely, and she was stunned in surprise, her eyes wide open, almost popping out. Ananta transforms into 2 wings, making the invisible blankets visible. He rushes toward her at lightning speed, his face no longer human. Yu clenched the orb in his hand and shouted, ready to face the battle. With a bang, Ananta charged straight down, dust and smoke billowing everywhere. He quickly passes by her, punching the ground so hard it shatters. W stands there stunned, wondering why he stopped attacking. Ananta stands up and replies, "If you only avoid like a coward, I would have killed you long ago, but I see a warrior ready to face this challenge. I've hated you all along, ever since we first met. You always hide your true feelings, never happy but still pretending to smile." He suddenly squeezed her face hard and shouted, "You want to kill him, right? Juo has caused your precious family to suffer. You really want to take revenge on him, don't you?" Wood remembered when she was young after putting Blackwood to sleep. She turned to the chair beside her and saw Serena sitting and sleeping. "The power to create my clone was the first clone born from my older sister's strength to fulfill her wish." The vengeful embodiment of the wings approaches, calling for Serena, but she is dreaming and calling Luna's name. Tears welled up in my eyes. When I was young and knew nothing, I just hoped her wish would come true soon, but hoping alone wouldn't solve anything. The enemy is so powerful that we can't fight him directly. We have been operating in secret, investigating and forming alliances with forces that hold a grudge against Juo, and that process requires an agent capable of charging into any danger. That is my role. I am a tool to carry out the wishes of the eldest sister. A piece of emotionless jewelry that brings luck to its owner. As long as the person is not suffering, even I no longer matter, but you have truly loved me. Returning to the present, W froze in shock upon seeing Serena, dropping the 2 balls she was holding. Serena stepped forward. "Why did you do this? Haven't I always emphasized it? That no matter the situation, the safety of both of you must always come first." Wood hugged Serena tightly and said, "You've blamed me a lot all this time. Why can only one live a life of revenge? Why must we always endure suffering? If you created us just to fulfill that wish, then from the start you should have treated us like emotionless tools. The original purpose was enough, so why did you have to teach me how to love? Ananta said, "We food risked her life to fight me to protect you, so I hope this time you will allow her to join the battle." Serena shouted, "Don't say such nonsense. I can't push this child into a corner just because of my opponent." W Food gently said, "Please, let me go with Ananta. Even if I lose my life, I want to fight for you. Yo, as long as I still exist, I will never be able to escape the pain of that day. A world where you don't have to suffer is my only wish." Black Hood cried bitterly. Rupa gently placed her hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Ruby saw her crying and also felt heartbroken. Rhett suddenly put Ruby down on the ground, and she fell silent, recalling the day she was brought before Lag. "The child in the form? That's the one rescued from the domain of the incarnations in the eastern region." The soldier replied that it seems its entire family and loved ones were slaughtered by the winged embodiment. Perhaps the shock was too great, so it still can't communicate and may have closed itself off. Lager ordered Ao to protect that child. Ao placed his hand on the child's head and said, "Hello, little girl. I am Ao. Friends call me the embodiment of swordsmanship. Can you tell me your name?" Currently, Rhett is sitting on the ground, hugging his knees and burying his head. Seeing that she's acting strangely, Ruby approached and transformed into a human form to ask, "Hey kid, what's wrong? Why haven't you said anything all this time?" Rhett still didn't say anything. Ruby suddenly had an idea. Bracklet sensed that something was wrong, and when she looked up, she saw Ruby sitting close beside her. Ruby smiled smugly. "Are you feeling warm? If there's anything difficult, just talk to Ruby. Ruby is very gentle and will always comfort her." Rhett makes a sound that is just one word. Ruby asked, "Ow, is that someone very important to you?" Raglet couldn't speak clearly. Her mind filled with the image of being locked in a place that made her scared and cry, while Ao looked at her with a cold gaze. Then she fell silent again, not saying anything anymore. Ruby stood up, hands on her hips. "All right, Ruby will ask Anta to help me meet Ao, and I will go with her." She holds Rhett's hand. "Don't worry about anything." Ruby is determined to make her wish come true. Serena told everyone. For many years of monitoring the moon base's activity, we have observed a strange phenomenon. During the day of a total solar eclipse, an enormous energy reaction never seen before is recorded at the moon base. The energy generated by each base gradually converges at the second central base and is maintained for a certain period before disappearing. Our team has concluded that this is a trial operation of the world's horizon. Everyone who heard it was stunned. Lagerha asked, "Is this phenomenon related to the plan to infiltrate the moon base?" Yes. Based on the observed energy sources at each base, it matches the energy emitted from the branches of the world tree. If each base acts as an energy source, then it must be the power of the C4. Burhan said, in other words, to realize the horizon of the world, the enemy's forces will be scattered, right? Seeing Serena silent, Rupa anxiously asked, "When is the next total solar eclipse?" 4 days later, Ananta asked, "Is that the day the campaign begins?" "Yes, in 4 days we will attempt a large-scale space shift to infiltrate the central base number 4 on the moon." Lagert wondered if they couldn't teleport directly to the second central base where the ritual was being performed. W Food replied, "It's not feasible because we can't pinpoint the coordinates." The space transfer technique that Thokwak possesses has 2 types, small scale for fewer than 4 people, and large-scale transfer without limit on the number of participants. Unlike small-scale teleportation that allows the user to move freely, large-scale teleportation can only be used at coordinates Serena has previously visited. The original coordinates of the moon base could only facilitate large-scale teleportation to central base number 4. Additionally, since only I can perform large-scale teleportation, I need my siblings to help activate it once everyone is gathered. The invading army will teleport to the moon base, then their mission is to secure the retreat route. They will set up the large-scale teleportation device. It is the lives of everyone. Meanwhile, Ananta and the others will defend the central bases 4 and 3 to advance into central base 2 for the final battle. "Aye," Tataka said. "A focused strategy to minimize direct confrontation and win quickly." Ananta looked up at the 3D map in the air, where Yo was. Serena places her hand on the map on the table, unable to determine the enemy's position, so she doesn't know what will happen next. This is truly the final battle. This is a battle where we will deploy all our cards and there won't be another chance, so I hope everyone prepares carefully in the remaining time. The only way for us to win this fight is for Ananta to successfully defeat Ruyo. Ananta quietly sat in the room, holding a small orb and staring intently at it. The demon behind you rises up to talk nonsense. Sealing power, sealing strength. Lyona, I didn't expect your boldness to hide something like this. Do you still hold on to that fragile hope for the cursed mortal now? Soon, your body will belong to me. Don't forget that to defeat the embodiment of the wings, you must unleash all your power. If you plan to use it even once, I will take over your body and destroy it immediately. Anta's voice was cold. You don't need to worry about that, Adai. Defeat Yo to take revenge and then seize my body. Are you planning to live a lonely future like that? Is that demon so proud that it opens its huge mouth like a cavern and screams? You bastard, I will never forgive you. I will take your soul and body and humiliate you. And Nan smirked, wiped his runny nose with his hand and said, all right then. I have no way out anymore. Everyone is waiting for you, Anan. Aren't you going to say a word of encouragement? Everyone is counting on you for this important battle, so your words will be very helpful. Ananta's gaze remains cold. Encouragement? I don't really know all the people gathered here. People who are not related by blood have no special connection either. Moreover, I don't think I'm special enough to lead such a crucial battle. But I can assure you one thing, I will definitely survive and win until the very end. The one who wins will be us. I will prove that in this battle. He shouted loudly, clenched his fist, and raised it high. Everyone else shouted in unison, expressing their determination. The final battle begins, with a dazzling golden light shining like the aura of 10,000 Buddhas. Suddenly, Ananta and his group arrive at a new place. Ananta looks around. Is this the surface base W minutes? He places his hand on the long decayed wall. This place has been abandoned and is severely damaged. But just as the eldest sister said, Bohan Sok was speechless, truly hard to believe. How could humans do such a thing? All of them are looking at Earth. No one would believe our story right now. Suddenly a loud scream rang out. Ananta was startled and turned around to see Rupa with wide eyes in shock. Are we really on the moon? But how can we breathe then? Blackfoot pointed and said, maybe it's because of that thing? That is WF explaining, the transfer station. It is an energy transfer device installed in each moon base. It circulates the tree's power to maintain the entire base's environment, with each expos protecting their transfer station at their own base. Rupa asked, why is there no sign of anyone here? IWF replies, more than half of Sephiroth have been defeated, so it's difficult to operate the entire system at once. It seems this place has been abandoned. Blackfoot, hurry and install the teleportation device. Lagerthan, some people will stay behind to escort Blackfoot. The generals and I will lead the way. Anan, you stay behind to conserve your strength. Anan steps forward like a deity towards the gate, ready to activate his body, as Bohan leads a group including Rupa from Central Base 4 to Central Base 3. It's so strange how careless they are. Don't they realize we've infiltrated here? Worrying face like a stretched string, we can't let our guard down. We never know where or when the enemy might appear. So you're still keeping your figure and even covering your face with a cloak? Ruby hesitated and couldn't answer. Rupa asked again, are you not feeling well? Annan also turned to look and suddenly pointed ahead, saying, look, there is an exit, a path shining brightly in front of them. If they keep going, they will reach a towering spire, and to enter the dangerous zone, you must be worthy. Lagertha was stunned. Is this Ao's voice? A masked person standing in front of the tower says, I will help you check your own qualifications. Lagertha shouted angrily, why did you betray your comrades and side with Juao? Slowly draw your sword. What teammates? You are only my comrades. Attack. He finished speaking, and a horde of monsters burst out from underground, charging wildly at Lagotha's group. Ao silently thought, this army of monsters is waiting to receive power from the branch. Anan, no matter how strong you are, you can't face all these monsters alone. Use your strength to save your teammates or hold back and sacrifice them. Choose now. Rak then takes off his cloak. She swung her staff with a flame at the tip, creating a magic circle. The monsters rushing into the circle all howled in pain. Ao surprised, what? Cheese. Thfaralet and Ruby have merged their bodies together. She glared and called out Ao's name. Rupa was stunned. Jack L, why are you here? Lager shouted, don't lose focus. Focus on the battle. The remaining enemies are still charging at the monsters, their numbers endless like an unstoppable horde. The army immediately raised their shields to block. Bohan swung his axe, hitting them without missing a beat. Suddenly Jupa looked up and saw Ananta rushing forward at full speed, heading straight for Ao, as he slowly approached with his sword to let a child step onto the battlefield. Are you still sober? Ao said this when he saw Jack Lassid standing beside Anant, and he replied, this child is here because he wants to fulfill his will. Don't insult that will. Now that I remember I still owe you a debt, I'll kill you here. The debt I owe Anan is the time Ao once stabbed him through the body. A true gentleman's revenge is never too late after 10 years. Anand sharply throws off his cloak, while Ao raises his sword and bends into a fighting stance. The two rush at each other at lightning speed while Jack Leet anxiously looks ahead. Ananta and Ao are fighting fiercely. Suddenly, the sword in Ao's hand changes form. It transforms into a long urumi that continuously slashes at Ananta. His face darkens and he immediately strikes out at his opponent. Ao, hurt and forced to retreat, was still attacked by Anan. Ao swiftly dodged by bending down, then used the fierce claw strike, slashing with a fierce sword. But he was stunned as Anan's thunderous punch directly hit his face, knocking his body away and causing his mask to fall off. Now, I calmly spoke for the first time. The last time I faced you, I was amazed by your relentless swordsmanship. Even though I wasn't at my best then, your abilities are undeniable, but you've grown weaker. Ao sneered. Ha, you're too proud now. Your sword is filled with hesitation. But from the distant branch, a shadow suddenly appeared. Elena tilted her head back, making strange sounds. Nan looked up in surprise, wondering if it was bird sounds. At the same time, Ao had also heard everything. Elena's smile suddenly returned to my mind. He took off his gloves to reveal a seal that was half burned. What do you know about me to talk nonsense like that? Someone who only knows how to vent their feelings. Ao said while executing his ultimate move, Ma Mon Dieu. How could Fa Yen's sword understand the burden I carry? Anan clenched his eyebrows, summoning swordsmanship. Is that his power? On the opposite side, Ao skillfully commands the swords. They tear through the wind and rush forward swiftly. Ananta jumps a few steps and punches directly into the sword light. To everyone's surprise, Ao grabbed the sword on the ground and unleashed his deadly bird technique. He leapt into the air and swung the Caliban straight at Ananta's arm. He was stunned and turned around, hesitation gone. Ao soared into the sky. If you want to win without going all out against me, that will be a big mistake. Ananta, fine. That's enough for now. Ananta said as he transformed into a dark dragon, Come on, I will crush you into pieces. Your face has turned serious, so you're finally using your full strength. But that's exactly what I was hoping for. He used his ultimate skill, the Fierce Bird, then charged straight down. Annan quickly countered with a palm strike. A powerful strike causes the space to shake violently. Both of them grit their teeth, trying to withstand the recoil. A moment later, a cracking sound was heard as Ao's sword broke in two, and Anan seized the opportunity to strike. Ao quickly unleashes his sword light to block. The spears pierce deep into Anta's right arm, but he continues to punch his opponent fiercely with his other hand. Ao was immediately thrown far away. Seeing this, Jack Leach shouted his name in panic. It instinctively wanted to run over, causing Ruby to be terrified. Don't go, Jack Lou. But he only cares about Ao, and right now he is trying to encourage himself. Get up, why are you still lying there? I still haven't fulfilled my duty. Ao vaguely saw a bird flying nearby. It landed on the ground and approached step by step, finally stopping beside him. A moment later, Elena transformed into a human form, her face showing clear sorrow. Ao smiles and calls her name. Ananta also unexpectedly appears nearby. Are you the owner of the branch you are protecting? Ananta muttered. An incarnation? No, a demon lord? Ao slowly stepped out from the protective wings. Not an evil god. She is the one who led the knights of the flying predators in the sky. The embodiment of Dawn Elena, the proud leader of the Bird of Prey Knights. Io recalls a previous conversation with Guzu as more than half of the convoy has been destroyed, leaving no choice but to take charge of operating the intermediary towers. You won't stay at the Second Star Central Base? That's right. To achieve the stability of the world's horizon, we need to maximize the use of energy from the intermediate towers, so I will deploy all the assigned personnel and station Elena at the Third Star Central Base. Upon hearing that, Ao shouted angrily, Didn't you promise that? Juo looked at him seriously. I never broke my promise to you. I said that if you completed the espionage mission, I would not eliminate the failed incomplete Elena, and I would also order you to support her. The last Falcon Knight. And in reality, the yellow energy suddenly burst out fiercely. Elena uses the reflective light to cover Ao's body. I can't help but be amazed. Is that the power to heal? Sorry, Elena. Because I made her use her power, Ao looked up at her, but she never once blamed me. I have to. He took the mask and slowly put it on, and his body immediately transformed, atoning for her for the rest of his life. Immediately after, Ao spread his wings and soared into the sky, a flash of sword light suddenly shooting toward him. Anan opened his eyes in panic. In the next second, his left arm was cut off. Ruby and Jack Leach shouted his name in horror. Ao Ngai said, Our hunting method is very fast. You won't even have time to blink before you're dead. Annan huffed coldly. Try me. As he finished speaking, countless spears suddenly appeared, created by Ao using the flying swallow sword technique, the swallow formation swordsmanship. Annan roared in anger and flapped his wings, soaring straight into the sky. Ao also immediately charged forward to fight, with a series of sword lights attacking Anta, but he deflected them all with his hands, yet suddenly a hidden sword stabbed from behind. Annan let out a painful roar. Ao quickly closed in and leapt onto Ananta. It's over. He slammed his palm down hard, causing both of them to fall flat on the ground. Elena, overwhelmed with fear, hurriedly approached to check, but was stunned by the scene below. Let's Armor tightly pressed his lips in worry. After a moment, the dust settled. Ao's mask fell off, rolling on the ground, and he painfully spat out a mouthful of blood with a wound on his abdomen pierced by Ananta. Suddenly, Ao raised his hand, unleashing his hunting bird technique. His eyes filled with coldness as his sword light pierced straight toward Anta's chest, but he quickly used a countermove to block it, causing a violent shock that shook the space intensely. Even if you are immortal, if your heart is struck, resurrection will consume a lot of energy. Looking at his severed arm, he realized your secret move has been exposed. Anta calmly replied, I won't reveal my weakness twice. But that was indeed a sharp blow. At this moment, Gach Lite shouted out loud, Ow, don't go. It threw itself into his arms, crying uncontrollably. Ao gently wiped away its tears. Please forgive me. I truly considered you my most precious friend. Sorry to say goodbye again. Jack Latte looked back longingly at his shadow. Suddenly, Anan asked, What is the last thing you want to say? Ao replied slowly. At the second central base, Guzu was not there at the same time, and finally the monster was defeated. Laha and Bohan looked at it coldly as Ao trudged away in one direction. Eleanor, have something to tell you. Memories of the sword training session suddenly appeared in Ao's mind that day. He also remembered his teammates watching him and Elena compete. The two of them were almost evenly matched. Then suddenly Ao sped up and charged forward. Elena gasped, eyes wide open. She tried to raise her sword, but in the end she had to admit defeat. Still, a bright smile was on her face. Ao blushed involuntarily, and in the next moment a flash of sword light suddenly shot forward. Elena successfully hit him on the head, and the trial ended there. Then one day, Ao Hingang entered the hall. There, Guzu had been waiting for a long time, and the ceremony proceeded smoothly. Ao officially became a Falcon Knight. He smiled as he looked down at the arena, searching for Elena's figure, but when he saw her laughing with Dato beside her, his face immediately darkened. Later, the knight's banner fluttered proudly in the wind. The crowd gathered behind Guzu, and at the signal, everyone took flight together into the sky. They attacked a monster together. Suddenly, a flash of sword light, and Ao suddenly stabbed the monster's head. It immediately collapsed to the ground. Aon Gaonge stepped on its corpse before instinctively looking in a certain direction. That is where Elena is standing. Later, she married Dat. Both of them hold hands affectionately and go to watch the sunset by the beach. Elena's face is filled with happiness. Ao quietly watched from afar and then naturally smiled. On that day, Guzu approached the top genius knight of the Eagle Hunting Squadron since its founding. To praise your outstanding abilities, I will grant you a portion of my power. From now on, a mark appears on Io's hand, signaling a transition to a late knight. Shuzu, call everyone here, the members of the Hawk Hunting Knight Squad. Elena couldn't help but wonder why you brought us to this place. Suddenly, a shadow stepped forward. You arrived just in time. The crowd is buzzing and whispering. Who are you behind that Uo mark? A manifestation? Moments later, a fierce growl echoed through the air. The monster tilts its head back and then suddenly strikes down with a palm attack aimed straight at where Elena is standing. She was about to fight back when someone rushed in and easily beheaded the monster with a single sword stroke. Elena stared in shock, and Ao anxiously asked if she was okay. After everything was settled, Elena stepped forward to report. By order of Lord Guzuo, the entire Falcon Knight Squad has gathered here. But Vice Captain Datot now continues. Guo says, if you're looking for your lover, he's right in front of you. He has already failed. He longed to become the top of the Knight Order, but in the end, he couldn't bear the gift of the wings. Ao was stunned for a moment, then forced a grim smile. Guzu suddenly shouted loudly, Do not be afraid, Eagle Hunter Knights. Be brave and prove your worth. Even if you have to become incomplete beings, you will be reborn as powerful incarnations to fulfill my wish, Elena shouted in anger. Hey, Falcon Knight Squad, eliminate the enemy in front of you. Ao hurriedly shouted to stop, but it was too late. His teammates were slaughtered by Guzu's magic, and Elena couldn't escape either. Ao hurriedly ran toward her. No way. He glared at Guzu with hatred. I see anger and hatred within you. Ao, will you also oppose me? The mark on your hand suddenly lit up, causing you unbearable pain. It seems Elena is very important to you. I will give you a special chance to choose, a chance to save her life. The outcome depends entirely on you, no matter how much suffering it may bring. Do you have enough courage to face the outcome of that choice? How? Elena's smiling face overlays reality as Ao tearfully pleads for forgiveness. It was my greed that turned you into this. I am sorry I couldn't sincerely celebrate your wedding. I deeply regret not wishing you happiness. I still feel immense remorse to this day. Elena slowly reached out her hand toward the pond, then embraced him tightly. Ao trembled as he opened his eyes, and when he closed them again, tears unconsciously welled up from the corners of his eyes, and finally a golden energy burst forth, enveloping both of their bodies. That night, Ao had to choose to save Elena, but she was no longer a knight. Her body was transformed into a giant bird. Even Captain Elena of the Falcon Knight Squad can't resist. The power of the incomplete branch only reaches this level. Ao desperately begged him to turn her back to how she was before. No, don't turn away from the outcome of your choice. Now, she is a failed, ugly creation that has fallen into evil. The only way is to eliminate it without damaging the branch. Ao hurriedly shouted, No, please save her. If I can save her, I will do anything, even if it means risking my life. 11 years later, a torch is lit, and Ao returns to visit Elena. Shuzo slowly approaches, welcoming you back. Gakwan, this time you also completed the mission excellently. No, now I should be called Ao, right? Not only giving up my name and appearance, but also the past of the Falcon Knight team. I am very looking forward to your performance as the Serpent Spy in the upcoming role. Hearing this, Ao suddenly set fire to the seal on his hand with a torch. To complete the mission perfectly, you must earn the trust of the other party. Our promise, please do not forget it. Returning to reality, the dust gradually clears. Ao collapses in sorrow beside Elena's body, who had stopped breathing from the beginning. Latha sighs in regret. The god Ao tried to protect also lost its life after sacrificing power to save him. Even with eyes closed, he mutters, "Oh, this idiot." Anan slowly said the last thing he left behind was that Gyo was not at Central Base 2. Bo frowned. This is troublesome. It seems the original plan will be a bit disrupted. I don't know what trap he is prepared, but sticking to the plan is the best option. Even without Guzo at Central Base 2, it remains the main route connecting all the bases. Rupa looked at Jack Lesta, who was crying uncontrollably, and asked, "But what about Jack Lest? Shouldn't we take her back to Blackfoot first?" Lagertha was about to offer some advice when suddenly a loud noise echoed back. A loud voice calls out, "Your Majesty, look over there." The distant door opens heavily. Latha sighs. "Damn it," Anan curses in frustration. "They are leading us on a grand illusion. Let's move quickly to the next base." If Gyo isn't at the second central base, he's definitely planning a ritual somewhere else, different from what we expected, and Anan's eyes suddenly darken. No matter what awaits ahead, I have a bad feeling about this all following each other to leave. But the magnificent scene afterward leaves them stunned. Is this the central base number 2? As soon as he finished speaking, the glass barrier suddenly cracked and shattered. A pink space portal appears. Rupa, in disbelief, exclaims, "That's Ananta," glaring at Juzu's figure inside. "He's here. Move now." Then the clattering sounds continued as the group successfully entered the base. Bayon greeted them. "I've been waiting for you. The sacrificial items of the wings. Dream high, the warning is from the strongest spear user." Anan quickly transforms. "I too am looking forward to the battle with you." Bayon shook his head. "No, it's not the time to end yet." He suddenly clapped his hands together and streaks of yellow energy shot out from him. Ananta gritted his teeth. The ground beneath him suddenly cracked open. Then the crack spread outward, revealing a deep, abyssal space. Everyone was panicking. What's going on? The next second, everything lost focus and fell straight down. Bo was the first to open his eyes, looking around in surprise, only to find himself alone there. Where did everyone get taken to? Suddenly something flashed in front of him, then it suddenly shot straight at him and exploded violently. Baron calmly explains, "This is the execution ground." As soon as he finishes, a monster appears. At the same time, Cockhat arrogantly looked towards Totten. "Loyal subordinates of the wings are waiting for you." On Rupa's side is Kisuga in the form of a terrifying centipede. On Jack Lesty's side is a large bird, so give it your all in this fierce battle. At this point, a column of water suddenly surged up from the sea. Livian coldly looked at Anta and proved his worth. The left flank of base 3, a spear pointed straight at the sky. Latha shouted loudly, "Fo, Ra, Gaz." Immediately, a blinding light shot out from the monsters facing them, growling fiercely before charging straight ahead. The warriors here furrowed their brows, showing clear determination. They all gathered in formation to protect the queen below. Sora Cao Duong is raising his bow. Right now there's no time to worry about others, but is everyone safe? Your Majesty, trust in them. I don't believe in gods or demons. I only trust my body and my spirit. I only trust myself and my teammates. At the same time, on the right wing of base 3. Bohan stared at his hand in disbelief. He was stunned, eyes wide open, unable to believe this attack. That shape turned out to be a bear's body combined with machinery, with sharp ice blocks on its back facing it. It stomped its foot, causing the ice to spread out, forming a path straight toward Bohan. The bear roared fiercely, then suddenly lunged at Bohan, forcing him to step back. "I don't have any familial feelings for you. Out of duty to our bloodline, I will personally end your life." The bear continues to charge, and Bohan quickly raises his shield, fiercely striking the opponent's chest. The bear screams in agony as the patterns on its belly suddenly glow. Bohan narrowed his eyes in caution as the bear suddenly spat out a sphere that shot into the air at an incredible speed. At the same time, on the right side of base 2, Kisuga slowly crawled around the mountain wall. Rupa shouted angrily, "So how long do you plan to stand there and watch like a coward? Come on, fight properly. Ahungs, don't misunderstand. Do you think I'm doing this because I'm afraid of you? I just want to enjoy watching you tremble in fear as you transform into a monster." Rupa suddenly strikes out with a palm. Kisuga sneered contemptuously. "I actually want to crush someone else, but you're enough to make me a little angry. That damn deer's accomplice. Hey, what did you do to Nadia? Don't be overconfident and push your limits." Kisuoga immediately uses her corrosive attack, but surprisingly, Rupa rushes forward in the next second. She delivers a powerful punch to her opponent's stomach. Kisuoga roared in anger, "This bastard." But Rupa calmly spun her body as swiftly as a whirlwind. "No way, even before transforming? I have heard from the survivors at the fortress that even unarmed civilians were slaughtered indiscriminately by you. The insect servant's aide has the appearance of a centipede. Rupa, while transforming, revealed herself to be you, the damn insect. She quickly leapt toward Kisuoga and bit down hard on her head. Aya screams in pain, shouting loudly, "Get out!" I said, "Get out." Fools! Both of them just fell crashing to the ground. Kisuoga temporarily escaped death, but in the next moment she heard Ruba's furious voice saying, only you, I will personally slaughter you at all costs." At the same time, on the left wing of Base 2, blood stained the ground as Tat Khan, bent over and panting heavily, suddenly collapsed, Ka-Cat chuckling happily. "What's wrong? Are you tired? Your family is gone, your friends have fallen, and now I finally feel excited, and soon I will have to leave as well." Tat Khan pushed himself up, ignoring his opponent's taunts. "I only know one thing." Seeing his effort, Sa-Cat praised him. "Well done. That's right. That's the way it should be." Tat Khan still thought to himself, "The reputation of the deceased. If I haven't allowed it, you won't be reincarnated. I must take your life, you bullheaded fool. Your name will live on forever." Thinking of this, Tat Khan raised his fist and fiercely struck at Ka-Cat. Tat Khan began to reminisce about my fated past and the friends who shared hardships with me. My beloved queen. That faint image suddenly shatters. At that moment, Tat Khan was in a state of despair and looked up in shock. The person in front of him was the one who ruthlessly took the queen's life. Finished, he simply turned around and walked away. Tat Khan's eyes were filled with fear and despair. His fated past has come to an end, but during his suspended time, someone suddenly stepped forward. Laha brought light back to him. That memory surged forward, fueling his strength in the current battle as he fiercely attacked Sa-Cat. Tat Khan vows that anyone who dares to stand in the way of my queen. He swung the hammer forcefully at the enemy. The hammer aimed straight at Ka-Cat's face, determined to crush everything in his path. Meanwhile, on another side, Bohan's sturdy helmet is shattered and lying on the snow, and his weapon has also been broken. He silently marvels at the incredible strength. If only he hadn't veered off course. The bear in front of him is still defending and attacking. Bohan suddenly gets attracted by the crystal on its body, and both roar before charging at each other. The mechanical bear rushes fiercely across the cold snow, and Bohan immediately strikes it. He firmly slapped him on the ear. He frowned and realized that although augmenting the body with mechanical devices seemed to give a clear advantage in strength at first glance, the excessive weight would slow him down, and the strategy of using divine energy, his specialty, was also suppressed. The reason is that Bohan quickly jumped back to avoid the opponent's punch. The crystal on the mechanical bear's body kept glowing. Bohan immediately realized that he always had to use divine energy to cool down his overheated body, and he definitely hadn't considered the consequences. Is this a method of using life as a pawn? Even loyal subordinates are just discarded pawns? Bohan roared in anger and charged like an arrow, clenched his fist, ready to throw a punch. The machine bear's eyes widened in shock. It couldn't avoid Bohan's punch. The machine on its jaw shattered apart, and Bohan still wanted to keep attacking. Suddenly, the robot bear stammered and said a few words. "Dad!" Hearing that, Bohan's body suddenly froze. A strange, illusory light suddenly shone brightly in his eyes. The robot bear had driven its sharp claws into Bohan's stomach. Everything seemed to freeze. He gazed blankly at his wound. He immediately jumped back, but quickly lost his balance and fell. Bohan collapsed to the ground, his eyes painfully staring into the void. Snow continues to fall from the sky, evoking a cold winter night when Bohan was also wounded in the stomach. Totka sat beside him, and he instinctively raised his hand to call her name. "Please forgive me." Totka did not answer, only holding his hand. In reality, the divine weapon on the bear's back is burning fiercely. It roars in terror. Bohan quietly summons his weapon, grips it tightly, and stands up, then lets out a loud shout. The mechanical bear growls loudly from within its throat as Bohan strikes its head with an axe. In pain, it opened its mouth wide and roared loudly before biting down hard on his shoulder. But Bohan held it tightly and whispered with a heart full of pain. "Even though she is gone, your mother always loved you with all her heart." Juzo coldly ordered the bear in a dark corner not to care about those empty words. The bear's energy slowly begins to react again, emitting a blinding red light. Bohan softly says, "The spirit told me so. Son, in your next life call me your father again. Snowflake." Bohan's eyes gradually blurred, only snow still falling before his eyes. The divine power of the bear had frozen, and the two bodies were turned to ice. Bohan clings tightly to his son, wishing him a peaceful sleep within the embrace of family. Ka-Cat suddenly opened his sharp jaws, quickly lunging upward to counterattack Tat Khan. Ka-Cat swiftly pierced through the opponent's arm, then eagerly looked at him and swallowed it down, blood beginning to seep from Tat Khan's open wound as a stream of blood energy flowed toward Ka-Cat, who excitedly absorbed this new source of power. Tat Khan is tense, analyzing the unity of offense and defense, simultaneously strengthening and healing his body with the enemy's blood, and he also has a combat talent to support him. This guy definitely possesses power comparable to the strongest among the 5 great confidants. Ka-Cat suddenly rushed towards him, and he quickly dodged, wielding 2 knives to attack. Tatkan, unwilling to fall behind, swung his truncheon to counter, but this strike was easily blocked by him. He grumbled angrily, "If this keeps up, my blade will soon be dull." His blade cut into one of Tatkan's eyes, causing him to grimace in pain and close his eyes tightly. After a fierce fight, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. The blades and truncheon clashed, producing a terrifying, dull, thudding sound. Soon, Sakat's weapon shattered, and he immediately threw a punch at his opponent, causing Tatkan's face to swell and bruise. Sakat chuckled with delight, and taking the opportunity, he swung his remaining blade, leaving a deep cut on Tatkan's chest as he clenched his teeth, enduring the pain. Sakat kept charging forward, swinging his sword dozens of times at Tatkan, laughing excitedly. "Don't get careless." But he didn't laugh for long when Tatkan suddenly struck him with a mace, causing Sakat to spit blood in pain. Tatkan, overwhelmed by rage and fury, finally chose the path of a berserker, burning himself completely. What he always longed for was not power, Sakat reassures himself. That bull-headed guy is just summoning the power of the evil god on his own. Interesting. I like strong foes like you, but only when you're weaker than me. With that, he immediately charged at Tatkan like a hungry wolf. He suddenly stood up straight and spread his arms wide. Sakat quickly jumped away to dodge his attack. Then he opened his wide mouth, full of sharp teeth. Tatkan quickly used his hand to block, his face twisted with pain. He swings his hand to punch Sakat, inhaling the smell of Tatkan's blood and laughing loudly, then quickly looks away and swallows it down. He spreads his arms to absorb all the opponent's blood. Tatkan suddenly threw a punch at him. Sakat quickly stepped back, then suddenly jumped up. He grabs Tatkan's torn arm. Tatkan suddenly grabs his neck, and Sakat struggles to break free. He was slammed straight to the ground by Tatkan, then was struck again, causing Sakat to scream in pain. Tatkan roared loudly and raised both hands high, delivering a deadly blow down on Sakat. He struggled to defend himself against each strike, slowly realizing that their clash was turning out worse than he expected. The more this idiot gets injured, the more his power increases, and the more he recovers with his blood, the stronger he becomes. Just keep defending fully until he destroys himself. Sakat suddenly remembers Gu's words. Your true nature of wanting to trample on the weak is proof that you are the real weakling. He gritted his teeth in anger, slapping Kan, who was fighting but suddenly froze. In front of him was a terrifying orb of energy gathering. His eyes suddenly widened as a shark burst out from the ground, knocking him away. Sakat angrily sighed. This is so humiliating. I have to go all out against those who are not my trusted allies of the wings as fierce battle rages on another part of the cliff. Rupa quickly dodged backward, avoiding the opponent's attack. Kasuga, frustrated and helpless, muttered to himself. Too fast, he blocked all of my attacks. Rupa charged forward aggressively and shouted, "Dream on!" The fool, his anger flaring, also shouted in fear, "Don't come any closer." Rupa used a blood seal to cut her into 100 pieces. She sighed softly. Too shallow. Kisugalai retorted, tone less arrogant. Do you think someone like you can compare to me? Kisuoga's head suddenly exploded, and her body gradually disintegrated, forcing Rupa to stay alert. She heard the opponent scream, "I've had enough of this game. I will tear you apart and scatter your body in pieces." There is one unchanging truth in this world. Only one person stands at the top. That bright light attracts the strong for many different reasons. Those seeking meaning, those embracing love, those aiming for the top, those submitting out of fear. But Sakat is wise and calculating. He wants to solidify his strong position beneath that peak and is not far from becoming the trusted confidant of the leader. Until a single mistake was made, he was careless enough to be wounded by others, leaving an indelible scar and causing the collapse of his status. But Sakat's true nature remains unchanged. Treading on the weak and humiliating the defeated, destroying the weak. That is the path of the strong man he pursues. Now he is pouring all his effort into defeating Tatkan. He was furious then. His eyes suddenly widened, and the spot where Sakat had just stood was suddenly covered in dust and smoke. He suddenly popped up behind Tatkan and mocked him. "Fool." He was knocked out and sent flying dozens of meters away. Sakat continued to use his ultimate move of crushing corpses, and then drove his head straight into the ground. His spear tip swiftly darted toward the opponent, but was stopped by Tatkan with his bare hands. Sakat immediately swung his head to send the guy flying high into the air. He opened his sharp-toothed mouth, trying to swallow Tatkan whole. His entire body was just swallowed by Sakat's mouth. Tatkan suddenly remembered his own monologue. "Protecting your majesty the queen is my entire life. The power I once took pride in as inviolable vanished with your death. With the burning hatred in my heart, I always feel I will become an evil god. If it weren't for your help, I would have become a monster trapped in my own malice." Lagotha suddenly asked what you plan to do next. Tatkan honestly replied that once his wound heals, he will find him. Even if it means becoming a mad monster, he is ready to burn this life away. Lagotha firmly replied, "I do not allow it. Do not think that Tuantu is a virtuous matter. Do you think the deceased would want it that way?" Even though you have lost your master and left an indelible scar, your true nature remains a protector. Keep living, Tatkan. I will be your target. Don't let hatred blind you. But if you still want to use that power, Tatkan's memory ends here. Perhaps now is the time for him to use the strength that Lager mentioned. Suddenly, a dark aura burst from Kakat's mouth, and Tatkan's rage and power helped him escape the grip of death. He quickly moved away, with Lagertha's warning still echoing in his ears. I will allow it when you have to protect the important people. He raised his massive arm high as two hammers on the ground suddenly flew toward him. He precisely caught his weapon. The man grits his teeth and says, Deputy Commander of the 2nd Legion Leviton, the embodiment of conquering Tatkan. Let's go. Tatkan slowly advances towards his opponent. I will definitely win. In this situation, Sakat also had to be cautious as he spoke. What are you talking about? The idiot finished speaking and then burrowed into the ground. Kakat swam along the path, rustling toward Tatkan. He kept running around to distract his opponent. Sakat suddenly surfaced and shouted, I will tear you apart. Tatkan struck him hard with a hammer, causing a large chunk of flesh to tear off. While he was still in pain, Tatkan raised both axes and struck down mercilessly. Kakat delivers a fatal blow, the pressure spreading everywhere, soon forming a huge crater. Sakat's head is shattered, blood splattering all over Tatkan. Now he looks like death itself. After the darkness fades, he seems to see a light ahead. The majestic gate from the past gradually appears. He gently smiles. Lagotha, my queen, may you live forever. Kasuga crawls through the pile of monster remains. Her life was a series of suffering, bloodshed, and hunger. To survive, she would use any means necessary. She must use strong, sharp fangs to defeat enemies and devour them alive. Besides that, she has no other emotions left. Until Guo met her, he had given her a branch of the world, so Kasuga was transformed back into a human form. Chiuzo said, "O girl with the ferocity of a beast, what is your name?" Kasuga gazed at her mortal body with a strange feeling. Then she replied, Kasuga. Chiuzo reached out and said, "This encounter is the guidance of the branch leading to the world's transformation. Kasuga, are you willing to stand beside me and help me?" Hearing that, she smiled with satisfaction. Kasuga reached out her hand to Juso and replied, "I agree since the day Guzu chose me. My world has no interest or purpose, but suddenly a strange feeling arose, and I kill more and more people. I feel that my half-human, half-worm existence is a special being chosen by the embodiment of noble wings. Only my thoughts, my blood-stained hand, and my will can represent the other. I used to think that way until one of my arms was cut off, and Kasuga cried out in pain. Shaking, she clutched her wounded shoulder while Jiro stood on the high platform and said, Safi, withdraw the 5th item. Kisuoga, don't forget your identity. Next time you won't just lose an arm." He reached out to Kisuoga and looked at her with a deadly gaze. Kasuga was terrified, and at that moment she immediately understood the overwhelming difference in rank. Jiuzu, with 3 wings and absurdly powerful. My child, the one who forgets her place as a mere insect, automatically aligns herself with her master, and before him, anyone is just a bug crawling on the ground. Kisuga realized that what was surging inside her was love, clearly reflected in her eyes and expressions. Yet Rupa directly told Kisuoga, "You're wrong," she asked confused. "What?" Rupa replied, "I have to tell you again, this is not love but horror and fear. Who do you think you are to claim that? What do you even know? I used to fight to fulfill the dreams of my precious comrades." Rupa remembered her. "And now I am fighting to fulfill the dream of someone important?" "The person you mentioned is Anta." Rupa placed her hand on her chest and declared, "I am certain my feelings for these important people are love, so I will deny everything that belongs to you. Madness is the true endless emotion." Then, Kisuga unleashed her centipede energy and swiftly charged forward. Kisuga swiftly flashes past Rupa like a lightning bolt. She quietly worries. Too fast, transforming to focus on speed? But her attack wasn't very strong. She must have known that too. Rupa watched Kisuga dart around her at an incredible speed. She knew she was aiming for a fatal blow, so Rupa used her sense of smell. She detects Kisuoga rushing toward her, so Rupa raises her sharp claws high. She swiped fiercely at her opponent, but missed. Kisuga landed behind Rupa and shouted angrily, "Damn it." She watches Rupa and asks, "Do you find your position by smell?" They really are filthy beasts. Rupa is also secretly analyzing the opponent as poison is her main power. No one would seal their own advantage just to boost their physical abilities. Even though my speed is superior with this state, one mistake could be deadly. A moment of carelessness will decide the outcome. A wolf and a kill will face each other. My ultimate move will determine this battle. Rupa clenched her teeth as she stared at Kisuoga, who also glared back at her. Kisuoga extended the spines on her body and then launched them all forward simultaneously. Rupa hurriedly ran to dodge, but suddenly froze as Kisuoga's tail swept toward her. The fierce beast roared loudly, and Rupa secretly worried. Faster now. Both of them started a fierce fight. Kisuga kept attacking with her tail while Rupa skillfully dodged. Unfortunately, she was hit and wounded in the thigh. Kisuga immediately countered and gasped for breath. A strange suspicion. Shouldn't the poison from her tail be corrosive to her strength? How is she still able to stand there unharmed? Facing Kisuga, Rupa's condition is still quite good. Kisuga grits her teeth in anger, splitting her tail into two and saying, "I can't believe I can't beat a petty clone like you." After finishing, Kisuga immediately attacked Rupa with her two tails in succession. She crossed her arms and raised them to protect her head. "Are you just thinking with your blood now?" A warning sign. After speaking, she immediately charges forward to counterattack. The force from her claws shoots straight toward Kisuga. After being hit, she screams in pain. Kisu plants her two tails into the ground and then uses her strength to jump over to Rupa. Kisuga summoned a purple skull and said, "Overwhelming the enemy in the final moment." That's the thrill of the final blow. A massive purple acid explosion occurred there. A few days ago, Rupa received a poison resistance charm shaped like a flower from Nadia. She asked curiously. This is Nadia's reply, a talisman of protection. As long as this charm remains within Rupa's body, it will protect her from all toxins in this world. Returning to the present, Kisuga is now standing in the thick smoke. She looks shocked to see that Rupa has not been defeated. Kisuga seems to see the faint shadow of the embodiment of nature behind the thick smoke. She recognizes this aura as Nadia's. Kisuga silently confirms it belongs to her. Facing her, Rupa raised her hand high and struck hard, causing Kisuga to fall to the ground, crying out in pain into the Saizo compartment. Kisuga gasped and finally asked how Rupa responded. Her final move, she immediately pulled out something from Kisuga's body, which was the branch of the world. Rupa looked at it and said it must be unleashed at the last moment. At a tall monument, Bion was standing on the roof, gazing at the multicolored universe with Vo Vin. Why? He frowned, thinking that the heart is something born from life. The giant, ferocious monster is a being born from death. Biharin looks at his hand and wonders why the heart rules within us. To achieve what? And he clenched his fists tightly. In front of Bone, two space-time gates immediately opened. Biharin knew that on this very day, when the horizon of the world appeared, the embodiment of the wings had said that I could find the answer. He looked at the two gates, one with lightning tearing across the sky, the other with the turbulent sea. Bion was confused, but if I still can't find the answer, then in that space where the lightning is thick, Rit is spreading his wings and perched on a rock pillar. Lightning strikes fiercely hit the ground as W Food clutches Rax L tightly and rushes through the storm of lightning. She runs to a ledge and shouts, holding on tightly. W Food bounces off and silently recites the rabbit statue spell. As she jumped away, a lightning bolt struck that very cliff, causing it to explode. Inside the narrow mountain pass, W Food secretly observes the raging lightning outside. She nervously said, "The power to control lightning? You're really unlucky." On the stone pillar, WF and Ruby are still spreading their wings. We will be temporarily safe from the enemy's attack here. In the meantime, let's move to base B in the center with Blackfoe. She then took out a yellow sphere. Ruby asked, "Can't we go to where Ananta is?" "Sorry, Ruby, I still can't determine Ananta's location right now. Maybe everyone else has been forced to teleport randomly like us." Ruby looked panicked and said, "We Food said I must get you both to a safe place as soon as possible." Ja let tremblingly clenched its hand. It stood up suddenly and shouted, "I don't like it, I don't like it, I don't like it, I don't like it." Wood nervously calls out to her. "Jack Leedy." Ruby takes your hand and then speaks. Jack Leet says he doesn't want to run away like this. W Food asks, "Can Ruby communicate with Jack Lest?" Of course, since Jacket and Ruby have become one, Ruby always wants to fulfill her friend's wishes. Jack Lest now doesn't want to abandon his friends to run away. As he finished speaking, Jack Lest's body burst into a huge flame. W Food was stunned, thinking, could it be that the essence of a divine beast's power is a heart that wishes to grant the target's wish? She kneels before Jack L and calls his name. Your WF Food warns that the enemy we must fight is incredibly strong, beyond what you can imagine. You still want to fight to protect your teammates? All right then, good. Out there, thunder continues to flash constantly. Ree is frowning and snorting, then suddenly he is stunned and his eyes widen. Not far away, something is glowing. A yellow jump suddenly emerges from the mountains, giggling happily. Meanwhile, the jumping pile gradually transformed into the shape of a mouse. This is the secret technique of the giant eye-opening beast. The moonlit sea. It's no different from a fairy tale. Right now, in front of you is a huge wave, and inside the wave is a person. That person is Livian. She's speaking in such a poetic way. This vast ocean is the highest point of the moon base divided into 30 parts, where only the top pilots can reign. Do you understand what I mean? The embodiment of the assassin. Upon hearing that, Ananta grits his teeth in anger. Livthon transforms the waves into giant water dragons, confidently declaring that she is the one recognized by Lord Gi Uzo as the most trusted ally. After saying that, a water dragon opens its mouth wide and charges at Ananta. He gathers red energy around his body. The sharp claws are also extended, and Nanta slashes twice with great force, and the energy from the attack instantly destroys the water dragon. The two other water dragons continue their attack, charging straight at where Ananta is standing. He roared loudly, his crimson wings spread wide, unleashing a burst of red energy that shattered the two water dragons, then flew straight toward Livan. Ananta roars in anger, saying, "I had to create a water pillar to block your direct attack." Ananta flies outside the water pillar and declares, "I will defeat and swallow you here, and use my own strength to take your life." Livan closed her eyes after hearing that. When she opened them again, her eyes had turned black, with blazing red pupils. She said, "Look at this." Ananta suddenly startled as a huge wave suddenly rose high. It plunges straight down onto the stone pillar where Anta is standing, causing that spot to be submerged. He gradually sinks into the deep sea. Levthan says, "O cursed ones who condemn the day you were born." Ananta struggles to break free in the water. Facing him now is Liverthan transformed into a giant water dragon. She continues, "O those who can provoke Lithanan, curse the night you were born." And she looked at Ananta with a bizarre glowing red gaze. Lavan's elongated body glided through the water. Ananta glares as Liverthan has now transformed into a colossal water dragon, towering over him with overwhelming size. He tries to flap his wings in the water. This action creates powerful jets of force, shooting straight at Liverthan. Her head suddenly exploded with a bang. Ananta watches the situation with an expectant look. Unfortunately, she is still unharmed. Moreover, Leviathan has activated the water jet mode. The deep abyss roars. That sharp water jet is aimed straight at Ananta. He crossed his arms and raised them to protect his head. In an instant, the tornado rushed in and engulfed him. Ananta was thrown back, but he stubbornly thought to himself, "You think I'm afraid of you? I will win." Anan clenched his teeth, his eyes blazing with red energy, causing a powerful explosion on the water's surface. Meanwhile, Lavan remains calm, observing the situation as he sees the water around Ananta boiling and glowing red. He sticks his head out and roars loudly. Ananta faces Leviathan and asks, "Finally willing to go all out. I will show you what you're truly up against." After finishing, both of them open their mouths and conjure a sphere of energy. Livian fires his blue energy sphere forward. This is Hai Long's breath technique, and her attack clashes head-on with Ananta's ultimate skill. Unfortunately, Lavan's power still has the upper hand, so Ananta's head is immediately struck by that blue beam. He gradually collapses into the water, his eyes closed, but Ananta suddenly awakens. He continues rushing toward the enemy, while one side of his face and horn have been knocked away. Levin exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Before she could react, Ananta was already right in front of her, grabbing Levin's neck and causing her body to bend. Leviathan wrapped his long body tightly around Anta, forcing him to open his mouth wide to breathe. Leviathan quickly gathers energy in her mouth again. Luckily, Ananta is leaning against the thorns and sharp horns on his body. He successfully broke free from Livan's grip. Ananta struggled in the water. Livian saw him charging at her again, so she glared and said, "Look through it." Ananta suddenly froze, his body as if crushed. Levan continued, exploding under the weight of the abyss. After saying that, Ananta's body was shattered into pieces, blood and flesh dissolving, leaving only a blazing red heart. Livian asked, "Is that heart your source of rebirth? I won't give you another chance to resurrect," and she summoned 2 water dragons. These 2 immediately rushed toward the heart. Suddenly, the heart beats fiercely, and strange red energies swirl around Ananta's flesh. Next, a strange figure appears, accompanied by a voice saying, "Who do you think you're showing your teeth to?" A huge black dragon suddenly appears in front of the 2 water dragons. It opened its mouth wide, then suddenly swallowed both of them in one gulp. Livin stammered in surprise, "Who are you?" In front of her is Amitabha Ha. She smiled and replied, "Remember this well, I am the embodiment of demonic nature, Aida Haka." Livian immediately became alert, thinking this was the first of the 6 great incarnations, Black Dragon Aida Haka. Levi remembered the nun and wondered if he also possessed others' bodies like the second vehicle, or was it different? No, it wasn't. My instincts tell me so. I've never seen anyone carry such fierce, murderous intent before. Ida Haka is now glaring at Leviathan with a murderous look and contemptuously says, "You despicable thing." Leviathan froze. She saw Adidaha reach out her hand towards her and say, "I must teach you how to face the existence of true greatness." A blazing golden sphere appears. Levi is startled as the ocean suddenly erupts with a blast at the rock pillar in the sea. Levian stands there panting, surrounded by a protective sphere. Adidaha praises him, saying, "He didn't expect you to withstand the full force of my deadly strike. You cowardly creature, tell me your name before I take your life. I am the right hand of the supreme wings, embodiment of the abyss, divine beast Levian." "Oh, a divine beast? Livan, I will remember that name." Heberon has been watching everything through the space-time hole, but he hasn't said a word. Before long, the seawater is completely drained. Liver's body sways back and forth as Ida Haka chokes her and lifts her high. She said the outcome is clear. Olivian is being choked by Ida Haka, and her hand is gradually relaxing. Aida Haka said, "This is the best of our wings at most. The day you kneel before me is not far off." But Levian replied, "The loser is me, not Guzu writhing in despair." That's touching. What makes you so obsessed with the wings? A long time ago, Livan and Guzu stood together on the shore. He asked, "My wish?" Livan replied, "When you truly want to fulfill your wish, a divine beast like me can unleash its greatest power. You have freed me from loneliness, I want to fulfill the wish you desire." Juzo nodded and replied, "I want to become human." Leviathan was stunned to hear that. Juzo said, "I want to understand the human heart." He raised his hand as if trying to catch the moon in the night sky and confessed that he wanted to find the origin of humanity. "That is my wish." Livy stands on the beach, watching Guzu, and says, I guess I still can't understand that person." Adida Haka mocks, "It's so stupid, so ridiculous." She looked at Livian with shining eyes. The aura of Long Ui radiated intensely. Adida Haka asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" "Because of loneliness I lost to you. Even if only in form, I envy the bond you share." Adida Haka glared at him. The soul of the black dragon suddenly appeared and roared loudly, black and red energy splattering everywhere on the stone pillar. Under the starry night sky, Ananta suddenly wakes up startled. He finds himself standing in a barren wasteland with dry, cracked earth and asks, "Is this the place I remember? The mountain ridge with broken arid rocks I once visited, with flames burning fiercely behind?" Ananta said, "Similar to that time but different." "Could this be?" Then he stepped forward a few steps, and what caught Ananta's eye was a giant cactus skeleton. Ananta guessed, "Is this the mental world of Adida Ha?" Suddenly the eyes of the cactus flare up and it says, "Ananta, the descendant of the Black Dragon is ultimately not Adida Ha, so who are you? If you have a responsibility, see through the truth." And the cactus skeleton opens an observation gate in front of Anta, a scene that startles him. On the other side, there is an image of a boy and a girl. The boy is holding a short knife to defend himself. Hanan asks the children who they are. Kotlong says this is a brutal era filled with blood and corpses from endless war. The two children are facing a soldier who raises his sword high, ready to end their lives. This is an age where people kill each other and bodies pile up like mountains. Anan sees this scene and shouts, "Wait, something is flying in from afar." It turns out to be a dragon. It spews fire from above, burning the soldiers below. Ananta muttered as he watched the soldiers engulfed in flames. Is that Ada Haka? The dragon spewing fire to burn the soldiers, known by the wild red tribes as the protector and punisher of mankind. That is Ida Haka. After taking care of everything, Adai Haka descended to the ground and said, "I thought I had heard that the continent was in chaos, but I didn't expect the invaders to set foot on my territory." Suddenly, she saw something. Adida Haka muttered to herself, "That's right. Just a short distance away are the two children from earlier." Adida Haka transformed back into her human form and said, "It's already fortunate that these human children are still alive. They're lucky." The two children kneel on the ground and shout, "Thank you for driving away the invaders. Guardians, aren't you afraid of me?" "How is that possible? The protector is our savior." Adida Haka lowered her eyes and snorted. "Anan, I thought she was looking at me. I hear her say there are countless who fear me, but you are the first to show gratitude. Leave the thorns for Anan. I have seen the desolate scene of this land and will tell the wilderness is gradually declining." As the 6 embodiments protecting the world, including a young girl, a lion, a creature with antler-like bones, and a green-haired youth, continue to perish, chaos on the continent worsens. The Punisher, embodying fear itself, breathes fire to severely punish the invaders. The tribes of the Wild Redland grew more devoted and submissive to her, and she wanted to repay their kindness. So she reached out her hand to unite many clans under the protection of the Black Dragon and rebuild together. After many efforts, the land gradually became fertile, with green mountains and hills and flowers blooming everywhere. The tribes held deep gratitude for her, calling themselves descendants of the Black Dragon, and the two children she saved also cherished her greatly. "You have always resented her, but it was she who tried her best for your ancestors." Anan was stunned to hear this. Kotlong continued, saying that the magic controlling the curse and death had overwhelmed Adida Ha with endless rage. She was trapped in suffering and fear of the rebellious power she would unleash upon the world, so she decided to seal away the source of her power and the divine treasure, giving it to the human leader. When Adida Haka left, someone suddenly called her name, so she turned around and looked back. Seeing the two children running toward her, she called out, "You guys." The two children took turns saying, "Please stay by our side. Will we never see each other again? Don't be sad, my children. You are the descendants of the Black Dragon. Even if we can't meet again, I will always protect you." Ananta watched her say those words and fell into silence. The bug disappeared right before his eyes, and he could only feel helpless, useless. His face couldn't hide his disappointment. The past is just the past, and there's no turning back now. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Ananta's mind. "Are those words you're telling yourself?" The images of the past keep flashing through Ananta's mind. That voice continues to criticize him. "You committed a crime, a past that can never be washed away. You ignored it just because you couldn't change it." That voice still mocks Nanta, avoiding his own guilt. He just silently listened to those accusations, unable to defend himself. Anan was worried but couldn't find the words to say. Ah, fate is bound by the tragedy of the past, and those are your deeds. At this moment, the lightning strikes echo across the sky. Jade has also seen the continuous lightning strikes hitting the ground. Jay is the one creating those lightning bolts, and he wears a mischievous smile, but now his face darkens as he holds the lightning in his hand, preparing to attack, gathering the static electricity into an arrow. He quickly shot the lightning arrow forward, diamond minus. The lightning arrow whooshed through the air and pierced the large mouse in front of him. A small figure of someone appeared above the big mouse's head, and the Liat armor also appeared at this moment. He brandished his weapon with fierce determination, his stomach wound gradually healing. Without wasting time, Rai quickly gathered a new charge of lightning for the next attack. A large golden lightning ball suddenly appeared above the mouse's head, and Jack Leet was also surprised to see this phenomenon. It quickly burrowed inside the body of the mouse. The lightning Jip unleashed struck the head of Jack Leet's mouse, the king of deities. Even though he had hidden inside, Jack Letta still got struck by the lightning bolts. Ruby nearby saw him gradually collapse and called out to Jack Letta with concern. Despite being battered and bruised, Jack Leet still managed to get up and call out to Ruby. Ruby understood and nodded. The two quickly grabbed each other's hands as the giant mouse, still struck by lightning, roared and charged forward. That mouse slammed its head hard into the building in front of it. Jacqueline and Ruby had now jumped off the big mouse. The two are fighting with fierce determination, while R feels excited watching them. Ruby suggested that she and Jacqueline didn't want to hurt him and asked to leave. Ree, after hearing those words, felt confused, but then immediately provoked them. Instead of those things, try moving again. G's body now emits sparks of lightning. He declared confidently, "This time I will tear you to pieces." Ruby couldn't hold back anymore and questioned him. "No way, why are you fighting us? We could get along peacefully." That only made Rit even more confused, but then he sneered sarcastically, "You're just toys. Why should I get along with toys?" Ree gathers a large amount of energy into his body, lowering himself. His body now radiates an extremely powerful aura. "Don't worry, I'll play with you until I'm bored," someone orders while holding a golden ball in their hand. On KB leads the way. A shadow appears behind Jit. Seeing something wrong, Jit quickly turned to look behind him. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, Jack L swiftly drew his sword and advanced. A yellow liquid is slowly constricting John's body. It turns out WF Fu has appeared to help the two of them. He sneered when he saw her, but was not afraid, and immediately turned his head to prepare to attack. He unleashed powerful lightning bolts toward W Food. She widened her pupils and looked straight ahead. With her quick reflexes and agility, W Food dodged his attacks. The magic of the rabbit statue. She then suddenly charges straight at Jit. The two are now facing each other, but WF doesn't attack him and instead jumps behind him directly. Seeing this, Ree also feels surprised and confused. At this moment, the yellow ball reappears, hovering right above his head. W Food from afar orders the yellow ball, Pandora's box. At that moment, she quickly ran over and embraced Jacqueline and Ruby in her arms. The enemy on the other side was trapped inside a ceiling sphere. He is trapped inside the sphere, unable to escape, with spatial confinement powers. The initial unstable magic sphere was too powerful. WF tries to protect Jacqueline and Ruby using the strongest firepower we have. The sphere is now gradually emanating a source of energy. Zai was controlled by that energy and shouted, but then he seemed very excited. "Very good, very interesting. Make me even happier." Quickly, Jit managed to break the sphere created by WF Food. The lightning J used to shatter the sphere struck her back. Suddenly, a wing spread wide, and the figure of a giant bird gradually took shape. Jaquette had transformed into a huge and terrifying thunderbird. His wings constantly emit threatening lightning bolts. Jaquette and Ruby also look up at the sky with frightened expressions. Rith let out a mischievous laugh as a crack suddenly appeared in the space. From the crack, a blue energy surged forward. That energy source is heading straight for the RIT below. Ruby was also surprised when she saw that energy source. That is the figure of a person with 13 tails appearing. The person lands on the ground and slowly moves forward. Ruby looked helpless when seeing BN. It immediately ordered to retreat quickly. The small-bodied Ruby faces the giant Bullen directly and asks, "Divine Beast, I have something I want to ask you." Ruby also hesitated when Bayron came to find her, wanting to talk. Jacqueline is also very tense with Ruby, isn't he? From above, the lightning strikes continue to descend, roaring as sparks shoot out from his body and slowly rise into the air. He spreads his wings and lets out a loud cry. Byalon turned to look at Jit, whose tails were now spread out. Jit opens his mouth wide and charges straight at Bayron. Baron's tails quickly strike directly into Jit's mouth. Jay's body quickly cracked apart, finally shattering into fragments. Ruby, witnessing the scene, was also stunned. "I am a demon beast, both similar to and different from you, a contradictory life born from death. So why do I have a heart?" Beharin placed his hand on his chest, feeling confused. "What is it that I seek to achieve? I also asked similar questions to other divine beasts before, but received no answers. So this time, Bee Heron came here to seek an answer from Ruby. Oh, mighty fire spirit, I ask you to answer my question. My heart does not tell me what I need. The heart only guides to the answer. You've already said that, so it depends on what you truly want. It also lets him know the answer within his heart. Ruby has a loving family, so her heart always longs for love and happiness from her family. You don't have one? A wish enough to guide your heart? Hearing that answer, Beon wondered again, what is the reason I was born into this world, I want to know. The reason I exist in this world, at the number 1 base on the right. A withered tree still trying to hold on. Above the treetop, Nadia's figure is clear. The altar for the ritual has been completed. Finally today, the horizon of the world I have longed for will open up. She looks towards the earth in front of her, waiting only for the ritual to be activated. The beautiful world of innocence is about to arrive again, and now the silhouette of a girl appears. Nadia raised her head and looked up. The two forces within her directly clashed. Sen Nat is now directly confronting Nadia. Why are you here? Nadia, with a sharp gaze as if to take her down, quickly rushes forward to attack her. Sen Not here yells Nadia's name again as the roots on her body slowly extend to attack her. With her quick reflexes, Nadia swiftly dodged those attacks. With a look of hatred, she held the bow and arrow in her hand, frozen in place. Nadia pulls back her bow, ready to shoot, as a barrage of arrows suddenly appears, all aimed at Jaenun Not, unleashing a massive surge of energy. I have wrapped my body with roots, leaving only a cloud of smoke. Jaenun Not slowly uncovers the roots, revealing a sinister face. But then, Noon Not's companion opened his eyes wide as if witnessing something. Althea's image reappeared in her mind. A dark red aura of energy radiates around Senun Not's body, after being imprisoned by the past and its desire for power. Seizing the opportunity, Nadia quickly rushes to attack. Is this the final form you can achieve? But her staff was easily caught by the nun vehicle. Is Althea inside her mind questioning her? Why are you? Nadia outside is also trying to awaken Zainun Not. Hurry up and wake up, she shouted angrily. A world where no one gets hurt? If you keep hiding and turning away from loss like that, do you think those who have fallen asleep will be saved? But suddenly, another arm of Zen pierced through Nadia's stomach. She immediately collapsed to the ground. Zainun Not with a dazed look in her eyes, speechless. Seeing Nadia suffering in front of me, I hesitated, not wanting to hurt you. Once again, Zainun Not's body begins to change. Sorry, I opened my mouth to end Nadia's life, but at least let me help you pass peacefully. Nadia tries to look at Zainun Not. I only hope your wounded heart will be comforted somehow. A long time ago, a girl's silhouette lying on a sunlit grass field. Althea opened her eyes, sat up, and looked around with a dazed expression. Where is this place? A figure appears in front of Althea. It seems I have disturbed your dream. Seinen Not stood before her, wondering. Are you sleeping well? She seemed happy. Seinen Not, the god Seinen Not. Althea quickly stood up and ran towards him. What's going on? Why is my body feeling like it's ready to pick up the child earlier than usual today? Seinen nods gently and speaks to her with a kind look. I'm very happy to be talking with you like this again. Althea looked up at him with sparkling eyes full of anticipation. A perfect battlefield was set up to maximize the power of the branch. The operation of the bases must proceed smoothly. Juzo is at the center. The failed body control drugs were also part of the plan. But the biggest variable right now is Baran's unexpected betrayal targeting GZ's tree. The tubes behind Guzu are slowly being pulled out. He steps away from the chair, determined to eliminate the variable. The cannon detects the assault and Seifer's staff activates. Juzu clenches his fist tightly. From now on, we will begin the countdown to the edge of the world. Returning to Noon's memory, he and Althea slowly walk forward. Althea couldn't hide her curiosity and looked up at him. This doesn't seem like the other world, as if it's secretly peeking into someone's memories. Seinen, sensing her gaze, turned his head back. What's wrong? Althea, do you think he's worried about something? Why would you think that? She explained as she walked away. Every time you come to her, she brings her worries with you. Right now, you're also hesitating. Senian gently places her hand on Althea's head. Honestly, I can't hide anything from you. The sun gently shines through the leaves. Suddenly, I remember the first time we met. That day was also when I was wandering through this forest. Senin and his pet are taking a walk in the forest. He pauses for a long time when he hears a sound accompanied by laughter coming from among the trees. I discovered a human child with eyes as white as jade. Senoon gently swallowed and extended his arm. That innocent child followed blindly. I have named that innocent child. Althea means the truth. He admits that nothing is more precious to me than the time spent with you. I wish this moment could last forever. Nadia, watching from outside, also felt a sense of sadness. Senin Not with a serious gaze declared that you have been accepted as a member of the Great Forest and are a promising spirit, blessed by the spirits. You are an honest child who always prays for peace to reign over all beings in this land. Senin only stood behind her, silently watching. The world became brighter and my heart grew warmer. It's all thanks to you. A galaxy appears in the mysterious night sky. Wow, Senin and Althea sitting together and gazing at the starry sky. It's so beautiful. She smiled gently and turned to ask, "What do you want to say to me?" Senin suddenly made a suggestion at this moment, saying, "Leave Dailam." Althea and the army led by the warrior's embodiment are now approaching this place. The purpose is not clear, but it's definitely for invasion. However, you will have to die. I cannot send you to your death, so leave Dailam with everyone. But at this moment, Althea refused the offer. I'm sorry. Senin was very angry. Althea, sir, Zanat. Althea looked up at the sky with shining eyes and said, "I want to protect this place forever. I love the days looking up at the starry sky with you." Althea gently places her hand on his. "I like everyone who has accepted me as family. I like you to stay with me, like a daughter to you." When she said that, Not's eyes narrowed. "To you, the great forest is a precious homeland that you have built." Hearing her response, his mood gradually softened. When war comes, that sacred forest was consumed by fierce flames, with a mighty army ready to fight, and the other side being the forest's guardian spirits. Of course, Althea is also among them. A soldier from the other side is preparing to attack. Althea now opened her eyes wide, and blood splattered everywhere. This is something Zen-nun would regret for the rest of his life, for not stopping that child. Senin still held Althea tightly, despite the arrows sticking all over his body, gasping in pain but refusing to let go of her. Althea, with her fragile body, tries to say her final words. "This is Althea's fate. This is your memory." Zen-nun now shows no expression on his face. Not a single day passes. His body now radiates a dark energy. "I have no regrets about that day." Senin finally opened her mouth to scream in pain. "It was I who killed it. I was the one who killed that child." At that moment, Juso appeared with white wings like an angel, making a pact with the wings and being granted a branch as well as rebirth into an existence capable of crossing the world's horizons. Senin finally stood up, sharp thorns emanating from his chest, slowly releasing Althea's small body. He is desperate all to find that child, but the result of those efforts is Nida, a person with no memory of Althea and Zen-nunos' relationship. She slowly opened her eyes and saw herself standing in an unfamiliar space. Nadia, with a suspicious look, glanced toward the whispering sound behind her. Senin, in a different form, suddenly appeared right in front of her. Seeing this form of him filled Nadia with terror. She quickly turned around and ran in the opposite direction. Where am I? What is that monster? Who am I? Senin, in a new form, tries to say something to Nadia but cannot. He only knows how to chase after her, trying to make her understand. After running for a while, Nadia suddenly tripped and collapsed into the pool of blood at her feet. With a face covered in blood, she slowly got up. In front of her was a river of thousands of floating corpses, their blood forming a stream. Nadia looked at her blood-stained hands and shouted. Suddenly, a divine figure appeared behind her. Child, a true one like a lotus blooming in a disgusting swamp of death. Hearing that voice, Nadia was also frightened and turned around. Juzo, with angel wings, approached and asked, "What is your name?" "I am Nadia, the embodiment of nature, the only hope left by the truth." A beam of white light appears from the sky. At this moment, Senin looked up at the sky and felt something was different. His eyes suddenly turned red. The body of Senin suddenly emitted a white light. He stood up, shouted, and then Senun's body suddenly exploded. Before disappearing, he still couldn't understand. No way, he had clearly absorbed it completely. How can the consciousness still remain? She steps forward slowly on the pools of blood, but no words can comfort you. Senin stared in shock, "But I will always be by your side." Althea held Senin tightly in his consciousness. "I will stay by your side forever." Snun trembles as it closes its eyes. The image of him stroking Althea's head is still as clear as yesterday. "Althea, I only wish for you to have a happy life and live bright days." Senin pushed her away. "Why are you comforting me?" "Because Aaliyah wants that." He places his hand on his chest. "If I could touch your heart and your memories, would Althea hate me?" She cried as she answered, "You are the deepest memory engraved in me more than anyone else in this world. Even now, when I remember, I still feel choked up." Hearing that, his eyes widened in surprise and then closed with satisfaction. When she opened her eyes again, Senun's body had begun to vanish like the darkness of dawn, and Nadia desperately shouted his name. "Sao suyin kweknon nothan chong bin med. Ongain hin bantay min heroin hin len ve fia me troy." "Sorry for making you wait so long. It's really been a long time." Then his body completely disappeared under the sunlight, leaving her in shock as she woke up. Nadia slowly opens her eyes. Both of you hope to rest in eternal peace in the world of Adidahaka's mind, where thick and toxic smoke fills the air. She approaches Anan from behind as a dragon. "You weak little boy, I see you being trampled so miserably. How satisfying that is." He called her name. Adidahaka asked, "Why do you look like that? Have you given up and lost control of your body?" Before I could finish speaking, I did something that made her startle. "What are you doing kneeling and bowing your head at Adidaha?" Because of my foolish choice, we have left each other scars that can never be erased. Adidaha, I want to apologize to you. She rushed forward, grabbing Anand's neck with her dragon-scaled hand in anger and covering his mouth. Your cheap apology now means nothing. Do you think a few words can make me forget the grudge from that day? He replied, do you think words alone can solve anything? But to defeat Guzu, I need your strength. Please help me. Adidaha became even angrier and threw him aside violently. You miserable mortal, don't get any ideas. The control over your body now belongs to me. We can never walk together because you and I are two realities that can never be reconciled. Anand sat up suddenly, knowing better than anyone that we can never be reconciled. Only death can part us. I have no intention of apologizing to you without taking any responsibility. Only then does she turn to look at you. Could it be? At that moment, his dragon heart gradually regained its rhythm. The black dragon power within him has also returned to Wood's side. She was injured and is now with Ruby and Jack Lu. Ruby looked up, Bone still standing there strangely, and he suddenly frowned as if he sensed something. Baron reached out and shattered the glass in front of him with a single squeeze. W looked up. That Ruby is, From the other side, a muscular figure steps forward with a long stride. Ruby is excited. This aura must be Ananta. As soon as he arrives, he begins transforming into a dark dragon form. Idahaka, the hatred and fury directed at me. Turn everything into fuel for battle until you become a Rakshasa demon, completing the dragon transformation process. Ananta opened his mouth wide and roared loudly. Bylon sighed. So the one who defeated the abyssal embodiment is actually the demonic incarnation? Your power is truly mysterious. Do you want me to drown you? The avenging incarnation. Ananta roared and charged at him. Bion immediately prepared to defend himself. Ananta strengthened his fist and then swung it fiercely. The speed was too fast for Biren to react, and he was easily hit directly in the face. A loud explosion rang out as Ananta knocked Bai Heron out of the tower. Hearing Ruby call his name, he was also very happy that they were still safe. Luckily, everyone is still safe. Anand was caught off guard by a sudden punch to the jaw and was sent flying. Anand quickly regained his balance. Biran in the distance had also transformed. With just this much, I didn't think I could defeat you. Biharan, as he finished speaking, threw his head back and roared loudly. He declared, I will destroy you. This world only has the strong who are proud of their power and the weak who are trampled under it and resist. Bion took a step forward, facing Ananta, and said, I've fought you 3 times. Let's end it now. The one who proved their worth. Both stood still, staring at each other for a few seconds, then immediately charged at each other simultaneously. Ananta and Biharan threw fists at each other, their hands colliding with a shockwave that created a fierce gale, forcing Ruby's group to dodge and avoid. He growled, pulling back his hand, then struck again, but this time he dodged by, bending low. Bylon aimed at the opponent's groin, forcing Anand to take a powerful steel fist, and then he was slammed hard into the wall. His aura is no different from that of the fierce 13-tailed beast. 4 of them are poised to strike at him. Ruby shouted loudly, stay alert and don't get hit by that attack. Ananta orders the team to gather, and his entire body immediately turns black, enveloped in mysterious green light. Then he leaps up on his hind legs, successfully dodging his opponent's 4 tails. The long, smooth, snake-like tails appear and grip the stone pillar tightly, allowing Ananta to temporarily keep his distance up high. Biran sneers, don't let it slip away. Then he uses all 13 tails to attack. He squinted and quickly calculated, then embedded his tail into the pillar, spun around, and leapt away. As Ananta spun clockwise at a terrifying speed, he transformed himself into a drill. He heads straight for Biharan below and moves directly downward. Seeing that he can't use his tail to block, he prepares to throw a punch into the center of the vortex. The monster Swordmaster, a strike equivalent to the power of a missile. Anand's spin was blocked, surprising even him, but in misfortune, there is fortune, as he is in a perfect position to crush his opponent as he wishes. Anand transforms the flicks on his arms into sharp blades and directly slashes at him. Although Biharan manages to block in time, one of his arm guards is shattered. He opened his eyes, grabbed his head with one hand and slammed it straight into the ground. Smoothly, Bion delivered a few more punches to his head. Anand can't keep up. He chokes on his combo and spits blood. At this moment, he powers up his fist and strikes his head like a decisive blow, shattering the ground and filling the air with dust. You who have obtained the body of the Conqueror embodiment can surely withstand my full power. Then Biharan used his tail to lift him up. But how long can you endure that power now, as the scales of my Anand show signs of cracking? Biharan declares, I will be your destruction. Ruby screams his name in fear, then he opens his eyes. Ananta opens his mouth wide and lets out a long hum, his body emitting a red glow. Seconds later, a massive beam of energy descends from above, swallowing both of them. The top of the tower was also heavily damaged. Bihalan was still intact, even though everything around him was completely destroyed. He lowered his hand to observe, swallowing as if burning everything completely. The more power he absorbs, the more time it takes to fully take control of it. Everyone stared in awe at Ananta's increasingly enormous form. He has taken the form of a complete dragon. just like in the legends, 100 times larger than Biren. This is his new form. He roared, but now compared to his opponent, it was just like a cat's meow. Ananta opened his mouth and unleashed a massive dragon breath. Bion immediately devours the item below and then takes a deep breath, determined to crush his opponent. When Anan stops, you can see his dragon roar attack has pierced through the tower. Has he already defeated him? No, he hasn't revealed any of his power from back then. At this moment, a blue light shot out from the lowest floor of the building, followed by a dazzling blue energy burst like a blazing fire, and he climbed back to the surface. The decisive factor for victory or defeat is not the strength of the branch, but the will to use all one's power to kill the enemy. The battle is not over yet. Suddenly, the space nearby shatters, revealing a figure stepping out from inside. Rupa looked around anxiously. This is the second central base. Looking ahead, she stared in horror. The upper half of Base 2 has been completely destroyed in the first half of the battle between Ananta and Biren. While Rupa is confused, Mo's group and Lagertha rush over worriedly. Lagertha, you're safe. That's good. Are you alone? Do you see anyone else? No, I just got here too. What happened? This power clearly comes from the first light blade. Lagertha isn't sure. It seems he's summoning the survivors here. Rupa looked worried. So the others aren't here. What about Ananta? Sorakawa pointed up the top of the tower and signaled. Your Majesty, look over there. Everyone turns their eyes upward. The figure among the ashes is a small, charred shadow. A few hours ago, Ananta and Biaran faced each other in their latest forms. He opens his mouth wide, breathing fire this year. He is no less fierce, opening his mouth menacingly and charging forward. Just like before, Ananta unleashes the dragon roar. The attack easily swallows the opponent again, but this time Bon manages to fly through it without taking any damage. He raised his claws to scratch his face, but missed. Ananta, taking advantage of his height, looked up at the sky. Seeing he couldn't reach, Biolan gritted his teeth in frustration. He quickly thought of a way and tore through space with his hand. Seconds later, Biolan appeared right above his head. He bent his elbow to strike, then directly hit and forced Ananta to lower his head. His massive body collapsed, smashing through the roof of a nearby tower. Bion roared fiercely and charged forward again. Ananta quickly lifts his head, roars, and immediately creates two more dark dragon illusions. They charge at the opponent simultaneously, colliding and causing an explosion in the middle. He screams in unbearable pain as Biolan glares and summons 13 tails to counterattack. Anan is surprised. This attack is very dangerous. He immediately orders WF to leave here at once. She listened and immediately used QB to guide the other two away. Ruby, worried for him, was still pulled along by W Food's insistence. The 13 tails of bone shot out a blue energy beam. The previous attack pierced through the tower, causing it to explode and break in 2 seconds later. With such great power, even you can't remain unharmed. Before he could leave, Bilan suddenly sensed something was wrong. Nan unexpectedly launched a direct attack on him, leaving a large hole in his body from that precise strike. That collision caused a destructive explosion, looking from the outside like a black hole swallowing everything. And in the end, Bialan lay curled up on the ground amidst the smoke and dust. His tails are burned and tattered, his body weakened by injuries and blood loss, and parts of him are damaged, yet he continues to fight, his body crying out. But do I care? Beharin kept attacking relentlessly, shouting. I ask you, warrior born without sharp claws or tough talons, blood and sweat, bone and flesh, devouring your enemy's corpses to turn them into weapons. You only know how. To kill and eat. What is the true reason you were born into this world? He spat and launched an attack straight at Anan's face. The entire head you ate is unavoidable. He snorted and said, I just want to return to my family's embrace. Find the answer yourself, you idiot. I already said it. Anan creates 3 dark dragon illusions rushing towards Biren, who, lacking an aerial advantage, is swallowed up by the flames. The flames roared fiercely like a tornado, and he growled before shouting out loud, unleashing his own energy. The flames are pushed back, and Anan returns to his original half-human, half-dragon form. Bion growled in a way I couldn't understand, but this is the first time words have touched my heart. Warrior, I sincerely express my respect to you. He roared loudly and threw a punch at his opponent. Both sides prepared to clash with an equal burst of energy, and making the outcome unpredictable. The seal on the gate is about to break, rocks and debris flying. Baran and Ananta's figures hidden, his face lowered, blood dripping. Ananta is proud. This battle is my victory. Tomorrow we fight for the second time. Do you still remember what I told you? His eyes flickered for a moment. At that moment he asked curiously, why would a warrior like you follow someone like Guzu? Baron's lips trembled. Ruby, huh? You speak words just like the fire spirit beast. I remember when it questioned him then, his voice nostalgic. Instinctive beasts are solitary creatures craving those who matter. That girl asked me, is Juso like that to me? He revealed that I never felt any connection with him, only that our interests coincided. We were inherently beings unable to share our hearts, and now even each other's wishes have been torn apart. Bion sighed. That's all there is to it. He lowered his head. I have no intention of begging for my life. Enjoy the privileges of the victor. The embodiment of the Avenger Ananta. He lowered his eyes and stared at him intently. He spoke. Earlier, I asked WF Food for help. If your life is in danger, escape immediately with your team to Lane Hot. He turns back into a human. If you're just a savage beast, I will have to endure the pain of losing my family once again. He looked up at him with a confused expression and said in a calm voice, You are an enemy, but you protected the children. Truly a real warrior. Go now, Bee Heron. Stop seeking the meaning of your existence from Guzu. Until I find the answer myself, it is the right of the victor that I deserve. He stood up, his face darkening. You're being a bit too harsh with that remark. His hands clapped together loudly, and the space portal opened, allowing those who survived the fierce battle to soon arrive here. I probably won't have the chance to see you again. He said goodbye in front of the door. Goodbye, warrior. Anan watches his back. Where are you headed? He turned his head slightly and said, Because you spared me, I still have something to settle. Wait, where's Guzu? He stepped through the gate, and at the source of the moon base, where everything began, he shouted, Wait. At this moment, Wood ran over, calling Anata. He turned to look at her and said, We have located Guzuo. Earlier at Central Base B, everyone was gathered around the large-scale teleportation device. Huh? Is the operation currently suspended? Serena informs Blackfood by phone that the search results still haven't pinpointed Guzuo's location. We need to reorganize first. So what about the others? Sister WF Food walks over with her arms crossed. I will immediately join forces with Ananta, then gather the remaining survivors and return to Labanthot. She told Blackfood to come back to Labanthot quickly as well. Blackfood nodded. Yes, elder sister. She shouted to activate the large-scale teleportation device. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. Are the guards coming right now? The trembling ground makes everyone cautious. Serena is worried. Blackfood, what was that loud noise just now? A bewildered voice echoes, Wait a minute, look over there. I just see something breaking through the ground from beneath. A red beam of light appeared and a giant machine emerged from the ground. Serena hurriedly said, Blackfood, report the situation now. What exactly is going on? Blackfood stammered. A mech. She was stunned. It was a mech. A giant machine has appeared from beneath the old moon base. Serena on the other end of the phone is confused. Huh? What do you mean by that? She was also confused, wondering why this was here. Her eyes widened as a shadowy figure stood on the machinery, none other than Guzu, confirming the shutdown of the entire transfer tower except for the Central Base 4, with a white heart pounding fiercely in Guzo's chest. The heart was pulled out of his chest. Finish the car, I will abandon your world of mind. Standing before the small pink hole in the machine, he drops his heart into it. Fiona, I was never the one to save you from the beginning. I am a being created to serve humans, a killer, a conqueror, the one who has slain thousands and redefined humanity. A white light flashes, and the world calls me a deity. Juo floats with 3 wings, half black and half white. He hovers above the mechanized form of the world tree, a root breaking through the earth and growing upward. The world tree appears, with a mechanized structure like a door placed before its massive trunk. The world tree rises higher, breaking through the sky beyond the moon. Black, sweating coldly, thought this was a branch of the world tree continuing to grow into many scenes. The white light from the world tree shot straight up. This is the original form of the world tree. Giroux glanced down, looking at Blackfood's small figure, and wondered, Is this the remnants of Serena? Giroux raises his hand and disappears, those whom I do not acknowledge. He spread his wings, and countless white orbs appeared around him. Then they all moved towards Blackfood at once, startling her. She panicked and closed her eyes tightly as a fist glowing with light appeared. The fist generated a powerful energy source to block the attack. Blackfood was stunned. Are you narrowing your eyes to say goodbye? Bylon stands in front of the world tree. Guzo calls out. Bye, Haran. Do you really want to walk a different path from me? Bion looked up at him. Are you trying to destroy the world to find the reason for your existence? Juzu stared. But why did the blue light from Biheron's energy flare up so fiercely? I just changed my mind to directly find the answer in this world. He transforms, even if he has to face you. Bion moves forward. I am very grateful to you, now the form of wings. Juzu closed his eyes, realizing a new emotion. He raised his arm, his face changing expression, a feeling that made the 6 viscera of the body turn upside down. A sensation called disgust. Ananta stands on a pile of dirt and rocks, while Lagartha looks into the distance and sees Ananta in beast form holding WF as he approaches. Latha and the others run towards him. Luckily, he's safe. That's all that matters. She told them they had identified Guzu's location and that they needed to move there quickly. Lagartha was confused. Isn't he at base number 2? At this moment, a light shines straight into the sky. Everyone looked over together, and Rupa looked confused. That light is Ananta heading towards the Central Base 4. Juzo has been there all along. What are you talking about? You're informing everyone. WF and I will go after him. Rupa is worried. Wait a moment, you two should go now. How can we fight together like this? We don't have the means for everyone to move, and for the final battle, I am enough on my own. Lagerthea disagrees. Stop saying such unreasonable things. You value your comrades' lives more than your own, wanting to push yourself into death alone. Without transportation, I will fight alongside you to the end. He looked at W.F. Pooh, her eyes shining. If I can reach the large-scale teleportation device, I will find a way to get everyone out safely. I hope you, Ananta, will follow my decision. You have decided that we cannot lose anyone else, for everyone's safety. Rupa trembles. Tears well up in her eyes. Is there nothing I can do to help with Ananta's battle? Ananta turned back into a human from the very beginning. Defeating Guzu is my responsibility. Rupa's eyes welled up with tears as she looked at her with forgiveness. Rupa, Ananta is coming towards her. Forgive me. Because I am the Avenger, no one in this world wants to kill Joe more than I do. Her face buried in his chest, blushing with anger. My hatred for him and the deep-seated rage are all I am. I never thought I would be moved by others' sacrifices, but as he strokes her hair, he says, I now fear witnessing my teammate's death more than I fear revenge. He looked into Rupa's eyes and said, because you are an important teammate of mine. Ananta smiled gently with a tender gaze. There is no one in this world I want to lose more than you. She smiled softly, her cheeks flushed. Rupa cupped his face and pulled him down to kiss his lips before he could react, then quickly pushed him away while he was still stunned. Rupa takes Ananta's hand. This is the last time I follow your stubbornness. She told him he must definitely come back. Rupa placed a small world tree branch into his hand. Promise me. She clenched her fist. On the day you return to your homeland, let me come with you. Lagertha team looks at him with a gentle smile. He looked up at them, then down at his hand. He clenched his fist and touched it to Rupa's. It's promised, I promise. A flash of blue light erupts, and a loud explosion fills the air with dust. Juzo spreads his wings. For whatever the truth may be, God is the one who defines humanity. Biran helps him up. I was created to bring great benefit to the human world. So I have wandered across the globe and seen humanity, nations, organizations, and religions. Most discrimination and oppression are based on ideology. There is no salvation anywhere in the human world. The true nature of humans is to select their people. Juzo declares, I will therefore destroy the existing order completely and proclaim myself the only unmatched one in the world, standing alone among the wreckage. That is my ideal. Heron leaned on his hand from afar, radiating black energy. He opened his mouth and laughed. Ha ha, Bayan. I am someone searching for the meaning of my existence, yet I love you, who shares my contradictions. Giwo's eyes flickered and asked him, is that really so funny? Bian raised his hand and said, of course it's funny because I'm listening to insincere words. His hand clenched tightly from a lifeless machine. Bian punched the ground forcefully, causing the earth to shake and a burst of blue light to erupt, while Jiuzu raised his hand as the ground suddenly trembled again. He glanced back and saw a black tree breaking through the ground and rushing up. He curiously looked at it. A tall black tree with a figure standing high above. Could it be that Nadia is watching from above, startling him, an embodiment of nature? A golden gate appears right behind Guo. Anan with his beast form lunges forward with his mouth open. He swings his hand down where he stands, but he manages to fly up and dodge his claws. Anan gathers power in one hand and throws it towards Guo. Anan is furious. It's time for you to pay the price for insulting the dragon's scales. He tilts his head back and growls. Juzuzo, now I will activate the large-scale teleportation device. Just as the announcement sounded, an urgent call suddenly interrupted. Black food. White food appears, panting as it runs over. Please wait a moment. To move all the others from Central Base 2, I will start expanding the teleportation coordinates. She clenched the item in her hand tightly in her tense state, the thing that could help everyone evacuate safely from here. Suddenly, a dark voice echoed from the battlefield. Why? Why do you keep confronting me over and over again? How long do you plan to keep blocking my way, Ananta? Juo's hand flashed with a sharp light like a sword, but Anan was the one to strike first, charging straight at him. With quick agility, Guzu counterattacked, slicing a few wounds on Anta's body, the pain piercing to the bone making him grimace. While Guzu's face remained cold, in that moment, he suddenly sensed something unusual. Juzu's wings had been torn apart for some time without him realizing it. Ananta had given him a surprise right during the fight. Seizing the opportunity, before Gio can regain his composure, Ananta rushes in. Juzuo quickly recovers and continues fighting him. Neither of them was willing to give way, continuously creating fierce shockwaves in the middle. Compared to before, Juzo assesses that Anta's power has increased significantly. He launched a series of relentless attacks, but Ananta still stood firm, blocking them all. Juzo understood that unlike himself, you had gradually weakened after separating the divine weapon, and the one who swallowed those 4 branches had power comparable to it. His top priority is to eliminate Anta, Tandu Serena, and the natural incarnation will be dealt with later. At the same time, Nadia on the other side is trying to stop the ritual by continuously attacking the giant tree. No matter how hard she tried to attack, she could only helplessly realize that her strikes even failed to leave a mark on it. Serena deduced that the enormous energy source operating across the entire moon base must originate from the divine weapon. To prevent the dawn of a new world, I must cut off the energy supply to the divine weapon performing the ritual. If I don't destroy the mechanism quickly. Realizing the danger, Guzo suddenly changes his plan, removing all obstacles in his way for Ta. This move shocks Ananta and Nadia because their teammate on the other side is the next target of Juzo. Ananta quickly soared to block the attack heading towards his teammates, O Light and Radiance. In that decisive moment, Ananta stood firm, shielding them in front. He roared loudly, spreading his wings to fully absorb Juzuo's attack. In the chaos, everyone shouted his name together, but he only responded with a urging voice. Hurry up! At that moment, the W food group was also ready, activating the coordinate expansion, and the golden sphere in Lathoa's hand soared into the sky, forming a formation above the surviving group. In that instant, Rupa couldn't hold back her worry and called out Ananta's name. At that moment, after taking Guzu's attack, Ananta's body was scorched, black smoke billowing out, and he was out of strength, crashing straight to the ground. He briefly thought that they had evacuated safely. The recent attack caused significant damage. I didn't intend to waste this branch, but consuming it entirely means burning it completely. The flames on the branch will reignite multiple times until they can no longer burn. At that moment, a familiar cry sounded out. Ruby appeared out of nowhere, causing Ananta to be terrified. Why are you here? Ruby asked Bai Heron for help so she could come to Antanta. What are you doing messing around? It's dangerous here, only I should be here. Before finishing her sentence, Ruby interrupted. Ruby will stay by Anta's side. Maybe this is the last time I can be with Ananta because Ruby and Ananta are family. This statement suddenly awakens Ananta. Yes, I entrust you. Everything I have. After the attack, Juzo looked at the empty land and guessed that Serena's remnants had escaped. It seems Ananta was also disabled while trying to protect them. He squinted, assessing that the natural form didn't seem to cause much damage. Juzo changes tactics, sets priority targets for elimination, boosts his power, and his entire body transforms into a strange form. Half human, half bird, then chants a spell. O Light. Nadia also realizes the danger now. She was about to dodge when Juzu's attack directly hit her. A scream of pain echoed, bringing down large branches, and in that moment, Guo suddenly uttered the name Shun. I didn't expect you to be possessed by a split body taking control. This is truly the fate of a coward who couldn't protect anything. He sneered. All those who died at my hands are screaming for unfulfilled dreams. Just then, Guo suddenly sensed something was wrong, panicked, and turned around, hurriedly blocking Anta's explosive attack. Hidden behind the shield, Guzu finally realized, now I understand I can't kill you without conquering your heart. A person who dies but doesn't truly die. If you are the representative of humanity, then adorn the end of the world with your death. Ananta. At that moment, Anand quietly whispers, let me borrow your power. Amitabha. His final words closed, his eyes blazing with a fierce light, like a fire intent on burning everything down. He chanted a spell that ignited, then unleashed a colossal flame that shook the very space. Juzo stared in shock as his shield shattered instantly, unable to defend himself. Reborn, his body transformed into a completely different form. He told Anan that you have been turned into a monster by a strange curse, and if that curse is the power to kill me, then I will face you as a monster. I will remember you. But he only replied coldly, you will be forgotten by everyone. I will stay right here, and I will definitely defeat you. Hearing that, Guzu paused, a past memory flooding back. Fiona once asked him a question like this, can I know your name? Then Duya just paused for a moment and coldly replied, I don't have a name, so for now I'll call you Iron Mask. Until the day you have a name, you must tell me. At that time, he didn't care at all and couldn't understand why she wanted that. But now Juzo understands that no matter when, I will still be able to remember you. Suddenly I and Nan unleash all my strength and rush forward. His claws tore through space, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that exploded into a powerful strike. Juzu remained unfazed, coldly countering with a series of rapid attacks, countless energy points surrounding him, bursting simultaneously and covering the sky. You can't avoid it. Anan braces himself, unleashing all his strength. With a roar, he destroys everything and then charges straight at his opponent. Juzo also did not hesitate, rushing forward to fight. The two clashed in midair, surrounded by thick dust and smoke. After some time, Juzo asked Ananta, so what exactly is the heart? Although it forms the shape and emotions of a person, the heart still does not reside within us. Just like that hollow space, just like my spiritual world. Can you see it? Creator. All life on this land will be destroyed. With that, Guzu turned to Anan. I am immobilized. Even those more wounded than him are screaming in chaos. At the edge of the world's horizon, look at your creation, invading the land of the gods. I, who cannot become human, feel my rage and resentment. At that moment, Nadia appeared, her voice cold and pitiful, wanting to become human, but unable to. In the end, she became a foolish monster trying to take revenge on the gods. From her hands, tree roots stretched out to the barren land, spreading everywhere to form the roots of a mighty tree, fragments shattering in the sky. Juzo is stunned as the world's horizon is closing in. He unleashes his power, but his efforts are futile, and he struggles in vain. As soon as the words left his mouth, he swung his hand with fierce power, aiming to tear Nadia apart. Suddenly, a fist appeared, shattering his barrier. Juzo was terrified to realize it was Biharan. He roared in anger, "How long do you plan to stop me?" At that moment, Ananta suddenly burst into laughter from across, a smile that made Guzu frown, saying, "You've taken so many lives and slaughtered even more. Do you still have a human heart or something?" Ananta erupts, bluntly criticizing Guzu for only grabbing what he doesn't have. "You cursed trash. I will kill you." Jiuzu unleashes a devastating attack, forcing Guzu to dodge quickly, but Ananta continues the relentless pursuit. He retaliates by launching countless moves simultaneously, raining down like a heavy storm. Anand did not hesitate, spread his wings and soared up, biting through each attack. Juzu immediately gathered his energy and shot it out, grazing past Ananta's head and leaving a long scorch mark on his back. Still, Ananta did not retreat, his move transforming into a dragon that lunged straight at Guzo, opening its mouth to swallow the opponent. In his fading consciousness, Guzu suddenly thought, "Humans are my gods." He suddenly went berserk, and for me, for you, those who taught me hatred instead of my heart, you want to judge me? At this moment, Ananta rushes forward, throws a heavy punch, so stop talking nonsense. The fist aimed straight at Guzo, causing him to tremble violently, but Guzo still managed to dodge swiftly. He knows well that there's no time for regret now. Just fulfill your duty in this final moment. Anand transforms into a human form, his fist blazing with fire as he charges forward. Guzo faces him head-on, bracing himself for the blow, teeth clenched, but the force is too much to handle. His body blurred in the blinding light as if being swallowed up. At this moment, WF closed his eyes tightly, sweat pouring down both sides. Geste Serena, Lagertha, and Rupa are all tense. The shockwave has appeared. Immediately after, the screen lights up, surprising everyone. Ananta's spot is now shrouded in thick smoke, but soon his silhouette becomes visible, along with Guzo's sparking wires confirming a survival response. He lies on the ground, his body only half there. The winner is Ananta. The only one still standing is Rupa, tears welling up in her eyes. Ananta has defeated Juzo. Cheers. Ananta gasped for breath. Bion asked Nadia if it was already the end. Not yet. Not yet. The world's horizon is not yet closed. Juzo lies there. I use momentum to move, and am a device that performs the task as planned. A delicate tool to achieve the intended goal. Immediately afterward, a massive wall appeared behind Biharan and Nadia, causing them to turn around. The stacked layers were gradually breaking apart, and in an instant, the head was separated. Nadia was so surprised she couldn't close her mouth. "The same goes for Anand over there," Rupa asked. "What is that?" The tentacles aimed directly at Guzu, then lifted him into the air, abandoning the effort to restore his body. The mechanical tentacles quickly attached the upper half of his body to the machine, but my will won't stop until the very last moment. Right now, he is being embraced by the light of the world tree. A powerful beam of light causes Geo and the world tree to merge into one, and Ananta, now in a different form, suddenly notices something, his body freezing as he has exhausted all the power of the branch. Biharan and Nadia rush over worriedly. "Ananta, are you okay?" She looked at him in shock and surprise. He has used up all the power of the branch. "It's okay if I don't have the power of the branch, I will defeat him." "Stay back, Ananta. Using the power of the branch I have, I will restore my strength once more." Seeing no reaction from Ananta, Nadia urged him on. "Hurry up," he shouted loudly. "It's not necessary. This revenge is mine. I don't want anyone to sacrifice themselves. Hurry up and leave this place, the two of you," Bion said. "The connection between the winged avatar and me has been severed. It's him who gave the world branch. I don't need it anymore. Take it. Warrior Onan, fulfill your wish." After obtaining the branch, his body began to transform. His hands turned into wings and his red eyes changed to the yellow of lightning. Then he quickly soared into the sky. Nadia was worried. As Anand flew to Guzu's location, he recalled the past and asked, "Do you not care about your life?" Hadidahakaka continues, "I will not take responsibility or apologize to you. Do you intend to borrow my power to defeat Guzu? I will give you Baemin, which dwells in my heart and this body. After the battle ends, seal the evil god's power and find your original form." "Amitabha, Ananda," I frown. "I will fulfill this promise. But as soon as you spoke, she silenced you. I don't need your cheap pity." "You said this revenge was yours, didn't you?" she said coldly. "Wrong, it's mine. I won't give it to anyone." After speaking, Adidaha suddenly escaped from Anand's body. He immediately transformed back into a human form and shouted, "Adahaka, She charged, but didn't forget to remind, "This is a curse that never ends. I will replace the new body with half of your heart." Ruby's figure gradually appears until the day she dies. Live with your guilt. Just as she seems to discover something, at this very moment she rushes closer to him. "Adi-da-ha!" he shouted in shock. "Oh, your resentment should have died long ago." Luna's figure appeared. The sorceress Luna must have predicted this in advance. 6 divine artifacts contain the power of the gods. The horizon of the world is a ritual created from the power of the gods. If I can't prevent the predetermined future from the start, then I just need to leave a safeguard to change the outcome. At this moment, Adidaha has offered an eye. She laughed mischievously. "Wings, get ready to accept the curse. Stay with me forever in this distant world." Juzu immediately shuddered. The eye she clenched started to glow, and Bombman immediately flew straight into the beam of light. The blue light has shifted to a rainbow, and the sky is cracking like shattered glass, as if the light wants to tear the sky apart. Ananta clenched his fists, shouting in despair, "It's over, he's falling." Bayon tells Nadia it's time to go. The light from the world tree is growing more intense. In just a few minutes, a powerful light erupted, followed by a massive explosion that shook the earth and the sky. After a week at the central hall, Bayolan stands stunned, his body bandaged, when a voice comes from behind. "Are you leaving soon?" Nadia approaches worriedly. "Why not stay a little longer to recover?" He didn't answer right away, but asked her, "Has Anan woken up yet?" "Not yet. He just went through a major battle, so he probably needs some more time to recover. Annan is still unconscious, and both Blackfoot and others are worried. He told that man he is a warrior I trust, so no matter what, he will find his way back home." Nadia thought to herself. "I have received permission from the leader of the Thokuak tribe. Here, unauthorized space teleportation is not allowed." Recalling that day, Bin carried the unconscious Anyanta on his back, and since he was already an enemy, everyone was worried and ran out. He gritted his teeth. Nadia gently touched his hand to comfort him, and she smiled kindly. "If it weren't for her advice, I wouldn't have needed this kind of help. Now I don't even know where you're planning to go." His hand clenched tightly. "It's just the reason I was born into this world. I plan to travel the world until I find the answer." She slowly approached Biharan, destroying the 2 sides of creation. Even on barren land, life still takes root. "Why don't you try using your power to protect everyone?" "How?" "I plan to go to the Nuno forest, a lush canopy of trees where I can spread green branches and leaves for everyone seeking a warm home," Nadia said happily to Bone. "Come with me." When Bayolan heard that, he froze. "I understand." Serena sits at the table and sends Anta. "I don't know if you're doing well. It's been a month already. Since the battle at the moon base, thanks to Ida Haka's sacrifice, the world's domination has come to an end. If it weren't for her sacrifice, and that of many others, we wouldn't have been able to defeat the embodiment of the wings." After finishing, she sealed it with the Makneem Fong. The white envelope with the red mark stood out even more. Soon after, Serena sent it to him. Soon after, the letter also reached Anta. He stood on the cliff reading it. "We must remember those who have fallen and move forward." Suddenly, he frowned slightly because he was not alone. Sorry for the long introduction. After he returned to his homeland, let me tell you the recent news. Queen Laha has safely returned to her homeland. I hear that every day she works alongside the people to rebuild the capital, helping with the construction and sharing their dreams. Lagerha looks tired but still cheerful, and despite taking a long time, she remains determined to fight for her long-held dream of revival. Thokuak has also undergone many changes recently. The tall buildings are gradually taking shape. We have started large-scale commercialization of information to the outside world. Previously, they only operated secretly within human society. Blackfoot and Whitefoot also talked animatedly to continue Luna's legacy. Thoko hopes to become more closely connected with the human world. A pair of small ears twitched slightly. Ta-a-da-da, so it's Jack Letta. Serena continues, "Our new family member is adapting very well. You can find news about Nadia in the Western continent." Nadia smiles and touches the tree trunk. She is helping the forest creatures of Nuno restore the great wilderness, which has been abandoned for a long time due to the scars of invasion. I don't know why there's always an unsettling presence beside her. At that moment, Nadia heard a scream. As a giant spider, the girl trembled in fear when suddenly a crack appeared. Baran punched the giant spider straight in the face. Everyone was surprised. According to Ananta, I will follow his movements. Baron saw the girl panicking and reached out to catch her. It all comes back to Ruby. Because of Anta's heart, it seems Ruby has abandoned her physical form and entered a spiritual state. Perhaps Ruby wants to protect Ananta until the end, even if it means sacrificing herself. Rest assured, we will do everything we can to help Ruby return to her original form. I sincerely hope that one day the two of you will be able to meet again. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "Anan, let's get started." "Is that Rupa?" There's still a postscript. How is his life with Rupa going? Rupa's face is flushed and full of energy. He rides on her back and suddenly shouts, "Wait, Rupa, over there!" Ananta jumps down, and in front of them is a lush green prairie. She wondered, is this really the place? This is one of Asita's. A beautiful flower blooms on the land. Ananta approached the place, looking sad. I miss you so much, Chi. His face was expressionless. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing him to open his eyes wide. I'm glad you're back. Are you still in good health? She looked at him with a very happy expression. Anan was so shocked that his mouth couldn't close, and then tears started streaming down his face. Ruby stands to the side, smiling. I'm back now. This is the end of my video. The above is a summary of the story. If you have any comments, please leave them below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and click the bell to receive more interesting videos. Now, goodbye and see you again.